Well, this best of three isn't done just yet. We've only concluded with game number one, which was on Bind, and the second one is going to be going to Ascent. But here's the thing, Black and Blue. Bind was the pick of GXR. That's not really, I think, the strongest map for them, but it's a preferable map. But Ascent, I know that Hashira, above any other team here, has just got this map locked down. It's either Hashira that claims Atlas, or sorry, not Ascent as their best map, or probably Atlas on their defending side. But definitely, Hashira has a lot of tricks on their sleeve that they can utilize going into the second game.
Yeah, well, they seem to have been bound there on Bind as our map number one, but we're going to be ascending into Ascent. And if we ever get into the heavens of Haven, well, that will be our map number three. But right now we have to focus on map number two. And as you said, yeah, Hashira, they're really good on Ascent. The thing is, they're really good on Bind too. And so I have to agree with Illustrato a while ago. I think that they kind of won this map draft, although GXR, they're not bad on these maps too. These are maps that do favor GXR as well against most opponents. Hashira might be one of the teams that aren't, though. And so right now, as we come on here into our map number two, let's look at what they got, what they're bringing here to the table. Envy, though, they've been playing this Sky a lot more recently, and I know you, as a fan of Sky here, Asarai, definitely love to see this coming on up. But for the side of GXR, more of the same that we saw on map number one, actually this exact same lineup that we saw from them. It's going to be Hashira changing things up here with Envy on that Sky. Now, what do you think is necessarily the purpose of having her here on board for Hashira?
Just have so much map control. Not gonna lie, Sky is, I think, such an underrated agent, and I've been fanboying about her for a couple of days now, because I just feel like there's a lot of ways to take the site that the Breach doesn't have. Because when you flash with the Breach, sometimes those flash points either are predictable, so opponents can always just, walk away from it and then peek out without being flashed themselves, or you flash your own teammates. It's very disgusting, very difficult. But when you put a Sky into that mix, you can actually add another option, another arsenal to your kit, which is the fake flash, where you just use the bird and you push with it even without actually flashing anybody, which I think we've seen Envy use in the previous, on week week one of stage 2 right here, and it was on Ascent as well, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of ways that they utilize this, and to also say at the least, it's a double heal comp. So if you take some damage and you survive, you get a heal from Hatred, you get a heal from Envy. What can you say more, right? You get topped off.
Yeah, it's almost like having a Breach Light with some heals on the side. And so Sky here, definitely a very, how do I say this? She's almost like a Swiss knife of agents here. She has the only thing she's probably missing is like a smoke, but otherwise then she'd be like completely well-rounded. But
complete package.
the whole thing, you can probably buy her at IKEA. But as we're moving on here right now, Envy, he will stick on that Sky, and they do, well, start on the attacking side here right now. So Hashira, I'm interested to see how they play this. We did see the Sky come out on week one. Yeah, on week one, coming from Hashira.
Yeah.
And it did get some pretty good results. So I'm looking to see for them to kind of replicate those. And so right now, as the panel was talking about, Hashira, they're kind of on this retention arc to really be able to safely secure that they're number one dog here in the Philippines. They aren't yet, but they're getting really close right now. And if they can get here to the semi-final and maybe beat Brand and moving on, that might just be their storyline. But right now, starting the game off here, pistol round to get things going. It seems like they initially had their attention towards A, but right now, Asarai, it seems like they kind of want to, well, hold back on that thought for a bit.
Yeah, I definitely gotta agree with you. There is some criticism to how Hashira was able to win on the grand finals. I know that they did a lot of good things. There might have been some factors here and there, and like you said, this is a retention arc for them, and this is also them to prove themselves to everybody that wasn't just a one thing. They can keep redoing that. Whoever it is that's on top, they can whittle them down. They can throw them away from the board. Now, they still do have Jeremy here onto the corner. Oh, this is going to be brutal. Johan, are you even going to be able to get out? But he doesn't need to, because there's Ching to pick it up for him. The one-for-one exchange, though, as Ching finds an opportunity elsewhere on the map and just at least evens out the numbers so that Johan's death would not be in vain. And who's going to be the winner of this one? It's Georgie topping himself off with that heal. Got to be careful, though, as Ching is here into the corner, wants to get that kill, but they've reverted their forces. From Hashira here, Jeremy and Envy already pushing up the short. They have to clear this off, and it's going to be the first contact on the Ching.
Yeah, the timing on Ching there was really great. As soon as they let go of Link to go rotate, he went for the swing to go all the way up into top mid, but now he gets found here by Envy. Envy, will he find a second? No, Amon will get that frag on him, and Jeremy will find one of his own. It's a 1v2 right now. He does have time to plant no more, as he's going to get shut down here by the Killjoy on Eman. First round on the board for GXR, and that's the start you want. All started off here with a great flanking push from Ching to walk his way all up the catwalk, find the frag there towards top mid, fall on back. He went 1-for-1. That's all you needed, because the fact that you were able to walk up on there gave GXR so much information, and also as well, it was quite impeding for the side of Hashira to make any other move. And so 20 seconds left on the clock. They knew they had to kind of commit here towards the A site. Well, GXR able to make full work of that information gained and the one pick off from Ching.
And because Hashira do not have a traditional sentinel, I mean, come on, guys. Sage, Battle Sage, all right?
Yeah.
They don't have that info gathering from a Killjoy or a Cypher. There was all opportunities for Ching to do just that. Oh, he sees it, but can't connect the headshot. Katrin's got to back away for the moment. Maybe he's on the corner there, though, but he's going to top himself off with that heal. And they've really spread themselves out here, but it's more about Hashira just trying to get that map control and hoping that they're going to be able to get that spike planted down. But I mean, it's going to be very difficult here, especially when duelists can just reposition so quickly along this map, especially if it's like a Jet or a Reyna. Get a kill, dismiss, get a kill, get a tailwind.
Yeah. Basically this whole, well, as Rabbit finds an opening pick here in Ching, somehow, with a classic of his own, actually pushing their way on in here, and Johan's able to find a frag with Georgie, and a second now for Johan, just spraying through mid, and the third falls Georgie's way. A lot better of a start here coming in from the side of GXR. They finally do get that fire lit under Georgie, and that's exactly what they need to get things going here for the Galaxy Racer squad. And so Hashira, this is their chance now to once more get the stop and maybe tie things on up if they can get 2 rounds in a row. But for now, GXR looking a lot better. They're going to stay on those Spectres that they have invested into. 2 of them on the Vandal, and they do have the Ares coming out here for Carl. We know that Carl on that Sova likes to pull out the big boy guns every now and then. He likes to use those LMGs, and so if not the Ares, sometimes it's the Odin. This time, though, he's going to go for the former. As they're pushing on in towards a short, rather, towards a long here in a main. There's a smoke out there to kind of dissuade them from that endeavor, but they don't mind. They're going to walk on through. They do have, you know, of course, the paranoia play here ready to be put into response from Johan if they do come barreling down their way here towards either short or in a main. And so you can see them already prepping that up. You can actually see that GXR are playing for kind of a retake here. Nobody in sight, actually. Ching, yes, on that rafters. The 2 of them here, Eman and Johan, in that tree position. So this is what they're playing for right now. Cheng can't get too overeager here. The information has been given. He knows there's at least 2 players here. Has to assume there's a third, too, towards a main. And here comes on the push, but great utility usage and great, really, response coming in from the GXR squad right now. But an opening pick from Hatred. That's what we're talking about. The battle stage making things happen. Johan and Cheng finding one apiece. As Cheng finds another one here, things seem to be crumbling for Hashira, but Envy finds that frag. It's a 2v3 right now.
Thing though, he wasn't able to get back into the door, into the site, and he leaves 2766 to just fend off for himself. He needs to get this kill onto Georgie. Doesn't take any damage though. This could be beautiful from him as he does shut down Ching. He's got bullets left in the chamber, 10 into the clock. Okay, what is the point here? The pinch is beautiful, but Carl and Georgie still came out on top. Beautifully executed there from the both of them. And that could have gone to the wayside here, but Georgie just stood on his own. And might I just say, Georgia was looking shaky on bind, but this ascent, he has started pretty damn hot, and it's allowed GXR to net 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it definitely could have been clutched out there from HSR. Like, if Envy focused on Georgie earlier on, and then if his teammate was actually able to focus on the player who swung out from tree, then it could have been a different story. But right now, we see if that is actually be able to be well, averted once more from Hashira. They seem to be going for a quick A-main push to start things off, but they do step on the brakes right now. They do have the Tasmanian Tiger as well to kind of drone things out here, see for, and rather look for information, but the rest of the Hashira squad are currently crawling their way here towards B site. We're in Hatred. He was the first one to peek. That reload sound might just give away his position, what's about to happen. So Sova around the corner. Ching could find an opening pick on the Jeremy. That's a big find. You know what type of damage Jeremy can do if left untethered. In Invi and 2766 with the Sheriff, both finding one apiece. This is a good start coming in here for the Hashira squad, but they get shut down by Georgie lining on up here, and the collateral falls his way a third to find Invi, and he gets a fourth frag on the board. 2766 is going to be his fourth kill of the day, of the round rather. And GXR get the fourth round on the board. Hashira is a chance once more to get the stop.
That was a statement play from Georgie. He's just like, I am Georgie. And even though there is like 2 straight kills there from Hashira, Ching and Johan taken away from the board so early into the round, Georgie's was like, I'm gonna create an opportunity here, push on to mid, get a couple of kills, and if Envy spots out, Emin, got flash as well, so he's charging out, Georgie's like, I got you, bro. I'll pick you right back out. And that's really, really good here for GXR. It seems like we've gone to topsy-turvy. Bind, it was unbreakable, unstoppable consecutive rounds for Hashira, but GXR is looking to do the same thing here on Descent map on defense.
Which is quite interesting because, I mean, map number 1, Bind, that was GXR's pick, and it was Hashira who dominated in that. Seems like GXR is doing, well, rather looking to return the favor here onto Hashira on their own map pick. And so Hashira picked Ascent, and now GXR are the team that is up 4-0. Will they bring it to a 5-0, which should easily be strung into a 6th round? That's what we're going to find out here as we come on in, as it seems like a 4-man effort towards this B site. I'm not sure where the other one is lurking right now. Where is Envy playing? Oh, he's all the way there towards top mid on the spawn just to catch any aggressive pushes out from that A side. And so right now, information has been found. The recon vault did get some information to work with here for the side of well, GXR, and so they know that okay, they're guys, Hashira looming around the corner, members of their squad just waiting to pounce in case they find an opening, and we're not going to give that to them. So we're going to use our Al drone, we're going to use our utility, defend them on back, and really make sure we're in a safe position to either hold down the site or maybe bail on out for the retake. And so great discipline from GXR here on this defensive side. They did play pretty well on the defense. On Bind, attack was a bit more erroneous, but we're going to see if they're going to actually be able to address that now, as still full 5-man squad on either side, crawling their way up short here. GXR, it's going to be Georgie to anticipate it.
I don't think they know that Ching has an operator just yet. It's gonna be the first contact already. Like Crossfire as well. Jeremy has to set his sights. He needs to get this kill onto Georgie, who runs away. Why didn't he just challenge it? That could have been a step in the wrong direction, as he could have maybe gotten the kill, could have actually gotten the dismiss, but that opens up possibilities here for Hashira as they whittled everybody down from GXR. They played it slow, they could have gotten that round, but that take, the aggressiveness of Jeremy once again proved its value for Hashira here. Emin has to open up the door for the moment, maybe open things up for Carl as well, who is creeping his way onto heaven here, guys, but Emin doesn't have that information as well. And there's just too many angles, too many crossfires set up from Hashira. This is just going to be incredibly difficult. And with an Odin that can't even get straight up kills with headshots, it's just gonna not look too pretty. Hatred's gonna shut down Emin, and Carl, he's gonna run for dear life here. I think GXR should be able to buy up in the next round, but that could have gone just entirely different if that short play was just a bit more Georgie aggressive.
I agree. He could have definitely, gotten that frag dismissed on out, maybe found a second after it. I mean, he already had one on the board, and so he did have something to work with. It almost seemed like, that case when there's like a nasty bug trying to run away and you're trying to slap it before it goes inside, like underneath a bed or something. That's exactly what it was. He was around the corner. Luckily, the I guess splash damage, the explosion from his showstopper was barely enough to actually get Georgie off the board. And as you said, yeah, a bit of a misplay there, but we can't fault him too much right now. He's at 11 frags here, Georgie, and so he's definitely doing a lot already for the side of GXR. Maybe one mistake here, it wouldn't hurt too bad, but we're going to see if able to rectify that. Moving into round number 6, we can see right now Hashira walking their way up towards his A main position. They like taking A long quite often here, early round, and maybe giving it on up if they don't feel like they can actually make a play off of it. And so, as you see again, they take a main control early, take the orb, free orb for them, fall on back. But mid control heavily held here by the side of GXR. They have full control of this mid position right now. There's nothing that Hashira can do without much utility, but Hatred just landing the flick. Georgie surprisingly not finding that on their Hatred. We know he's been finally on fire this map, but a bit uncharacteristic for him to miss that shot. Hatred, a good opening pick, and as you said, Battle Sage is away. She's not a sentinel. She's really a duelist who likes to do the shooty bang bangs. So right now, a lot of control from GXR, even after losing Georgie still there. They do have information to play off of, but Hashira are looking to mount an A-site siege soon.
Honestly, that was such a PowerPoint for Georgie. Respectively, that left. I don't know what to call it. I know the other side is Subrosa. We could just call it maybe other Subrosa, but that would have been a really nice off angle. But Hatred just hits those, and that was just filthy for him. Now Hashira, they got the numbers. They have Ching on an operator, but retaking an operator is basically hell, so he might need to use his ultimate here now that they have to try to wiggle their way into the site. It's going to be such an uphill battle for them because they don't really have a flasher anymore. Technically, that could have been Georgie with his Leer, but now that they don't, it's all about that contact play, and they just can't do it. Jeremy hits a nice little wall bang here as Johan comes in for the pinch onto Short. Nice little paranoia as well, but he has to take down somebody called Envy, and Rabbit is hunting. It's not Rabbit season to die. It's his season to get kills, and Shang just cannot escape the rhythm. And now Rabbit has pincered him down, loses the bullets, but of course 2766 is right behind to get that kill, so that Rabbit's efforts would not go untarnished or would not go dismissed.
Yeah, not in vain here, but Georgie, as you were saying, they kind of rely on his Leer. He's the only slasher here on the side of GXR, and so the fact that he was the first one to go down meant that for that retake, they did not have the Leer to really rely on to try and make some space to work with when actually pushing into the site for the retake, and that really bit them in the back quite a bit. You can see that they were literally forced to walk into a firing squad pushing into the site there because they simply had nothing to really initiate things with. They did have Johan, yes, on the paranoia, but we all know how that can be, quite how do you say this, unoptimal sometimes in some positions. If you're not lined up, if you're not in a tight corridor, it's not the most reliable thing to be working with a paranoia. And so in this case, it was made very difficult for the retake here on GXR. Right now, I like the initiative from Georgie, yes, that he was going for that bit of an off-angle play. Most times, more often than not, he will land that shot when Hatred did swing out, yes, and he can dismiss out safely, maybe back into the mid-pizza position. But right now, I think they have to kind of minimize those type of things because we know that Hashira, you give them an inch, they're going to turn it into a mile. You give them that small kind of whiff, Hatred and the rest of this Hashira squad, they're going to capitalize that very easily. They don't even have to be the duelists to do that, but you can see Envy, Hatred, Rabbit, and even 2766 all chiming in with these type of frags, ones that sometimes we feel like they're not supposed to be getting, but still making kind of a forest out of a seed. And so Hashira doing really good right now on the kind of response to what GXR have been doing, but GXR, they are going to be on this kind of light buy situation. Only Georgie with a Spectre in hand. The rest of them, pistols is all they got to work with. Round number 7 is kicking underway.
Now, pause will be done here. Honestly, I do like how GXR just wants to play as aggressive as possible because it does catch Hashira off guard, but the more that you do it, the more that your opponents will get used to the feeling. And now Georgie, he's in an island. He's in no man's land, and Carl just could not help him because the crossfire was just better for Hashira. And that one pickoff was just so devastating. Envy with a nice little peek as well. And Jeremy with the double. I think that messed up Emin's rhythm of what was happening in that situation. And Hashira at these points of interest just hit nasty shots. And speaking of hitting nasty shots, Johan, okay, we see you, man. You're not out there. You're not too old. You're not too old just yet, but he just only gets that one kill, though, and it's left into the hands of Carl, who only has a frenzy. Maybe he can go Rabbit here. Maybe he can go all frenzy-like, but he has to hit, like, multiple targets with just, what, 13 bullets in the chamber? It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. Well, gets taken at the end of things. You could have found Rabbit there, but unfortunately, the frenzy, well, you know how it can go haywire sometimes. Sometimes it's a laser beam spraying down. Other times, it might just be, well, going where it wants to. that case went towards the latter. But GXR here in a 4-3 on the board. Well, they're only a single round away from tying things up, Hashira, and they're looking to do that right now. You can see both teams are looking to go for an aggressive A main push here. Hashira, you're probably going to start this off with Sky Flash, and on the other end of things, the Paranoia does come out as well with the smoke if they do receive contact here. And so, one-way smoke to come on out. George, you will find that frag on the opposing duelist on the Jeremy. That's a big pick to find to get things going for GXR squad. Hashira right now, Envy, trapped around the corner. They know the flash is on out. They know where he is right now. So many flashes. He escapes with his life too, hopping away like a rabbit that his opposing teammate might have. And so, HSR, 3-4 on the board. Well, they almost got it going there, but well, in a 4v5, would have to pull back. Emon, he's actually going to get the frag here, and while Hatred gets a res, Envy will capitalize on that too. They bring it to a 5v3, just literally flipping the table on its head.
No way. Ching got greedy. He wanted to spot out the head as he was getting revived because, you know, when you get that res, you're elevated. But speaking of being elevated, Envy's not up, done from his high. Does spot out Georgie on mid. They know where he is. They know the positioning of Georgie here, and Rabbit could have taken him out there, but he just holds his position on market. This could really prove fatal, as Carl could have gotten gonked on that nice little space there. But just to finish off what I was saying, Ching got greedy, I think because he knows that particular angle could spot out the head, and he doesn't want that free res to go unpunished. But the thing about that is, I don't think he respected that somebody could have been boosted up on that smoke, and he got caught by Envy, who is just, I think, for lack of a better term, just feeling himself off here. And I believe Lestrada pointed this out to me last week, that Envy is the only player in VCT Philippines that has played 5 agents, the most amount of agents, and be successful with it. So this man is like a Swiss Army knife with agents.
Yeah, super well-rounded of a player here, and Jeremy is going to find Carl. He was the first one to go down, but Rev's on up, and he's able to at least make things happen for the side of Hashira. And yeah, you're right. Envy on that grand final versus Brent in the best of 5, he played 5 different agents on all 5 different maps, and so super well-rounded as a player. We know the flexibility. That's like a true flex, if anything, right, that you'd love to have on your team. And as I said, you know, he's the type of team role player that you'd want on a squad like this. On Hashira, he can pick things up anytime, and he's always ready to go if he needs to step up on the plate. Great player, and right now, for the side of GXR, their lead from a 4-0, it's been tied on up here, and so they're going to have to get a stop once more. Early aggression coming on here from Ching towards this A main position is going to be forced on back. A bit too much pressure being applied here from the side of HSR, and he knows he can't contest it any longer. They fall on back. Johan faking that TP. Maybe going to keep him guessing if he's on top of that boosting position. But for the rest of Hashira right now, still, their sights are focused towards A main. They do have a player here towards the link, cutting down mid in case any cheeky flanks come in once more, like Ching did on that opening pistol. But for now, HSR be taking things a bit slower. A mid left on the clock. They do have some time to work with. Johan here, be the first one to make contact on this owl drone. They know where he is. He still does have a paranoia. Never mind, he burns it. He has a TP as well to pull off, but here it goes. Look at that showstopper from Johan. Carl and Ching will find one apiece. It's a 4v3 right now. Will he land his frag? Yes, he will. Ching will go down, but not after finding one of his own here with the sheriff in hand. It's a 2v3 right now. So I make that 2v2. If tie things all up here, they can make this happen.
30 seconds left.
He was able to get away from the clutches of Georgie. This is going to allow 2766 to run all the way to B. And it's going to be... Okay. Yeah, you can see the ping from Hashira. They know that that's going to be an angle for Georgie to go for the punish. But if he can survive here, if he can ask Hatred for some help, they can actually get the kill onto Georgie and maybe even plant the spike down. It's going to be so crucial here. He's not connecting shots. 9 seconds isn't enough time. Maybe Hatred has to just run in and chase Carl right now, who's into the corner. He is still... Oh my God! Hatred finds it. He knew what he had to do in that situation. There was no time. They couldn't plant the spike down. They got Georgie already, and they just charged right out. And Carl No freaking way does he lose that?
What a sequence unfolding on here. I'd love to see a replay of that, please, please. HSR, though, they've taken their lead now here, SRI. GXR, they came off with a strong start, but things, as soon as Hashira kind of caught on, they got the leads on what Galaxy Racer has been doing here. They just stepped up to the plate. It's been a complete team effort. No single player has been really, I guess, going up against the rest of them, and so 5-4 on the board. They're taking this lead right now. Will they extend it further? Clearing out this wine position. Nobody waiting on there. You can see inside the site, actually on that boost, is going to be Johan, where he has been keeping them guessing. Yes, but Ching trying to see what space, what angle he can find here towards mid. Not wanting to get a bit too aggressive. He does know 2766 is now up on here on top mid. He has to assume that the cross is being held here from Link by Hatred as well. He's been playing this position time and time again, so he has to be able to read this. He has to recognize this. Right now, though, Hashira, they're taking their sights here towards Bravo, and right now, as they're walking on up here, Rabbit is going to be the first one to make contact. I believe he has the paranoia as well to still work with. Inside the site is going to be Eman. We know what he can do, holding down the B site here inside that, boathouse on the Bravo site, but will he be able to really attest to how Hashira have been so good at this attack? Will he be able to repel them? Market position logs will be cleared on out here by Jeremy with that nade, and here comes a full swing onto the B site. Emon's gonna be the only one on site to actually fend him off, and Rabbit, he knows where he is right now. Paranoid comes out, he has been taken down. Jeremy will find him, Carl will find a double kill here now in the India, and Jeremy, it's a 4v3 right now on this post plant. They will get that spike plant down. They have time to work with.
Do they know that he just boosted up here? He could do some serious damage.
No, they don't.
If they're not careful.
2766, he found the frag, and Carl's going to find one of his own too. Now they finally able to get that spike plant down. Yes, but the swing comes on here. Hatred will find Ching, guarding him on off. It's a 2v2 here, Asarai. 1v2, 2766 once again in this clutch position. Will he be able to do it? Carl is very low, mind you. He only has an Aldrone to work with here. He has spotted the information out. He knows one is towards main and one is here towards the spawn, but if he swings wide, he might just get crossfired. Johan, he's going to win that fight, coming in from behind, and finally GXR get a round on the board after 5 straight from Hashira, able to tie things up here.
That was definitely Carl's time to shine. That double kill from him allowed them enough leeway and less amount of forces from yeah.
Hashira and GXR.
Sorry, there we go. I'm back.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. So what I was saying there was that double kill from Carl was so crucial because that just allowed or messed up the plans of Hashira for that post play. There could have been a really good play there to come out from Hashira because I think what happened there was they boosted Hatred as well as Rabbit. And Rabbit did that, what do you call it again? The Flexinja shrouded step onto site from the boost spot, and I don't think Emin was prepared for it, so he got immediately flushed out. But that double kill coming from spawn definitely was a step in the right direction from GXR here, and it seems like Hashira, they'll go in for a very, very fast take onto the site here, but of course Georgie denies that fact as Jeremy is gonna say goodbye sweet prince from that one.
Yeah, well, they have taken early control here of the A side, Asarai, and very notably so. Carl just finds a triple somehow. Georgie, it just swings back their way. What's happening? They just completely shut it all down. Hashira seem to have gotten a good start going on here as GXR gave the site, but GXR, they're like, okay, they are masters here at this sort of style of initiate, then retreat, then retaliate. This has been a style that GXR have been really good at so far here on Ascent, on especially the defensive side, and you can see the full benefits of that, giving up the A site, but they treated it like a trap. They left them there all to get shot like fish in a barrel, and GXR just capitalizing on the space that they gave Hashira so that they can actually get them in the perfect position to really, well, I guess, pincer them on in on the site, and they all line up for him. So once more, insane plays from these individuals from GXR, but we're moving now into the last round of the half. A quick pause here before we move on over to this last round here, round number 12. And so,
yeah,
what do you think Hashira can do right now to tie things on up here? We know that they like taking control here of this link position and holding that crossfire to not let Shing push on in, but like, what is something more that they can do to maybe tie the round up?
Honestly, just the very basic of it, just don't die on the first entry point. because I feel like that's been the story here, that Galaxy Racer just caught Hashira off guard so many times, and beautiful, just sickening plays from Carl there. I know that Georgie's the top fragger for this game with 17, but I feel like Carl has definitely showed his stock with a nice amount of kills, especially as a Sova, and he's really allowed GXR to get a lot of these kills with his recon dart setups and whatnot. I mean, yeah, he's made a bit of mistakes that's allowed Asher to do the same thing, but I feel without that, Ching and Georgie just aren't able to capitalize on, you know, the lack of information. That's why they need the Sova. That's why they need Carl here. And Rabbit just runs out immediately from that Sova drone, but he doesn't know that Ching is about to creep in. But he does take himself in the corner onto Pizza, but Rabbit should have been the wiser, and Ching just got the better of him.
Maybe a few more carrots were needed in Rabbit's lunch there. Getting fragged, and now Ching. He's rotated back here towards the A side to try and help him on now, but Envy, a good pick from him to find Ching. That's a big player removed from the GXR squad. It's 3v3 right now. Make that a 3v2 in the favor of Hashira. Envy, dude, he's been doing so much work here for this Hashira squad. He's found a double opening pick towards that A site and gives him positions to play for the plan. Now, they're replaying double here under Dark in the shadows, and so Carl, he has to know they're going to be right under him. He does know 2766 is by that generator right by the door, and so as it is closed, he knows that they cannot filter on out. They have to be right under him. Emon here, does he have utility to even flush him out? No shock darts. I don't believe there are any nano swarms as well. Carl will drop on down. If you will get the third of this round, and 2766 will close it off. 6-6 on the board, and as you said, all they have to do here is swing things back their way, and well, they're 6-6 right now at the half. We're going for another reset.
Envy's at 10 kills, but it seems like he's done more than I think we see in terms of like the numbers. You know, that 10-9-3 just does not give him much justice. Of course, Hatred and Jeremy have been picking up as well. I think this is like the dynamic duo of Hashira, Jeremy and Hatred, but Envy, he's just kind of like the quiet kid in the corner that he's so cool. And when you talk to him, he's like, "Yeah, what's up?" And then when you ask him to play with you, he just like pops off, right? And I feel like that's Envy right now. But for GXR, they're doing a lot of good things as well. Those 5 straight rounds that they've had definitely at least is a safety net. They've kept it as how do you say this back in blue, as even as possible. And now coming into this attacking side, they need to win this pistol once again. But that was beautiful because it caught Rabbit unawares, and the ping actually spots him out. Is Jeremy gonna hit the shot? Not really, but 2766. How does he just go about that? Swings out onto market and basically picks up the best produce, and he produces excellence. And that's gonna be 2766 now onto the board here. 2 kills in hand. The big flanks from Envy. He has vision on the spike, and he will be using the doggy to get this stylish, well, bit of information. But they're going to be the ones to try to get the spike again. Envy has all the flashes in the world. They're going to be swinging hard in this one. In 2766, he is just on fire. The double stack as well, and that's going to be Hashira to win the pistol.
I mean, man, you got Envy, you got 2766. When you have these type of 2 role players who are so good at holding things down and playing bread and butter, and in that 2v2 situation, they're definitely going to win a round like that. They know exactly what to do, how to play off of each other. You're used to it. Hashira get the second pistol round on the board for their side here, moving to the second half, and so 7-6 on the board, as you guys can see. But right now, GXR, pressure is on them to make something happen. Of course, they're going to be on the light buy coming into this. 2 Sheriffs and Frenzy here as well to come on out. That's all they got to really work with. But can they make a play? When you are in this situation, this is the kind of round that you kind of want to actually try and make something happen when you are on that eco side, because, well, you don't have the weapons advantage. You probably can play the man advantage, if anything. And so Hashira, they know that too. They're going to be trying to stick together, not letting each other get separated. And so Hashira, look at this, a double spray down from Jeremy. They're calling in here towards his short position, but they're not letting him in through the gate. So right now, it's completely shut down. Rabbit will find another. I think it's going to be a quick round for this Hashira squad, as it should be. Galaxy Racers seem to have been spun.
Have you been to this town? You know, it's a nice little place. I think there's a lot of resource gathering. There's a lot of chipping down wood, and it's called the Mow Downtown. And it seems like Hashira has teleported the rest of GXR on that particular round. They stacked up onto the short, and they just got taken in for the ride of their life there. Of course, that is gonna put us into an 8-6. But Hashira, or rather GXR, more specifically here, Black, they haven't really been pushed to the limit just yet in this Ascent map. There's still a lot more options for them to try to deal with. Now they've gotten back on their weapons here, on their rifles. The thing about that, though, is the thing that's kind of disgusting about Hashira, I think, is they're gone to the next point about defending Ascent. And Ascent isn't really the easiest map to defend. I think Bind would be probably easier, but I think they've just leveled up and kind of gotten into the realm of SE Atlas and Empire levels of defending Ascent site. And that's where we have to see the brilliance from GXR just sprout out, because if they can't figure out this, it's going to be another tale of GXR win one round, but then they lose it, lose the loss bonus, and then get reset every single time, which is definitely not to their favor.
Yeah, so to harp into that, you know, as they're pushing on in here, they have to try and finally get this gun round going their way, because GXR, the test is already here. You know, the papers have been sent to them, and Emon, he's going to answer back with a frag onto Envy. That's a big player to find. We know that Envy's been doing so much here on these post-ban situations. For the side of Hashira, going for the spam here. Shing, not going to find anything, trying to open that can of worms, but right now, nothing jumping out at him just yet. Hatred will be that player on top of the rafters with 2766. He has been anxious right now from that paranoia, but Johan and Carl will find a double pick for GXR. That's another one from Carl. The flurry of frags goes their way here, Galaxy Racer, and they take another round on the board to tie things on up. There were 2 found, yes, but Hashira, in the end of things, Galaxy Racer, well, you're a single round away from tying things on up here. 8-7 on the board. As soon as they got those rifles up on the board there, Asurai, they made things happen. The test was put to their plate. Well, they sent it on back, telling them, I got a full course meal coming. You guys better be ready, Hashira.
Man, I mean, again, we only got 5 maps. I will keep repeating this till we have 6 maps, man. You only have so many maps to learn, right? And you gotta know that GXR also has a pretty mean Ascent map. And I did say that they need to win that particular round, because every single time, if you do lose that, you'll be reset. And I think in terms of mental as well, it's just a big little hit in the brain, right? In any case, 2766 now gonna be... Really? Oh, he's gonna be investing on an Odin, which I really do like. I also say this, Black. When you're on the B site, on Ascent, and you have that Odin, let's hear it once again. Every wall is bangable. And if you can have that recon dart, get that pulse in, that one wave to get that information, you will be slapped in a lot of faces. Another technical pause is being had here. And hopefully teams can come back, because we've seen this happen with GXR the last time that them and Hashira were fighting, and it wasn't a pretty picture. And they can do the same if they can not have that and be full force right now. I feel like we are going to be pushed into a game 3. GXR, they have all the right tools, but it just seems to not be connecting. It's like that weird Lego piece that you don't know where to go, or that weird little Zoid or Gundam piece that you just don't know where it is, and you have to find the instructions manual. GXR right now, they have to browse through the manual, whether it's a magnifying glass or something. You just got to figure things out.
Yeah, well, they don't have much time, so they got to flip through those pages real quick. As you said, it's like a missing piece that, you know, it came with the box, and so it has to be part of this whole strategy of things, but we just don't know where to place it right now. And so GXR, they have to find that missing piece for them right now, and where exactly to place it, because as you can see, they're only a single round away from tying things on up here. But if they lose this round, they're going to be in another quite unfavorable economic position, and that might just be enough for Hashira to string this up into even more rounds and, well, maybe even take map number 2. But right now, Galaxy Racer, I like what I'm seeing a lot more here on their Ascent than they were on Bind. We did say that historically they are a team that did start off quite slow. In this case, finally getting some things going. And map number 2 is their map to take. As we move into, if we move into map number 3, that is all up in the air. Who can take Haven? But right now, this is a map for GXR to be winning on, and we're going to see if we're going to be able to do even more here on Ascent. But 7-8 on the board. Finally, round is about to get going underway. Eman will be the only player here without a rifle. A Spectre in his hands instead. What can he do?
Why does the term Spectre Deflector always pop into my head when I hear the word Spectre? I don't know. Maybe it's from an anime or a cartoon I watched from like old. But Now back to the ball game. GXR, they were able to creep their way up here. Bit of contact. Jing does get spotted. Rabbit backs away safely as he's almost taken out, down to 43. They're opening the market doors, and wall denied. I like it. It seems like the early shoppers are here, but you gotta respect that there's just one bodyguard that is stopping them in the track. One security guard stepping, wait, hold the thought. It's not open, the store's not open yet. But Emin, as well as Carl, flush out on logs, and Hatred got spotted, got taken out in 2766. Just could not handle the waterfall that is GXR. Now, they still do have Envy, and even to that damage, they will still be healed right back out, which is good. But there's so many angles, so many opponents, and not the best form of weapons to try to make this work out in the end. Jeremy popping out onto Market there, has spotted Georgie, but of course with the judge, if you can just go around the corner, it becomes a non-factor, and your Vandal becomes a wall bang machine. And that is going to be another round for GXR here. I don't think Hashira knew what they were coming into, but they were definitely not ready for that. At least GXR get that 8-8 here, Black.
Yeah, 8-8 on the board, and well, you tie things up. Finally, Galaxy Racer. They're getting things going once more, and Georgie, 19 frags, looking a lot hotter, dude, on this map number 2 than they were on Bayern, especially for Georgie. He's finally seemed to have woken up on here, and they really need that right now to make this comeback happen, as now on the attack, you see how they're going to play this out. They seem to be walking their way here towards A main, but early kind of, I guess, initiation was shown here from the side of Hashira towards B main. There was some contact there towards that B main position, but GXR are not going to give up a pick. They're going to fall on back, let them do what they want to, and well, let's try and reaggress and retaliate here towards the A site instead. They're walking their way up on here, and they do have the spike as well. The thing is, will they fully commit to this A site? It seems like so, and Hashira are ready to anticipate this. They're playing for the retake here. You can see them all the way back down very conservatively on the back of the site, waiting inside the rafters, not going to actually play inside the site. They're going to give this one up and play for the retake. Hatred, he does have kind of a crossfire here. He can spray on through this smoke. They come on in, but Envy, he finds a frag on the chain playing underneath there on the dark position, and well, he's going to be kept in the dark as he's immediately removed from the round. Carl on 5 HP as well. You can try and make something happen here towards the short side position from main with that Hunter's Fury, but Rabbit with a great flank. Oh, the timing just doesn't work out. As this lockdown expires, you can expect Rabbit to push on out there, and he might actually just find a double kill coming his way. Yes, he will. That's one, that's two. Rabbit shuts it on down. Eman and Georgie, last two members on the site for GXR. It's not looking good. They're going to be sandwiched here, and well, they're going to crumble too. Hashira take round number 9 on the board.
And that's all she wrote. Man, Envy, I don't think it stands for invincible. I think it stands for invisible, because he can spot people through freaking walls. Of course, that wallbang spot is quite common, but there is like slight variations where you have to go like left and right that just doesn't spot you. But this flank from Rabbit was just chef's kiss, man. Like Johan wasn't even aware of it, and they were all looking on top of Heaven on A site, just because they knew that Envy was there, and the presence this man has just had on this second game has really put GXR in a cluster. But of course, I don't think they also did know that someone was going to be flanking just because of that lockdown as well. But that's definitely not what GXR wanted. They had everything in the bag, and if they could have gotten the kill on Rabbit, I'm pretty sure they would have had that round. Any case here, though, they aren't really truly reset. They have the money, but Shing does opt to use his blades for the moment. Envy spots out too in mid. Gonna jump up here into the base just to spot out more coming in from that archway. But Hashira here, they've more than just conceded the site here. And I think now GXR, with everything that's been happening, they've decided to just go for a slow, methodical play here and make sure that they waste the wall. Don't have to break it, just have to waste the time on it. Let it whittle down, and then that's when you're going to be seeing maybe Georgie and Ching finally explode from market.
Right here.
Yeah, so you can see actually Georgie and Ching here waiting patiently, but 2766 in lineup on for him. Rambo would be proud. Not the third falling his way as Carl will get to double his way too. That's a 3v2 situation right now. Make that Ching all alone here, dashing on in via double to shut things down. Tasha take a 10th round on the board, and can see the full use of that Odin put into great effect, coming on there, holding the B main position all down entirely by himself. Carl was able to swing and get a double kill, yes, very valiantly, but in the end, well, they already had the man advantage here on the side of Hashira, and Envy, man, in that type of position, we know what he can do, and he definitely fully capitalizes on the read that was given and the information too. And so, coming on here, Hashira, only 2 rounds away once more for match point, but GXR, they're keeping it close still. It is an eco for them. Georgie will be investing into a Vandal, the only player here to invest into a rifle, anything more than a pistol. And so, for the rest of GXR, they're going to try and play around him. Right now, as a tactical pause does come on out, there should be a pause from GXR. Kind of want to talk about, you know, how exactly do we play this kind of light by awkward situation? Seems to be the answer to try and enable Georgie to make a play, because right now, they are looking, things are looking dire for them. They give up this round. That's one away from match point. Definitely not a cushion that they want to play with.
I just want to paint a mental picture, you know, for you and our viewers out there.
Yeah.
When you get hit by an Odin, as Asians, right? I feel like it's comparable to whatever your mother or father did to discipline you before. Like, imagine if you get slapped by, for me it was a belt before, right?
Yeah.
Imagine that and the rounds per second that an Odin does. It's basically what happened to GXR there. They got reminded that, you know, get slapped in the face sometimes, and that Odin is a scary little weapon. Not actually little, but pretty big. Sheng will be just moving around with the Sova drone here. Georgie's going to be starting off that one-way smoke. Look at that as he immediately spots it out. He just backs away. They want to charge this, but it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to find any form of intro whatsoever. That door's going to be there, but seemingly enough, GXR is able to go into the site unscathed, but okay, Rabbit, we see you coming out from heaven. The flash out as well from Envy, adding more insult to injury as only Carl to defend, but he was stuck on Generator, and it's all she wrote. And that's going to be Hashira with Rabbit finally stepping up to the board. Now 11-8.
Dude, Rabbit is so good, you know, trying to like squeeze his way and find some space to work with in these type of tightly contested, super frantic and sprawling situations where, you know, so much things are happening, but still he finds an alleyway, he finds a small path to walk onto and maybe get a double kill, and that's exactly what he did. And also credit to Envy, who is so good at supporting whoever initiates first. He's really great at getting that trade frag and even getting more than just that. And so Hashira right now, they're looking so on point in their team play. It's GXR who have to really get the stop. 19 frags and Georgie, yes, but they need a bit more coming from the rest of the team. Do have Carl on 15, but the frags isn't the only, you know, end of the deal here. They need more than just frags to get going. They actually need some proper team play to actually hold things down. Why was Rabbit allowed to swing that wide unchecked? Why was it not smoked off? Those are things that they have to address right now, GXR and Hashira. Well, given all the openings here, they're making full use of it, and they're finding every single opportunity to work with. And GXR, they cannot give these type of things to Hashira, because as we said, you give him an inch, he'll turn it into a mile. Hashira, we know the type of squad they are, and right now they're looking to retain this title of theirs as one of the top dogs in the Philippines.
That's just brutal. I think more so than not, that was just great timing for Rabbit, because I think the way that he went about it was he just peaked at the perfect time, because in those couple of seconds, I think GXR weren't looking at heaven. They looked at that initially, for sure, because there was the recon dart and whatnot, but I think GXR, they just wanted to flush out the entirety of the whole site to make sure that nobody from Hashira is staying there, something like that, and it just did not work out. Rabbit found his opportunity. He came out from his rabbit hole and got a bit of carrot, if you know what I mean. In any case, here's a quick little ultimate here from 2766, and Yohan takes a bit of a beating as well, and he cannot do the electric cha-cha and get out from the amazing, or rather dangerous grasp of that particular ultimate. And that's going to be a 4 versus 5 here. Definitely is going to be another uphill battle, as Rabbit even has another one-way smoke. He's waiting for some foots to arrive. Wants to see their size, ma'am, sir. What's your size of your foot? Is it 10 US? Seems like no. And Rabbit just backs away and refreshes his smoke once again.
Yep, another smoke out here. Flash comes on out. They do aggressively push. No paranoia for him. He does have a teleport, though, to try and bail his way out on here still. Shadow Step is online for him. Smoke should have regenerated by now, and Ching walking his way in. But will he catch him off guard? Yes, he will. Rabbit with his back turn gets shot in the side. So Cheng make his way here towards the generators. Yes, you know, he's dropped down. No! 2766 will swing wide, and he will land his shots truly. Now, the push here coming from Hashira. They did have mid control, but they're relinquishing it right now as the trackers are chasing them all on down. You can see here, Georgie winning that fight versus Envy still. And now, it's a 3v3 here, going towards the B side. 20 seconds after the clock. They have to commit to this. There still is a defender on GXR here on the B side. That's going to be Jeremy and Hatred as well to get the crossfire, but he gets taken down. Georgie, a great swing from him inside the triple here, right by the triple rather. It's going to be Jeremy finding one frag. Will he find another? No, he won't. Shut on down to 1v2. No time to get the spike planted down. And oh, yes, it will be a round from 2766, just delaying just enough there, Jeremy, to get them the round on the board. Match point.
Dude, Jeremy, I don't know if he got lucky or timing, a little bit of both, but he got the kill onto Carl, who had the spike, and he was just about to plant as well. And I like the proactiveness of Jeremy to know that players would always peek the back of B, and he just tucks himself at the center of the map or center of the site and just hope to God that his line of sight will not get spotted there by GXR, and it worked. And he found the one player that could change the round for Hashira there, the bomb planter, the spike planter, and that's definitely not painting a pretty picture here for GXR. Smokes will be used. That's going to be a nice little catch for Ching here, but he cannot connect the shots even through Rabbit. That should have been a nice little takedown there, and now this flash here could actually put him in a bad spot. 1-for-1 trade, yes, but Ching is just not getting any frags that he needs to, but that pushing onto short, though, that's a definite step in the right direction here for GXR.
Yeah, well, 12-8 on the board. Hatred and 2766, the last two for Hashira. We know the type of damage that these two can do. But GXR, they do have the man advantage to work with. Hatred walking on in here. Sorry, it is, yeah. Hatred playing on top of the rafters. He does have a wall to apply. He actually has a full utility. He can get the res as well if he wants to apply it. And he will get that up here to get Jeremy back online. As the wall comes on up, he finds a frag, do a double kill. He's done this time and time again. And a triple kill coming in from Hatred, gaining HSR, the win over GXR.
Okay, there we go. Diffuse. Hatred was a bit afraid of the satchel killing him, so he backs away smartly, or was that the satchel from Jeremy? Either way, like you said, he's able to just produce excellence, and Hatred once again just nets them that victory already. They didn't want to push it to a 12-9. Might as well make it 13-8, right? But everybody from Hashira here is just going to be enjoying that victory. And once again, the potassium levels on this team is out of proportion as they're eating their bananas.
Yeah, just going left and right, full speed ahead. Hashira, dude, 2-0 here over Galaxy Racer. I think we all expected this to go the full length, to go a full 3 maps, to go into Haven to get the route to, you know, be the decider here for Hashira versus GXR. But Hashira quickly on the path of, well, really proving that they should be the top dog here in the country. Right now, taking down GXR, that's one checkpoint already crossed off of the list. There are more, though, to get through, and we're going to see who exactly you're going to be facing in the semifinal. But for right now, Hashira move up to the semis. GXR eliminated here from week number 2 of stage number 2 of the VCT PH. What a great performance we did see coming from both of these teams, but in the end, only one can prevail. It's going to be Hashira, man. What a series from them. They have improved so much since stage 1.
Yeah, they definitely have just... I don't know. It seems like a Sentinels story where I think you guys watched the Score Esports' take on Shazam. That's a good example to kind of set the same tone here for Hashira. They were such a team that can always perform. They can beat the up-and-coming teams here, but they still seem to fall short against the already established players and the already established teams, ergo Bren. But now, I think this team just cannot do any wrong. They might lose a couple of rounds here and there, but they're still able to understand what they need to do to adjust and they do it in a fashion that allows them to not really lose too many and still net them that advantage. Anyways, guys, we're going to be heading on for a short breather here. And when we come back, it's going to be the panel to figure things out as to how Hashira got that 2-0 against GXR. This is a single elimination tourney, guys. So GXR got no more chance. They're going to have to go for the next one. And Hashira will be moving to the semifinals. So don't go anywhere. VCT will be coming back.
Hashira taking a decisive 2-0 win up against their rivals GXR, a team that seemingly had them on the ropes a number of times here in the VCT, but today Hashira has the read. Whether it's hitting the shots or making the retakes absolutely doable and possible, Hashira have made it work. With the star players on their team and the amazing amount of teamwork and communication they had, it just seems like the pieces all fell into place for this young squad. And we're going to be able to speak with one of the members right now. As to who that is, we don't know just yet. We got the interview in just a second. But truly speaking, the amount of team and the growth of this Hashira squad has just been so phenomenal. Welcome back here to Valorant Challengers Philippines. My name is Illustrado. You're joining me. I'm your host here today. And joining me is going to be none other than one of the players here from Hashira. Who's it going to be? I think we got Envy up in here. Yo, is it Envy? Hey,
Hello.
Envy, man. What's up? How you doing?
We're feeling great. We're happy we won. And yeah.
How does it feel to finally beat GXR in a 2-0? Because I know before, it was a lot of sketchy performances. Like, sometimes GXR will win, and a lot of the times, fans or whoever would always say, yeah, Hashira only beat GXR because they got a DC issue. How does it feel to beat them in a decisive 2-0?
Well, for us it's very we're very happy because it happened because we wanted to prove them wrong. So, we came here after like issues in our team this past week in our practice. We finally did and done it. So yeah, we're happy we did it, and yeah.
Tell me about your multiple agents. You're one of the players, and we've talked about this a lot, that is able to play in like Bren, the best of five,
Wait,
five
nawala yung
agents and
internet.
5 maps. Oh no, no, you're fine. You're here. I think. Hello,
Uy,
hello. I think he's here. Hello. Check.
hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
hello.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. So, tell me about your 5 agents and 5 maps for Bren, and how you're able to just sort of play so many agents so well.
Well, it started off when I keep watching different types of tournament VODs, like different teams. So I just started to adapt each play style and different agents. So people start to read me unpredictable, so they cannot really read me in how I play. So
Mhm.
yeah, and also they needed like someone to be flexible in roles because we wanted to keep, Jeremy in hatred in some maps in duelist. And yeah, so I had to adjust for the team, and I'm happy I'm capable to do it for the team, and
Right.
it paid off.
Honestly, it pays off so much because being flexible, we've known that you can play any role for quite a while, but to play 5 agents in 5 maps, I don't think that's unheard of at this point. I'm gonna ask you a real quick here. Who is the team that you want to be facing off in the grand finals? Any particular team that you want to face off in the VCT right now?
Of course it would be Bren. He's top one rival in this local scene at the moment. So
Right.
we want to beat them in the finals, get to the Masters, hopefully win that, and get to Iceland.
If you
If you
do you
seen
feel
our
like if you beat Bren in this, do you feel like if you beat Bren again, do you think that'll make you secured in the top 1 PH spot?
uh yeah, I think so. I think they're at boot camp right now, so if we beat them while they're at boot camp, I guess we can uh
Really
you know
say.
uh say to ourselves that we are top one, I guess.
Oh, well, that's good luck to you on that. But one last thing before you go, any shout outs to your friends, family, or any fans that you want to give thanks to?
Thank you to our org and our manager and our sponsors, Philips Monitor, Stream Raiders, Blacktop PH, Inline Corporation, and yeah, we want to thank our friends, family, and our fans for all the support you've given us, and we're happy to make it this far.
All right, that's the Banana Squad for you. Thank you, Envy. Good luck later on, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, you just heard it right there from none other than Envy himself, the man, the myth, the legend, the most versatile player I think we've seen here in VCT thus far, still making magic happen. Welcome back to the Updraft. I'm Illustrado, and you're joining me right here on the panel, Viminal and Lingling. Let's begin to break that last game down, all right? So, it started off with a dominant performance by Hashira, and then it got a little bit closer towards the end here, but I think we have to say this out loud, and let's be very, very frank about this. Ching and Georgie non-existent on the first map. Georgie stepping up on the second map, and I feel like a lot of what GXR relies on is their star players, is their duelists hitting those shots, but that just wasn't happening here today, Vimino.
Georgie was just really not showing up on that first map, and it was a really detrimental factor throughout their whole team play. You could really see that when you're down one man essentially the whole time, and it has a really adverse effect throughout the whole game.
Yeah, definitely, Ling. What went wrong here for GXR? What went right for Hashira? What are your thoughts on that last one? Because it seemed to get closer. When Georgie woke up on the second map, he was doing amazing, but it just wasn't enough to win against Hashira, who seemed to be tightening their defenses, who seemed to be doing a little bit better as a team, and preventing star players from popping off. All right, sorry, we're having a little bit of an issue here. I think the sound's not coming through. We'll figure this out in just a sec. Okay, I'll go back to you, Viminal, while Ling figures it out 1 second. So tell me, what went wrong here? It seems like Hashira is tightening things up, is able to really round out their defense and even the offense here. Not so reliant on flashy plays anymore, but the fundamentals are really starting to shine for this team.
Yeah, again, it's a tale of how everyone is stepping up in their entire team. Previously 2766 and Rabbit, as I previously mentioned, they were having a bit of trouble when it comes to firepower. But now we get to see 2766 leading a scoreboard. We get to see Envy leading a scoreboard, and Hatred and Jeremy just being a really solid backbone for the team. And that really works well against teams that rely on their star players time and time again.
Yeah, I feel like it's not enough, Ling, to just have Georgie and Ching pop off every single game, because that's not, I think, a philosophy that works in the long run. Sure, when your team is just starting out, maybe you can have that, but it seems to be the case that when it comes to these really clutch situations, sometimes they're just not able to do it and recreate that amazing aim that they have, and that won't be enough for a team like GXR, who seemingly falters against Hashira, who is developing stronger and stronger foundations and fundamentals.
Especially when with that 19, had see them better overall.
Yeah. Well, fundamentals really a strong factor here. And as we can see right now, GXR in the first game, Carl was pretty amazing. The caster said it earlier. He was definitely stepping up for his team. He was able to show everybody what he can do, even as a Sova, getting those kills. However, we look at the people at the top of the scoreboard, and we just, it's just not right.
Yeah.
The top was Johan, at the top was Carl, and you're wondering, Georgie and Ching here, these guys are two of the best duelists in the country, but they just were nowhere to be found in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, you expect these two to shine for their team, and when they don't, things tend to fall apart, especially, for Georgie, when you select Arena, your only job in the team is to frag out, of course, and pave the way, create space for your team alongside Ching. But he just was not able to do that. Hashira, on the other hand, just shutting him down repeatedly, and of course, Ching as well in the second map here.
I think one of the win conditions for GXR is that they out-aim Hashira, and usually that's the case. Ling, they're normally in a position where GXR can have these magic rounds. We saw it the previous VCT, where Ching and Georgie, two of them can 2v5 Hashira, and that's just so dominant for them, and then they can take these rounds for themselves, their team. But however, today, it seems like, correct me if I'm mistaken here, Ling, but Hashira's team play just overcame GXR on this one, and this is the first shining example of truly Hashira just growing into their own.
They're growing to their own and growing amongst themselves, which is something that I really want to see amongst teams that have been greatly developing over time. You'd see them have these obvious improvements, and it actually shows in terms of like their gameplay and the maps that they have not exactly been quite dominant, but still worked on a lot of factors, or rather a lot of fundamentals in their game that actually did show a huge difference overall.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you completely on there. But let's go ahead and talk about the rest of the day here. We do have a few more games. And honestly, I'm just so excited for them because what a great show we've had thus far. We take a look at the MVP, of course. And I'm not going to be surprised if it's. I'm gonna say it's got to be 2766 or no, it's Aaron actually. It's Envy. Excuse me. 231 ACS for this young man here. And we used to look at Hashira and say, okay, MVP, it's always Jeremy, it's always hatred. But
Yeah.
now you get the flexer of all people, the flex player, the sentinel, the smoker, the not always the smoker, the sentinel, the initiator, and he's starting to pop off for his team. What does this say about a team like Hashira Viminal?
No, I mean, it has a lot to do as well with the fact that Hatred has been relegated to the stage for the most part, coming in from those two games. But really, it speaks volumes about his ability as a player to be consistently atop the scoreboard, no matter what role you play, no matter what agent you play. It really shows his mastery of the game and his understanding of how to play those various agents. And we heard from the interview earlier that he's been purposely studying that in order to be flexible. It really pays off. His hard work has paid off.
Really quick here, Ling, let me ask you. So the thing is, Hashira, their foundations are looking rock solid. Do you see any other team who probably will give them a run for their money in this current bracket?
Not exactly a run for their money, but I would say a challenge to whatever fundamentals that they currently have right now. You'd see them a lot more solid than before, but the only benchmark to their performance would actually be Bren in itself. And it might not, I'm not talking about the Bren that you've seen on the previous callers.
Right.
I'm talking about Bren being in a better form because I know how much they have taken a toll on their loss from last week, and I do not want to see that all over again. Yes, Hashira is a great team on its own, but I really want to see them perform and not falter or not crumble once they actually are against a team that might have to stay up to their level as of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, when Bren is 100%, that's when they really want to win that fight. You heard it from Envy himself earlier on. But let's go ahead and talk about the next series. We do have a couple more games today. Let's take a quick look at what else we have in store for you guys as we pull up the rest of the tournament bracket here today. And I'm so excited for these ones. The next one we're going to be seeing is going to be Empire. They're facing off against Fulcrum. And at the very end of the day, it's going to be Pirates versus none other than Alpha Esports. We've been waiting for this all day long. Viminal, Empire versus Fulcrum. I'm starting to see that. I think these two teams, this series is going to be a pretty good one because let's face it, Empire falling a little bit, I'd say more as time goes by here. Meanwhile, Fulcrum, they're experiencing a little bit of a resurgence. Maybe not like top 7 ranking in the Philippines, maybe not like top 10 yet, but they're definitely getting better. I'd say I'd put them somewhere maybe 11 or 12, but and they might be able to defeat Empire here. But what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, we've been talking behind the scenes here with our other talents as well, Dax especially. We kind of agreed that Fulcrum is a bit of a sleeper team.
Yeah.
They've been away from these major stages like the VCT. During the first stage, they weren't here. During the first week, they weren't here. But now they finally stepped to the plate and they showed up. So we haven't really seen them square off against a lot of the top teams in the Philippines. So it's a big question mark, really, if they can stand up against a team like Empire, which I consider to be one of those immovable teams that are always here in the VCT.
For better or for worse, Empire is going to be around, and they're going to show us that they're a good benchmark, a good standard here. Yeah. Anyway, we're talking about winners right now. Let's talk about you guys. If you guys want to be winners at home, we're going to let you guys do that as well. We're giving away a lot of Valorant points here. 1,500 plus are up for grabs, and it's going to be quite easy for you guys to participate. All you got to do is follow these instructions below, like and share the Facebook page of PPGL as well as the stream. Make sure you're using the hashtags and tell us which team you're rooting for. We'll be picking 10 winners at the very end of the day, and we're giving you away 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. Might not be enough to buy yourself a rice cooker, but I'd say it's pretty significant still. Might be getting you a couple of battle passes, though. So, let's go ahead and talk about where you can see these streams. all you got to do is check this out. We're going to put this up on your screen right now. Twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH for English. If you're watching us on Twitch, of course, this is where we're at. And if you're watching on Filipino, you want to be at PPGLGG. That's on Facebook. So just search PPGL. We got all the English broadcasts on Twitch and all the Filipino on Facebook. So yeah, let's go right ahead and move on and start talking about the next game right here. So we got SV Empire, a team that has been here since time immemorial. They were amazing in they were amazing in First Strike. They kind of lost a little bit, but now they're kind of back with, Kakarot stepping into the picture. They lost version here, Ling. They lost version, but, they got, sorry, not Kakarot. They got Nexi coming up and stepping up here. Symbol's doing rather all right as well. And Draxi's, hit and miss. Ling, but what do you think about SV Empire's newest iteration? Can they go the distance? Can they take it out on a team, like Fulcrum?
Well, as of the moment, I could definitely see them kind of like a 50-50 team still. But by the way that they have been performing from the previous qualities, you'd see a lot of in terms of their playstyle. It requires a lot in terms of utility usage, which is something that would make them, I would say, definitely too slow, and I might have to say too methodical. And that type of approach could be something that be a little bit more predictable than it actually is. They really have to spice up something that could be what Fulcrum not expect them to do. And in the right hands, or rather in the right type of agents, I would say that they could actually stand like a pretty good chance against this team.
Yeah, I agree. Veminal, your thoughts right here on SV Empire?
SV Empire, judging from their previous performance during the last week, where unfortunately there were some issues as well, they were looking pretty good. All things considered, they've been looking a lot stronger than the previous weeks here in VCT. And that's because, again, they restructured the lineup recently. And you can really see the progress that they've been making so far. They've been more gelled than usual. Yeah. And if they can keep that up, they're on a bit of an upswing here. And I think they stand a really, really good chance against Fulcrum.
However, they're in the same bracket as Hashira, who just moved ahead. And that is a little bit of a different tale because as of every matchup, Hashira has beaten Empire every single time. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But in the meantime, let's talk about Fulcrum. Yeah, these guys, new kids on the block here. We got Absolute, Drin Sanity, Hot Sauce, Regolicious. That's a little bit of a tough one. And S1000. So we all know that these guys are new. We don't have a lot of information about where they came from. We know that they're kind of fresh on the scene and they've had performances on, I'd say, more community style tournaments that they, their community has put up themselves. But Ling, we haven't really seen them, test their mettle up against tried and tested teams. This might be the first time we can see them go in a proper, best of three up against the team that has made a name for themselves, that has proven themselves time and time again.
And they really have to give it how much reputation that they have as of the moment, being the new faces on the block where everyone has their eyes on them. This is actually their debut for VCT, and they really have to give whatever they can. But now I really want to see a lot of different elements being played out by this team, given that they are the new ones. I would definitely could expect something pretty standard, given that they don't really have that much competitive experience in the professional scene, and this could actually be something to stir up on towards the competition.
But Viminal, I'm gonna bring this to you right now though. So Fulcrum right here, this is their first true chance. It's kind of like being the new kid in school, and you might get bullied unless you punch somebody in the face, and unless they gotta do it. They gotta punch SV Empire in the face just so they don't get bullied by everybody else. This is their moment to stand up. And let's take a look at the head-to-head. Which teams will be, which players will be squared off right now in the back alley in the parking lot behind the school. It's Nexi and S1000. These are their stats. Honestly, league apart. Nexi, I'm gonna be real here. I think he's gonna just flatten Fulcrum. I think Nexi's just gonna run right over them.
I mean, Nexi is just such a scary guy to be against on the field, and he's always been a very consistent fragger for SV Empire, no matter what role he plays. Even if he's on Duelist, if he's on Sentinel, it doesn't really matter what he plays. He's always a very consistent performance. And okay, we see a lot of difference in those stats according to that stat board right there. But let's keep in mind that stats don't always tell the full story of how the
Yeah.
game played out. It also depends on who their opponents was or how the rest of their team fared. But
Yeah, I think the further we go into this tournament and the more times that these guys face off with each other, the more we can have a better picture of like the
Sure.
stats, and that'll tell us. But for the meantime, we'll work with what we got here. Ling, what are the win conditions here, if there are any, for Fulcrum? I know SV Empire, they're ahead here, but what are the small amount of win conditions that Fulcrum has if they want to take this tournament, if they want to take this best of three, rather, this quarterfinal against SV Empire?
I mean, it's not looking so good, especially in terms of if we're talking about the player head to head alone. I mean, we definitely know that it's definitely a long shot for Fulcrum Esports Catalyst to actually take this W from Empire. But now I still have their hopes. I would definitely give them like at least a 30% chance on taking this away. So yeah.
yeah,
But
I mean,
what about you, Vim? Go
Yeah.
ahead. You were about to say. I do want to point out though.
Right.
I need a win. I need a win condition. What can they
a
possibly
win condition, honestly, I think their biggest win condition here is to catch SV Empire off guard, because we don't know what they're going to bring to the table, and they can pleasantly surprise everyone with some certain tricks up their sleeve. And I think that's their best chance, honestly.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough, though. I think it's going to be a rough one here. Let's find out where we're going to be facing off, though. The map vetoes, where exactly we will land here in this best of three series. We're going to be starting the day off here in Haven. And then we got Ascent to follow that up, and Icebox. Now, we don't really have a very big sample size for Fulcrum, so let's focus right now on Empire, right? So Empire, they're all right on Haven. They're fantastic on Ascent.
Okay.
They're good on. They're really good on Split, and Icebox is a 50-50. What are your thoughts, Viminal?
Here's the thing. Let's not forget that I do believe Empire bested Bren on Haven, which we thought to be, Bren's strongest map. So obviously Empire is a very strong opponent on Haven, and it's actually a very ballsy move, if I may say so myself, for Fulcrum to have selected that map for their map pick. But again, coming into the other maps as well, Ascent, literally every PH team out there knows how to play Ascent very well. Again, not a huge historical track record for Fulcrum Esports, but judging from what Empire has performed in these maps in the past, then I think they have a very, very good chance.
Okay, Ling, tell me what you think about it. We're ending up on Icebox. If it goes to a 1-1, I want to know what you think. What are your predictions for this one? And then I'll go to Viminal.
Well, I'll go to 2-0 for Empire, because I know, given that how patient and disciplined they are as a team, they would not falter for a team like Fulcrum Esports, and they gotta give it their best shot for this time around for the opposing team. But let's just say it doesn't really end out pretty well for everyone.
Okay. For my turn, it's just really interesting to see a new team come into this, and we can always be, pleasantly surprised. We can always be proven wrong, and in fact, I welcome that when this happens in VCT, because it's really interesting when teams sort of show up out of nowhere and defy the stats, defy the history that they've produced. So my prediction for this is it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Empire, but I do believe that Fulcrum is going to give them a run for their money.
I'm going to make a crazy prediction. I'm going to say 2-1 for Fulcrum, just because I'm a madman. This is probably, I really don't think it's going to happen, but I've been right this far, and I feel like if there's any game that's going to throw us a really big curveball, I think it's going to be this one. But let's delay no longer. We're ready to get into the game itself here. About to start with the second series of the day. I hope you're all excited, because I'm absolutely pumped. Again, my name is Illustrato. On behalf of the panel, it's going to be Ling and Viminal. I'm going to sign off for just a second, because I'm going to leave it all in the hands of the casters, because it's time for Fulcrum versus SV Empire.
Well, Fulcrum Esports here, the new kids on the block, looking to show what they've got against Empire, who their kingdom has been steadily here every single weekend of the VCT. Now is a chance to show what they've got too. And so, Dax, how are you doing today, and how are you feeling about this match? We have got more to come.
Dude, I'm feeling so incredible. Honestly, this has just been really the most hype part of stage number 2. Week 2 is where we'll figure out who's gonna be our first rep into Challengers Finals. It might be one of these two teams if everything goes to plan. SV Empire versus Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. And in all honesty, not many expected to get the Fulcrum spot to be here in the playoffs, but the perfect storm of having a bracket that's familiar to them, getting into the right place at the right time, and just doing the right things, allowing them to get into the playoffs. And for the meantime, you mentioned it already, every single week of all the stages we had so far, they have been here. Of course, the current incarnation using last week to figure out what roles they're going to be playing. They feel a lot more stable now, and with those unfortunate circumstances hurting them in their semifinal, they are back in action and ready to play. But I gotta give it to Fulcrum though. They are coming into the set as the underdogs, and I'm just gonna tell it straight to all of you guys. Many of the community do see a bit of their media marketing machine as a meme and a half, because it does feel like there's so many things being overblown right now about Fulcrum. But honestly, this team has won my heart by just how humble they have been in taking these things for stride. They are not a joke whatsoever. They are here for a reason, and they're here to play and show us what they got. They're not a top 7 team. That's for sure. They are going to prove to us that they do belong in the top 10 right here, right now. And let's see what they can do against a stable force as SP Empire.
Yeah, I mean, this is really their chance to. It's like a coming out party for them if they can take this series against such a stable opponent, such a formidable one as Empire, who have yet to miss a single weekend of the VCT. Of course, they have been struggling to get past the semifinal stage, but still, Empire, man, they've been here consistently enough, and that's already an achievement of its own for a new team on the block, their first time coming up on the VCT. Empire is a very formidable opponent. They're going to expose you if you give them too many openings, and so they're going to have to lock down deep here for Fulcrum. They cannot flex anymore. Their name might be Fulcrum, but well, they're the ones who are going to have to be steady as a rock right now, going up against the walls of the Empire. As Fulcrum, well, they are a team that we have seen in like the competitive scene in the community. They've been playing a lot of community and competitive tournaments here, but they have yet to make their mark on the VCT. And now, well, the sentence is about to start. Their story of the VCT is about to start here. Will we see more of them moving forward, or will this be their only ride for this stage? We're going to find out more here, though, as we move into the next few maps. Of course, the maps will definitely mean a lot, as I think Fulcrum, especially here, are going to really want to play their strengths more than even Empire, so being the new kids on the block. We're going to be going on Haven here, and I believe this should be the starting pick from the side of Empire. And so right now, with the side of Fulcrum, scratch that, we're gonna get that fixed. It says ATL, it shouldn't be. We're gonna get that to FEC, Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. They are gonna be on the attacking side right now, and let's look at their lineup here, Dax. Break it down for us.
Yeah, Fulcrum looking to run a pretty stable double duelist comp. You got S1000 looking to play that Jet yet again. And one of the two members of Insanity we're going to be getting into back-to-back series. It's Insanity looking to play the Sova instead. Hot Sauce, I've seen this guy around the scene, also a familiar face to many of the players. And honestly, Fulcrum as a roster, they made waves in the community scene, as we mentioned already, this year, winning around like 2 to 3 community tournaments to at least get into bigger and better stages. They also have been qualified to their own tournament, basically, and now they are here into the playoffs. But against a roster like Empire, this is really a big test for them. Can they finally cut up whatever expectations have been met on them and get beyond that? This is a big test, a big task, and Empire is ready to say, let's try to go for a 2-0 against Fulcrum. We'll find out as we get into Haven. And honestly, the Empire roster, they have shown us their power on a map like this, especially last week against Brand Esports.
Yeah, well, both of these rosters using a double duelist composition, very standardly so for a map like Haven here. And so Empire, to start things off, they're going to be on this defensive side with FEC, Fulcrum Esports Catalyst, on the attack. And we know how much Haven is an attacker-sided map, but will that really play a big factor here when going up a team against a team like Empire, who are so consistent and so used to being, well, on the back foot and playing with their back on the ropes that sometimes it's negligible against some of these teams. And so right now, to start things off, finally, map number 1, Haven, is where we're going to be getting this show going on, as we're going to be looking to map number 1. What can we expect here before we actually start this map? Fulcrum, they are the new dogs. They are the ones who have something to prove. And well, for Empire, if they play how we know they should be playing, they should be able to take this series. But of course, we've seen underdog wins happen time and time again here at the VCT, and we'd love to be proved wrong once more from this Fulcrum squad. But Pistol, getting underway.
Yeah, this is a heat check right now. Empire gonna be on the defensive as Fulcrum will be on the attacking side. This goes to show that Empire is trying to figure out how far and how much progress the FEC roster has gotten over the past few weeks, and we'll see now how they play this out. So Hot Sauce watching around for A-Long for now. In the meantime, Turret can be left behind. The spike is also set up to play into C side if ever. But beyond that, it is a slow play here from FEC. Seems like they're trying to change up the pace of the game right now, making sure that everything is fine and dandy for their openings. And Empire, they're stationed up as well as they can. 2 of them into the garage so far. Here we go now with the short angle being covered by S1000. In this case, they are going to be trying to go for a push here as we get a little bit of the hello from Jaxi. Paranoia gets connection. Argelicious is going to be going on down. Dreadsanity, though, in the meantime, we'll get 2 so far. And over onto A side, we shall go. Really just goes to show right now that for the side of Fulcrum, patience is a virtue that they can make work. And Spike now planted, and they're ready to go.
Here they come on in. It's a 4v3 right now in the favor. Here Fulcrum getting that successful plant on towards the A side. It is planted for long. And so the position here of Dreadsanity, he's going to have to come in big to really get this one on the board. But now, there's the paint shells out, not landing anything. They will clear out the underneath here. No, they won't, because here comes Blocks, just shutting them down like a Lego that he might name them to be at. And, well, Symbol, very low HP on both of these last remaining players. Will he find a frag here? Blocks very low. 5 HP on him. A single bullet will do him on end, but he will get taken down here. Symbol looking for a sign, but Blocks tells him to go the other way as Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. They take round number 1. It almost seemed like Empire were going to strike back, but, well, FEC able to take the first pistol here, and that's a start you want against such a team like Empire.
Exactly, and jumping jackrabbits there for Hot Sauce, hopping on around like a bunny behind that default box. Eventually, though, you can just rely on someone like Symbol to hit that kind of shot. Unfortunately, Blocks was there to get the kill in the end and give Fulcrum the initial point. So a good start here for the Fulcrum squad. They won the pistol, they're gonna have the advantage. In the meantime, Empire still confident they can go for the fight. It's triple sheriffs now for Batko, Symbol, and EJ. Drax even with a surprise shorty if ever. But Insanity having a good idea and gets that first kill. Next he will go down. Symbol though with a refrag. 4v4 right now, and look at this Fulcrum deciding maybe we can cover that gun, prevent them from picking that one up, but Symbol, he still wants to fight. Go for the taps right now. Nanos Farm now gonna burn him down to a crisp, and it's S1000 catching out Symbol. Argelicious is on the board again. EJ though, a little sneaky there, but the Jets with just the opportunity to peek through the window and gets another one on the board. Clean up right now from Fulcrum Esports Catalyst.
Well, it's a complete janitor's job right now that Fulcrum are doing. Cleanup control has come on in, and Empire, second round given to FEC. Of course, they were on the eco there, and so, as expected, FEC able to take that round, Fulcrum. But now, as Empire are finally able to buy up, they're gonna try and make their stop here, coming on to round number 3. Now let's look where Fulcrum seem to want to set their sights in. It seems like they kind of want to try their luck here towards like this mid-garage position, maybe take control of that, and they also do have Blocks here, who seems to want to make a play towards Belong. Maybe go for that, well, ultimate charge control and really get the free charge off of the board. And so now they push up in here towards garage. Aldrone to just clear the corners. Window, they have to be careful of that. But here, S1000, he's walked his way up on in. 35 HP on him, and he's in a very committed position right now. This looks very dangerous for him, but it could swing their way if he can get the right timing. But Draxy's going to find the frag there on RJ. And as the swing comes at you from Blocks and S1000, they find the frag to PCS, but that goes. And Nexi will get the trade off real quick. Blocks, last one left alive, but he'll get quickly shut down here. Nexi and that goes. The last two to find those frags here from the side of Empire. And they get their first round on the board. Only a single way from tanking up.
Yeah, but but this time it's gonna be FEC getting the guns. That was the fastest I've ever seen Fulcrum play so far, and it still was honestly on the slowest side. So you can see here for Catalyst, they love to play that slow pace. They love to be looking for those punishments, look for that patience to reward them as much as possible. But Empire with the gun advantage, and of course Nexi stationed at the right place and at the right time allows Empire to take that win. But this is now going to be the test here for both teams. Who will take this one? Will it be FEC getting another one on the board, or can Empire tie it up? Immediately though, it's Argelicious taking point, moving over to B site. We do have the link being covered here by both the Raze and the Killjoy on the defending side. And in this case now, it's up to Argelicious. What can he see? What does he know? He saw the paint shells being thrown. EJ's there on the other side, but besides that, it's FEC playing it slow and steady yet again.
Well, an opening pick finding the way here of FEC rather, as S1K finds it on the EJ, who has been doing so much work here. Well, here they come on in towards the B site. They have control of it, but oh, a great pick on found there by on towards Symbol, rather S1000. He does go down, the Jet being taken out. It's a 4v3 right now. Spike will get planted here towards the B side, and holding down towards window. RJ will find that frag on the Bat Ghost, not able to sneakily fly his way on in. Hot Sauce will get a triple kill, very spicy from him. And well, Fulcrum Esports, they get a third round of the board here, Dex.
The defense is just getting picked off at the very start, and then suddenly, as soon as we get Fulcrum setting up that spike, they look like the defenders no matter what. Just how they have a handle on their flanks, on the sides, on the back of whatever their advance has to be, really has been rewarding them. And honestly, this is such disciplined play here from Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. Overall, it just is now how Empire is going to be facing off against Catalyst into this set. When they realize how slow Catalyst actually plays, what kind of adjustments will Empire do? Can they go for more aggression? Can they actually go for the pickoffs early on? Or will they hang on back? But this time, it's all about pistols and a single Marshall. Can Empire actually steal a win here? Or can Catalyst just go in, go ham, and run it down already over to A side here, Black and Blue?
This is a question here. How will they respond? But EJ with a paint shell. RJ going to answer on back. And look at this. Symbol finding a sign. EJ, that's a second frag from him now with the showstopper. And they brought it now to a 1v3 after Hot Sauce finds a frag of his own. Symbol shutting him down. Drink Sanity. 1v3. The Sova in this situation. He is playing here towards short. They know where he is. They have to know. Actually, they don't. You can see him quite spread out. They're still guessing. But Drink Sanity tagged on the back. Shot in the face. Nexi will get the round on the board. Empire crawl on in. It's a 2-3 on the board right now. Will they be able to make this comeback successfully happen? It seems so. They're only a round away from doing that. And Fulcrum, if you lose this round, you're going to be in a bad spot economically. It's not going to pan out too well for them right now. Empire looking to make this comeback happen. It's only a round between them once more. And I do really like the fact of how they've been really good in at least receiving and reciprocating the initial pushes coming in from Fulcrum. They know when to pull back, they know when to retaliate, and that's just speaks to the veteran prowess of Empire right now as we move into round number 6.
Yeah, it was a beautiful read by Empire. They realized that we saw Catalyst decided to go for the heavy stack onto A side, and it went even faster than usual. Beautiful punish instead by the Empire there, and now it's Symbol getting rid of Hot Sauce after EJ falls. So 4v4 for now, and things will be fine and dandy here on our side as Symbol can be at the very least keeping an eye out into the middle. But then again, with that loss, already Catalyst playing it as usual. Slow, steady, wait for an opportunity, and an operator in the hands of S1000. Try to figure out if anyone's going to be peeking against Fulcrum.
That is the question now. You can see the solo Omen here. It's going to be Blocks. Looking his way towards the Charlie site, where in also the opposing Omen, Draxis, would be waiting in return. The spike is towards that way, but they're slowly crawling their way up here towards like the sewers in long position. Drone out to buy information and maybe a bit of a distraction too, but they're going to still try and commit once more towards this Charlie site. And so they do have smokes to work with here. I think it should be off a cooldown right now for Blocks, and so they can kind of control the site and how it's going to be happening here. But with this coming on after the paranoia, it might just be enough to get them actions. And Raydre, he has made his way here to the back of the site. Showstopper will not find anything as Draxi finds a double, and next he will shut him down too. S1K here on the Jet. He's the last one left alive, and he's going to need more than just 1,000 to get by himself out of this one, because it's a 3v1, 5 seconds left on the clock. He has to play the safe way. Well, it's going to be Empire with the third round of the board, Dex.
Yeah, and this is where Fulcrum looks a little lost into the horizon, Mr. Black and Blue. When they cannot actually push onto the site with their slow play after getting that initial pickoff, then it does fall apart because Empire is able to station themselves, set on up, and ready for the push from the attacking side. But then again, this is Haven, so overall there is a big chance for Fulcrum to just go for the rotations. They just need to realize when to shift it to a higher gear, when to shift it to another kind of site to go on, because they have a good start already in these rounds. They have a handle of what they know how to play. They know that they can play it as patiently as possible. They just need to realize that they're on a clock overall, and coming into this next round, they're playing with Sheriffs, they're playing with an Operator. Might be, again, them being as patient as can be, and Empire is slowly but surely understanding what Catalyst wants to do.
Game plan right here, right now, for Fulcrum is to basically try and enable S1000 there, S1K, as I like to call them, on that jet to be able to actually find you picks. And if you leg somebody, they're gonna need to use those sheriffs to really clean the job on up and confirm that. That's really what they need to do right now here to try and enable, S1K to find them some opening picks here on this attacking side. Of course, they are at a disadvantage economically, and so they aren't necessarily expected to win these type of eco rounds. But right now, Bat Ghost and the rest of them, they're doing so much work here, especially Draxi, as 100% is getting wet.
And this does feel like it's a bit of the... it does feel like compared to the previous series that we just witnessed a while ago, this is all the way on the other side of the coin, where it's slow and steady, wins the race, Tortoise and the Hare. In this case, it's basically Tortoise just trying to go for the push, trying to go for the race. The Hare, in the meantime, taking a bit of a nap and waiting for the Turtle to come their way. But this fairy tale is not going to be over anytime soon. We are tied up 3-3. We're halfway through the first set of this Haven map. In this case now, Hot Sauce able to crawl himself way to a site. The Killjoy prepared to look for a target or two. It is going to be Bat Ghost though, waiting on the other side of this link. It's all about preparations right now here for the side of Empire, but they're giving up the site for free to allow Catalyst to put the spike down. Now, the thing is though, firepower is still in their favor. Seems like Empire, they just don't want to lose a member randomly to the Operator there. Hot Sauce, he is on a mission here, Black and Blue. He wants to go for the push. He wants to try and make something work, but now it's going to be the lockdown on the other side of this wall. The Graffiti will be having a bit of that circle of doom very, very soon. Bat Ghost though in the meantime with lockdown right now, and Empire, they're giving all the space in the world to try and go for the defuse. Here we go now with lockdown getting broken on down, but the Aldrone will be saying hello halfway to the defuse so far. 5v5 still, and now the Rick and Ball going to be in the play. Here goes Empire right now with 2 kills on the board. Hot Sauce in the meantime catching out EJ, but Bat Ghost now whittling it down, and Nexi, did he just defuse that in front of everyone else? Protection is the name of the game from SP Empire, and they almost got rid of the jet there, but not quite. At least they still have the op here for FEC as Empire takes that round.
What a great response and a retake here from Empire, letting them plant. Okay, you guys get the plant off, but they knew that right in front of this Omen smoke, we can actually get the half defuse, and they do successfully do so. The Owl Drone not able to get that information early enough for them to capitalize and stop him getting that half defuse up, and when he tried to swing, well, he already anticipated that to happen exactly, and you can see just, the veteran experience here of Empire coming to full effect. Fulcrum, they are really good in winning these gunfights, yes, they are really good on storming the site, yes, but thing is, when the scramble does happen in those kind of like tight situations that you can never really practice for, it comes down to experience and veteran leadership, and Empire, that's where they're stepping up right now, making these rounds happen where they just know how to adjust to something that you could never hope to really anticipate. And so RJ taken down already here to start things off, and that is great pick off here coming from the side of Empire, as it's a 4v5 right now as they make their way on in. Bat Ghost here, he has a crossfire with that player all towards the backside. That's going to be Draxi, and so if they decide to push the issue here towards the B side, they can maybe deny this plan, but nope, they're going to let Bloxy do it. They're going to let him plant on it. He's going to be able to TP on out as well, but the swing from Draxi to find Bloxy, opposing Omen, both of them finding one another, but this time Hot Sauce, he's going to go on Spicy. Drin Sand, he's going to find EJ Draxi, he's going to get one in return too. It's a 2v3, make it a 1v3 with S1K once more in a clutch situation. Ping on the spike, not able to land the shot. He's going to have to back off, save the Operator, and that will give Empire the 5th round on the board.
The tribe has spoken, and S1000 is the sole survivor yet again. That operator has been in his hands for quite a while already, but Catalyst cannot make do with it. Every time he's whipped out his own operator, and he says, let me get the kills, let me get the pickoffs, and things are working out so well here for SV Empire. Gotta say though, Vacuum Blue, a sign of a top team is the adaptability of their squad. Every single time we see Empire right now fighting the good fights in the front line, they are able to win it out in terms of position. Still though, FPC doing one thing correctly, just watching their flank, making sure that the flank is not going to be capitalized on by Empire. And honestly, by this point, SV might be thinking, maybe let's just go for a 5v5 in the front. Maybe let's just go for one angle, because it seems like that's what we're winning in. And FPC are going to be trying to play B-side again with a bit of covering fire from the window, but the Nano Swarm will burn down the open, trying his best to put the objective down. Not quite though. Empire now even knows where the spike is.
Wow, so much utility there applied to deny that plan from happening. The spike is now in a very awkward position for them to try and even get, and this is looking like a done deal already for Fulcrum Esports' Empire. 4v1, Hot Sauce taken down, placing on that pizza. They get a double round advantage right now over Fulcrum Esports. 6-3 on the board. Empire making this defense looking a lot, well, better than we expected, honestly, because on Haven, honestly, all you really need is maybe 5 rounds on this defensive side to make the comeback happen from the 5-7 going into the second half. But with them already getting 6 here, they're well on their way to taking this, well, basically map number 1 in the pocket. And so Empire are doing pretty good, but don't be too down here for any, well, Fulcrum fans out there. But with Fulcrum, we know what they can do. We know these guys are really good and can get really hot as well, and that's what they have to really do right now. They have to get hot, maybe find the shots, and if they can find his opening pick on the next C2, that would be something.
Yeah, maybe the spice of life might be hot sauce here, but honestly, this is showing the experience gap between these two teams. Not only is the experience of Empire really coming into play by being in the playoffs consistently, but Blocks! What a shot there! Did he just get a trooper with a single bullet? It seems like that was just a perfect opportunity for the Omen to get those takedowns, and now the chance has been made by FEC to go on the inside, and here we go, Argelicious with the kill on the Batkos, and this is where Fulcrum really shines. Make the opportunities work out for you. Seize your own day. Carpe diem at its finest, and now Seaside is theirs for the taking.
What a great shot we just saw there from Blocks, keeping them aligned and well. And now a 1v4. Draxi on him. The pressure is on his back, but this might just be a bit too heavy for him to deal with. He's able to find the frag, not able to find the follow-up, as Blocks will get the third on the board off of a great shot. I wish we could find a replay off of that, because what a show we just got from that one shot with his 4-6 on the board. And as we said, this can definitely be tied on up here at the half. Look at this. Blocks, they line up for him. Kaboom, collateral in the pocket. Ooh, mommy, a double. Here we go. Fulcrum Esports. This is the heat they needed to get things going.
If cells are the building blocks of the human body and mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, then Blocks has to be the powerhouse of Fulcrum right now. That was just a statement shot right there. You don't see that too often, and honestly, Empire a little too eager to go for the fight, but they have to realize that's where they've been punished time and time again. EJ though has said, okay, enough is enough, Blocks. You're not going to be getting another highlight here. Gets a beautiful shot onto the Omen. But it really has been Fulcrum getting such good punishments against Empire all throughout this game. And if Empire keeps walking into that, well, it's pretty much going to be the same case, same scenario, and a victory for Catalyst. But so far, so good. EJ, very respectable about his opponent. Very respectful right now, and understanding that this squad on the other side of the map is no joke whatsoever. Did get that initial pickoff, but then again, it's still Fulcrum playing it slow and steady. Doesn't really matter, it's 5v4 right now. The attacking sides can still make do, but Hot Sauce has to be careful.
They can still make this happen. It's a 4v5, yes, but if they can stack all their efforts into a single site endeavor here, like especially towards the A site, they could potentially swarm this and really zerg it on out and use their numbers advantage to that sole defender. It is a killjoy, of course, so he's going to be able to buy them enough time here, Fulcrum, to maybe make that rotate happen. But as the smoke blocks off this sewer position, it kind of dissuades Fulcrum from further aggressing here towards this A site, and it seems like they want to go around and try their luck here towards B once more. Thing is, though, they don't have the Omen on them anymore, so it's not going to be easy to get that plant off safely, and Draxy's going to find a double kill. Speaking of Omens, he found his. RJ able to finally get a trade out there in Draxy, but he knows here towards this A link. Next, he's going to be waiting, shutting down RJ, not able to land a quick scope there. And the things, well, another round on the board for Empire, 4-7 as we move into the last round of the half. All they need is 5 here, but still, they're going to be fighting an uphill battle for Fulcrum Esports Catalyst.
And Fulcrum, even though S1000, he finally fell there, he still has an operator in hand. Just goes to show how much survival this guy has undergone throughout this half. And honestly, at least the Jet is able to keep on alive, keep the guns going. For now, it's going to be interesting here because Fulcrum, they're down by 3. Empire, they've made the operator work on the defensive side, especially for EJ. Here comes the Blade Storm, though, going to be in play right now. S1000, he's looking for a target, doesn't get it. Simple instead, holding the line, catching out hot sauce immediately. And a good start here for the Rain-Up, but has to get a second one to get away from the nades. Never mind. It's going to be Argelicious with the kill, but S1000 has fallen to make it 3v3. Fulcrum Esports decided to maybe push over to the A side. They're rethinking, are they considering what kind of rotations they can do? But Empire already putting in the vice grip here, Black and Blue, as the Omen of Draxy, trying to play the pinch and trying to play in behind all the way there at C-side.
Definitely true, and you can see here right now for the side of Fulcrum, while it is a 3v3, this can still be swung back. There is a far flank coming up on here from Draxy, but he's not going to really find too much just yet. Seems like A main banana, some people like to call it, is the battleground for everything to get going. And as they're walking their way here now, you kind of want to, I guess, commit now to the A side, but just trying to play a bit of an off timing. You can see they're a bit wary too of a flank, and here as they try and go for the lineups, smoke will come on out. They will blast back on in. They do have the showstopper as well here to try and find an opening, but as EJ backs on off, he's going to let that ring on out towards heaven. Not finding anything just yet, but he will get the spike line down, and here comes the retake for the site. It's a 3v3 right now. Now, aiming position being held here currently by the side of Blacks, who gets shut down by Draxy. A great find from him. RJ, his position has been given away. That paranoia just stops a hair short of taking him on, and well, EJ, he'll get the last frag. A great retake from Empire. 8-4. They have double the round advantage right now over Fulcrum as we move into the second half.
So unfortunate for Argelicious. Second round in a row, he saw an opportunity right in front of him, but he couldn't take it. He couldn't go for the shot, and it is what it is. Now it is FEC down by 4 as we get into your defense instead. But really, Black and Blue, I was trying to make this point earlier, then Blocks rudely interrupted me with an incredible sheriff shot. It just seems like there's such an experience gap between these two teams. Empire, they've been in the scene for quite long, and they've been in the playoff scene for VCT all throughout its run. Not only that, they've been a top team in the Philippine scene, facing off against the best of the best. And when you compare it to Fulcrum, sure, they are also a team that's been there for quite a while, especially for this year. They won some community tournaments, but the level of power of the opposition between these two teams really is a factor right now, and it's hurting Fulcrum in the long run. It feels like Empire is able to overpower the opposition time and time again in direct combat into frontline assaults, and while FEC has used their experience to capitalize on some of the inexperience of the other people in the scene, right? They are able to make sure that their flanks are covered. They are able to make sure that they're able to defend really well, and Hot Sauce off to a good start right now. So for FEC, this might be their opportunity to show us what they got, because they have the firing squad ready for the pinch, and clean as a whistle, Fulcrum will take the pistol of the second half.
A great swing around coming here from Fulcrum. They realized, okay,
and
yeah, they couldn't just, you know.
Right now.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I was muted on the other opposing side, but yeah, I was saying, a great swing around coming in from Fulcrum. They realized, okay, we can't just, you know, force the issue here. We can't, you know, use our strength to just push on in from either the link. So let's wrap on around, get them from behind the window. Actually, 3 of them pushed on in from that towards position into window and caught them off guard. And it just, well, really, they were not able to get the plant denial off, yes, but they did kill him as soon as he got the plant off, and might as well, okay, you get the consolation off of that, and there's no way the rest of the remaining members there towards mid for the side of Empire had any sort of cover. They had a bit of concealment with the smoke, but that isn't much to work with, and so they get taken down, and easy peasy, lemon squeezy, here we go. 5-8 on the board, and now it's another chance for Fulcrum to try and crawl their way back into this. It's only 3 rounds between them and tying things on up, and Empire here with a bunch of sheriffs. We know these guys, they've got the law book of their own, and EJ happily shares it to S1K there, I guess without him even choosing to do so. So S1K taken down, Jet already removed off the board, Empire, good start from them, Draxi down to 28 HP, single bullet might just do him on in, but we know what he can do even with his back against the wall, with the odds not favoring them. They do know how to play these type of situations, and for Fulcrum right now crawling their way in towards Garage, for Empire crawling their way towards Garage, they can definitely make this work, and Bat Ghost finds Hot Sauce.
That taps are just so strong here from Empire, and it does feel like this is just going to be them going for that brigade over to the Garage, and Sheriff will just go for shot after shot. The Wild West now going to be basically the new Empire for Empire Esports itself. Now Garage taken away from them, and FEC down to 2 members. But look at this, even though Empire is just whittled down to absolutely almost no HP, Sandy finally finds those targets, does get through. It was a full squad. Wanna go in EJ and Nexi decide to make a FEC sandwich, make it happen on the B side, and the rotations are just stellar here now from Empire, capitalizing on FEC and their, I'd say, more stable positions all throughout the map.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Empire is they keep on shaking things up. They know when to aggress, they know where to maybe catch this Fulcrum squad off guard. And I'm really hoping to see Fulcrum step up to the plate here, because we know that these guys are really good players individually. There are some kinks maybe that have to be worked out of this iron armor of theirs, but Fulcrum right now, they can still make this happen. Of course, they are on the pistols, and against this anti-eco round of Empire, it's not looking too well. But Fulcrum, you're gonna have to try and make the comeback here happen, as this round probably will go the way of Empire. 5 rounds, not the most impossible thing to happen here to make a comeback, but we're going to see if they're actually going to be able to pull that on off. You can see now Empire walking their way up here towards the A site. Nobody from the side of Fulcrum playing on the A site, and I think that's actually quite valid. You know that you're on pistols, you can't necessarily take these fights 1v1 even if they come your way, and so might as well gamble, stack a site. Hopefully you're gambling on the right one. If you're not, then play the retake. At least you're playing all together. At least you guys have the power of friendship. But now as the XCT comes on in, I'll be a safe spike planted down, and post-plant, the retake will have to come in from FEC, as all they got to work with are a bunch of pistols here.
Yeah, FEC, they're trying to make the clutch happen. Blocks, though, on that Sheriff. We've seen great things before. Want to see it yet again. Here comes the Omen, trying to go for the shots, but Draxi, EJ, these guys are just strafing on the round, avoiding the bullets so very easily with those Spectres. And Jinsanity up top does get one, but Batghost is there with the Phantom in hand to get that kill. All of the hot sauce he's spotted, and he's taken down. Empire now up by 5 and trying to run away with it here, Black and Blue. But for Fulcrum, honestly, I've seen these guys play a little bit also in the community, and I've seen these guys and how they really work for it. They understand the position they're in right now. They understand they are the underdog, and they're already humble about it. The fact that they're in the playoffs is a huge, huge achievement for them, and they're going to be trying to prove as best they can that they can face off against the best. Now, we've seen their strengths so far, especially in punishing the flanks. Like, they are honestly the masters of flanks right now from what we've seen on Haven so far, but when the going gets tough and Empire really just brings in the big boy pants and gets in their face, that is the problem for Fulcrum. So they have to find a way to hold the grounds right now. Insanity though off to a good start. Here comes EJ though with another corner, and just the pushes here from Empire so insane in the membrane. Every single time they get the push, they are able to advance in positions that Catalyst does not expect them, but Insanity, he's from afar and he's gotten 3 already.
3's the name, 3's the game, but here, last one left alive, and this one is going to be Nexi. What the frag? What the shock dart coming there from Insanity to find the 4th. Hot Sauce will get the 5th on the board. Nexi will be taken down, and, well, at least FEC, they're solidly crawling their way back. There is still quite a bit for them to really climb over. Lots of hurdles for them to vault over if they really want to make this, well, tie this game all up. But 6-10, not a bad start, rather, for the side of FEC here, trying to get back into the game. They're only 4 rounds away, which can definitely be strung 2 in a row if they can win this one, because then Empire are going to be on a bad spot economically. But look at this replay coming in from EJ here, walking on in, but Drin Santi saying, no thanks, EJ. He finds a double. In the end of it, though, Drin, he found a 4K off of that round. Great Sova play coming from him once again. As we are moving into this round, round number 17, you can see Empire, they can only afford to lose 1 more round after this one. Otherwise, FEC, they might just string 2 more in a row. That might just get
hello.
them enough to get the lead, but here comes RJ bouncing around the corner like the bunny Energizer bunny that he might seem to be. Next, he will get a trade-off at the very least, but he finds himself going 1-for-1 and some information as well. EJ will find it on hot sauce, and that spices things up a bit, Dex.
I just, say a quick little hello to Argelicious there, but besides that, it was Nexi holding his ground and getting the kill anyway. EJ, though, in the meantime, sees a little bit of that white hair, and can S1000 stay alive? That's the question. He has the operator in hand. Sanito has been spotted already by EJ. Honestly, this race has just been popping so far. EJ really feeling it here into the series, as I see that the blocks will punish him accordingly for that push, but damage has been done here. Black Blue 3v1, all up to the Omen now to try and play the clutch. He doesn't have the paranoia anymore. He still has the TPs if ever, but Lear exposing his position even more so. Now turret looking to say hello. Nexi setting that one up, peeking just a little bit to tag down the opponent, and Bat goes alongside Symbol, just patient as can be. This Empire squad, as we said already, found the roles, found their footing as a team, and right now they are just trying to make this a map win. 6-11 gonna be the scoreline. If Catalyst wants to make something work, they have to keep an eye out on their Sova. Sanity has been stellar in this game. 14 kills to his name, has really been one of the leaders really of Catalyst all throughout their run. And if anything, if you are looking for that comeback, it has to start probably with that Sova.
I think the biggest difference we've seen from both of these teams is how differently either of them really play their defense. We're actually seeing here rather, Fulcrum Esports, the way that they intercepted that A-side take was a lot different from how Empire would normally do it, where in Empire, maybe they'll try and, tip the tip of their foot in the water and then fall on back and try and go for the retake. But here, with Fulcrum trying to just basically initiate, or rather face check the whole fight, not working out too well as RJ finds another frag on Amsey. Oh, a great shot from EJ, and a third on a Symbol. Now gives him a sign to go on back home, boy. RJ showing them what they've got.
Shares. When you give any of these teams these shares, you can just see wonders happen right in front of him. And RJ here, just to raise, finding those targets, finding those kills, and it's not just gonna be those tips touching, it will be those heads getting cracked down immediately by the side of Fulcrum. So it's 5v2, and patience now being the virtue yet again that they're trying to bring to the Philippine scene. Nexi now, alongside Batghost, looking to go for the crossfire over the B side. Big red X here in this fight. And Sanity now the first to fall. And then Dark can be thrown on out. Trying to get exposition onto one. And S1000 gonna fall as well. Hotsas though in behind, spotted out at the same time. And Empire, they were down by so many members, but they're bringing it back, being as alert as can be. But as I say that, it's suddenly gonna be a guard named Blocks getting to wrap it up. Fulcrum Esports Catalyst refusing to lose, keeping it convenient and stylish. Another score on the board, 7-11 now.
Fulcrum just not letting this get out of reach. 11-7, quite conveniently named, here on the board, and the Teddy of Darkness. You can see peeking through the window there. He's like, oh, what's happening on here? What your kids doing?
He needs a hoodie. He needs a hoodie.
He does need the hoodie. He comes in, gives you the Omen apparition that you've been waiting for, the answer to all the secrets you've been asking for, and that's his job right now, to oversee the battle happening on here, because Empire, they're not going to let this one stand for too long, as Fulcrum, well, a good opening pick here for S1K, S1000, as they should call him. Nexi will be taken down. It's a big player to find here, Killjoy. We know that Nexi can hold things down, and he's very, very good at doing that, and so for them to lose him so early on, it's a big opening pick here for the side of Fulcrum Dex.
Black and blue. It sounds like you made a wish on the monkey boss once, and now you can see really for the side of Fulcrum, they're making a wish as well that they can try to go for the comeback, and so far so good at the same time. EJ though hiding over to the corner of A-Long, looking for any kind of opportunity that he can see, but S1000, it's all about sightlines into the sewers right now, and he's got another one, but Symbol using that Lear to the best angle. Now here comes the showstopper. Symbol though will get two so far. The Reina really feeling it popping off with that Empress in tow, and this is just going to be Empire putting the spike down anyway. Fulcrum, they have to run on in back to A side and try to fight back, but EJ already has other plans operator there to get shot for Sanity, but Argelicious with a kill onto two, and the Raze, he's feeling it. He got a triple kill a while ago with the Sheriff. Now he's gotten the entries over to A side. Can he do it though? Catch out Batghost, that is the question. Blocks already, go for the defuse, and Argelicious is looking so sweet right now. Even takes that operator back. Fulcrum is still alive and breathing so well in this game.
I mean, there's a reason why they have him on that raise, right? To be able to enable those kind of plays. He is such an important factor here for the side of Fulcrum, but so is S1000. Good double opening picks. I think, though, it was a bit too overeager for him to try and repeat Sewer once again. You're at a 5v3, fall on back, play that crossfire. You guys have man advantage. You don't have to give it on up here. If Empire found maybe a frag or two going their way more, it could have definitely been a different story. They could have even thrown that single round, but fortunately for them, the last two remaining members here, RJ especially, locking it down and getting that round secured on the board for the side of Fulcrum. So we can see here that, like, for the side of Fulcrum, they have nutty players. They have really great players who can do so much work, but there is kind of this factor where it's a bit too loose for my liking. I would like to see a bit more compactness, more diligence coming from the side here of Fulcrum to be able to, you know, really keep things together. Situations like that should definitely be swung around. It could have definitely been a lost round for the side of Fulcrum. Fortunately, they take it on the board. Still, Fulcrum right now 3 rounds away from tying it all up here. Dax Empire, they still do have economy to work with, but not much more after this round if they lose it. So you can see there, EJ, he's only on that Sheriff. He can do some work. You've seen him do so much work actually today. But will he continue to do so on here with the weapons disadvantage? Fulcrum, this is now their chance to make the comeback happen. They are on the defensive side, yes, but who knows? If they just play this right, if they can play the numbers game right, and if they can actually receive the attacks of Empire properly, they can make this comeback happen.
Yeah, like Black and Blue liking it tight. It has to be tightened up gameplay here from the side of Fulcrum. We're seeing it already. Argelicious understanding how Empire is playing and getting into their face, getting into the angles that they need to win out those fights, and that they have been doing so far. But Empire, you can really see that they're looking to adapt yet again. We got EJ right now holding on to a Sheriff, so it seems like Empire, they want to try this anyway. Hot Sauce, though, with a bit of a peek, says hello and does leave B site now to the side of Empire to take there. But the Lynx have a catalyst with Insanity, who walks in and he avoids the first flurry of bullets, but it is just going to be Battles getting that takedown. Hot Sauce, though, on the board. Here comes Blocks getting killed as well. Simple, though, with 2 so far. Drax is going to get a kill also. And Argelicious, he's still alive. He's still breathing with 42 HP. Showstopper there to catch out Simple. It's 1v1 now before the stalwart. That is Nexi. And the next level play yet again from Nexi. This guy can play it all. This guy can clutch it all. And he has really been the king of Empire for so very long. As here we go now to match point for SP Empire.
Let's coin it. Schmexy Nexy here. A great play from him once more in the 1v1, doing lots of work, and he's been, honestly, kind of like the glue here for Empire time and time again. This time, though, even though he's like, okay, 4th on that leaderboard, he's been doing so much more work than you might have expected. 5 assists on him. So this guy has been holding down the sights quite well. They're already here at match point. Yes, Empire. We're going to see if they're able to finally take this map number 1 on the board. But RJ, initial push here towards this banana position of his, a bit too overeager, does go 1 for 1, but didn't have to go for that peek. He still gets the frag off of it anyways. Oh, we'll ignore that. That never happened. Yes, best Silva player, PH. Let's go, Drinsanity. That's what he does. So, yeah. Right back. Let's go to what, well, really, Empire doing here. Falling all back here, Dax. How's it looking?
How's it looking is Fulcrum is back to playing it slow, and Empire realizing, hey, maybe you can do the same thing. If one of these two teams gets a bit angsty, the other one can actually take advantage. With a minute remaining, though, Empire still has a lot of time to rotate, and they're now moving over to C side. But with Argelicious and Nexi down, it does lie on to both S1000 and Insanity here for Fulcrum versus Symbol and EJ. But as I say that, EJ going down, getting caught there by Hot Sauce, and Blocks. He breaks that Spectre. He uses that Spectre rather than break that Dart. Here comes Drax over to kill out the Blocks for Insanity, setting up the lines yet again, and no cutting whatsoever. Insanity is just keeping order on with that Hunter's Fury. It's 3v2. Here comes Lockdown. S1000 with the kill off the Symbol, and it's just up the bat goes. Can he do it there? Not gonna happen. Fulcrum still in this fight, refusing to lose, and showing us that this team is absolutely no joke, showing up when they need to the most.
They just do not want to go down right now, Fulcrum, not wanting to give this map number 1 up. How can we blame them? They've fought so hard and valiantly to get here into the VCT, and now with their opening start, they have a chance to make the comeback happen. 3 rounds between them and overtime. That's all they need to do. Get 3 rounds in a row. They have to play perfectly from now on. And Empire, with this slight buy, they might just be able to make it happen. They can choose their fights too, because they're in defensive here. So Fulcrum have to be wary of a straight-on push here. RJ able to find a frag, but look at that. EJ finding the frag as well on S1K. A bit too overeager there on the dash. He did have an ult to pull on out, but too many of them coming his way. Paint shells to try and delay them on out. Here comes a lockdown towards this A side. He's going to fall on back. It has been destroyed. Great paint shell use there to deny that lockdown from even continuing on. Well, that's just great different way of using utility. Seems like a different game right now as they're pushing their way on in. Nexi will find RJ, shutting him down. Dren, they know where he is here. He's going to find a double kill. He is quite paranoid as well, but Blacks will capitalize on that symbol taken down. It's a 2v3 right now with actually most of the members here for Empire not fully stocked up in terms of health.
Can they actually figure this out? That's the question. FPC in the meantime looking to push in as two. They still have that from the shadows for that intel, but the shock dart from Batghost trying to say hello. Now Blocks moving over to teleport into hell just to get that information. You have Batghost though holding on to Bucky. Hostas right now with the kill on Nexi though, and here comes a 2v2, but EJ, right place, right time. Hostas trying to fight back, but EJ just blows up the chances for FPC to still stay alive there, and Empire will take this map away from FEC over to a 1-0 lead, and the starting 5 looking so stellar so far. A great day at the office for the duelists, and everything is just in line with the laws of SB Empire.
There it goes, man. SV Empire just taking map number 1 away from the side of Fulcrum. Of course, we did kind of expect them to get off to a good start here. Empire has always been one of the team that does get off to a good start, and Fulcrum is by far, you know, the more underexperienced team. And for them to actually have a good start there on that Haven map is actually a good sign for them. I'm hoping as we move into map number 2, Fulcrum can get things going. There's lots of good signs for this team. I think they can, you know, maybe reel things in. There's some things to address, but them individually are really great mechanical players. A few things though, a few kinks in their armor, their ironclad armor that has to be sorted out. But if they do that, if they can do that between map number 1 and 2, Dax, I think they have a chance.
I think Fulcrum really is doing such a great job at holding all the other angles, making the choices of SBM Empire as limited as possible, but they still need to win that frontline assault. They still need to win the firefight in the front lines, and we'll see if they can do that, or will SB Empire get that 2-0. Guys and gals, will be going for a bit of a break, and when we return, it'll be map number 2. Stay a while and stay tuned. This is Challengers Philippines Stage 2, Week 2. So are we gonna get the catalyst for success for Fulcrum, or will it be cataclysm brought in by Empire? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 2. This time, I do believe it is gonna be Empire's pick as we get into Ascent next. And overall, that first series showing us a little bit of what these two teams can do. Again, Empire feeling it, main 5 into the game immediately and just popping off with the duelists, doing all they can and more to play to the Empire standard. In the meantime, Fulcrum just watching out for the flanks, watching out for any other angles, and winning out in those fights there. But when the going gets tough and it's all about trying to hit each other in the face, that's where Empire was able to prosper and win out the map. So Haven is done. Black and Blue and Dax are here, and I am Dax, of course. He is Black and Blue. Gotta say though, Mr. Black and Blue, what do you think as we're getting into the next series? What can Fulcrum really build on to try and take it away from Empire Esports?
Well, as we said, there are some kind of like kinks in the armor of this ironclad, attack and defense of the Fulcrum side. I think they should take some notes, honestly, from Empire, because really what's been setting them apart has been kind of like that veteran experience of Empire to be able to adjust mid-round, in those situations where you can never really prepare for, those situations that you might not be able to expect. That is when Empire shine, because in that scramble, that is where Empire are able to really, put their mic down and say like, okay, we know how to deal with this right now. We might not have prepared for this, but we know in this type of situation, this is what's supposed to do. And for a team like Fulcrum, coming into this with a lot to prove, maybe a chip on their shoulder, yes, because of all the community pressure that has been put on them. I want to once again, echo the thoughts of Dax a while ago in saying that they are actually very humble players, and these guys know that, they have something to prove and they need to be able to actually accomplish something to prove that. And so right now, for the side of Fulcrum Esports, they need to get this map going because, obviously, if they don't, one, they're going to be losing the tournament, and they're going to be eliminated. But more importantly, number 2, this is where they finally get a chance to prove themselves on a big stage here for the Philippine scene, when all of the community has been putting that kind of pressure on them and they've just been taking it like champs. And so right now for Fulcrum, as we move into Ascent, I believe this is supposed to be their map pick. Just checking real quick. Actually, no, Haven was their map pick, and so Empire is the one that picked Ascent, and Empire are quite good on this. And so they're going to be in for a loop here, Fulcrum Esports. I'm just hoping they won't get spun topsy-turvy.
Yeah, Empire excellent on a map like Ascent and looking pretty comfortable to try and take this series already. But FEC, I'm just gonna say it already, and I said it before a while ago, I'll say it again, not a fan at all of the media marketing machine around this team. Big fan though of these players, their work ethic, and how they persevere time and time again. So we're gonna be seeing them in action here, and we'll see if they can try and take this away from Empire. The stark difference though of their experience, not just in the Philippine scene, but also in terms of the firepower from their opponents, is just gonna be really the gap that Fulcrum is trying to bridge, and we'll figure out if they can do it right here, right now. But Empire feeling confident, feeling a date with Hashira is upon them in just a bit. But FEC, come on, the likes of Drinsanity, the likes of RGlicious, these guys especially, they showed up in that last map. They showed us what they can do, and FEC, I just want them to have a bit more confidence and a bit more clarity on those direct fights. If they are going to be going for those fast takes that they can bring out to change the pace of their game, they have to do it with security, and they have to do it with one duels.
Dax looking for confidence there, but for me, Dax, I'm looking for a bit more diligence coming from the defense. Maybe some positions that they don't necessarily have to go and overpeak, some fights that they don't necessarily have to take. They can pull on back and actually let the attackers coming onto the site, let Empire walk on in and pounce on that space given that they actually do give. And so right now for the side of Fulcrum, things have to be looking up for them. Otherwise, this is their last chance or last map to do so if they cannot get on the board. And so coming in now for Fulcrum, obviously Empire taking map number 1. Fulcrum looking to throw things back at them for map number 2. Early mid control here taking Dax, and if they do go for the swing, there actually is 2 players here waiting by the short side. That's going to be EJ and the quickly rotating Batghost. But Batghost is going to fall on back here towards his pizza position, trying to help the players inside market in case they actually go push that market side. But look at this, opening pick from RJ. It's a good start here for Fulcrum.
Yeah, good start indeed. They are looking to play on the A side. And the thing is, for this map pool, both teams have that experience. Sure, Empire has done a lot more with the 3 maps that we are going to be seeing, if ever. But then again, Fulcrum is no slouch whatsoever. They can put up a fight and show us what they got. And there you have it. The Reyna getting 2 so far. Blocks in the meantime with the kill off the Batghost. It's up the Symbol and Nexi now. But RJ, he is just feeling it from that previous game. He was so confident, especially in that last half on that raise. And now he's on the Reyna trying to fight, trying to go for the kills, and trying to see how many he can take down. Simple though, healing up Nexi just a little bit. It's time for Empire to go for the peak. Simple down with a kill on the S1000. Two, make that three! This is a symbol for victory perhaps for Empire, but Hot Sauce will pour it on and just ladder on those opponents. FEC taking round number 1. Good start for them, and you got the Reyna, you got the Killjoy getting those kills, and the flanks again working out in their favor.
It seems like the bat signal was put on up high, but in this case it was Symbol to really answer to that call. Getting a triple kill there for their side, and the Battle Sage truly alive. But in the end, it was Fulcrum that did get the round on the board, and so you can be able to invest up on here now. For the side of Empire, it's their chance to, well, maybe do a bit of damage to the economy here for the side of Fulcrum. They know that they can throw them in for a loop because they do have, that veteran experience behind them. And now they're going to be pushing towards his A main position. 3 of them walking on up here. Will they expect them to come on in? They're all the way towards Link, but that alarm bot is going to set things off. And they know the jig is up. They have to fall on back, play back towards the B side, try our luck here towards mid instead for the side of Fulcrum.
Yeah, Fulcrum at the very least keeping an eye out, playing that mid control, having a bit of a picnic onto the courtyard with these Spectres, saying, okay, well, let's just enjoy our time here. The grass are delicious, though. We'll have that Vandal in hand. The thing is, if he is going to be popping off like we've seen before already, that gun is just going to be a signal here for FEC and their Rampage. One good thing, though, for Empire has to be the fact that Symbol was the one who got the kills a while ago in the pistol. He's now, 3 away from the resurrection. Tried to get an orb. If he does die, he gets 1 more point, and he should have the res as soon as Empire gets their gun. So in the future, Empire gonna be in a decent spot thanks to that stage. But right now, this is the present, and presently, we're seeing Catalyst play the same way they know and love. Flow and steady, look for picks, and then go in.
30 seconds.
Smoke off towards the short side there, and with 30 seconds left, no clock. They're trying to make a play here towards this kind of like mid position, but now as they made their way towards B site, here they come on in. Turret will be smoked on off, but that's not really going to buy them too much information. The site is entirely clear and ripe for the taking, so they will take it. Empire, they gave it on up, and they're going to play for the retake right now. Full 5-man squad up on both sides as they try and go for this. You walk on in. You can see here for the side of Empire, next he's going to be the first one on in. Hot Sauce will find that opening pick there in the back. Goes EJ will find a trade-off, at least from the RJ. It's 4v4 right now. They do pick up a Vandal to be playing here on the EJ. Can they make it work though? No armor on them. There's no shields to be playing off of. And while that Spectre will ring true, Hot Sauce S1K, they're all going to find their frags. And FEC, as they should, take a second round on the board.
Yeah, they played that really well for FEC, stayed away from the sightlines of the Vandal, and then got the kills on everyone else before taking care of business and catching out EJ. Now, very risky though for Argelish to be alone like that with the only rifle in that round. Could have gone really badly there for Catalyst, but they made it work. They figured out what to do in that post plant, set on up, and now it's Empire tested as they are down by 2. But the guns are out here for SB Empire. They are prepared and ready for this upcoming A take. You got the Omen, you got the Sage here, looking to take point if ever, and here comes FCEC. They're stacking on up. Symbol though, gonna get caught there by Sandy, but Traxi with that one way, and he's got in a quad already. Try to go through this lane, the Omen says, and there is no entry whatsoever. It's a ticket and a half. It's imprisonment right now for FEC, and it's now 3v1 after everything is said and done.
FEC looking to want to play in the darkness, but little do they know here, Blocks. This is where, well, Draxi, that's where he was born, that's where he breathes, that's where he lives. There's no chance they could hope to contest it and take it away from him, and you might remove Draxi from the darkness, but you can't remove it from Draxi himself. Finding a triple there, almost a 4 actually. So Blocks walking on up here towards this catwalk position, smokes out mid, so they have to know that there is, at least some presence here towards mid. It should be. And so it's me, Batghost, making first contact here once Blocks does go for this swing. Not much to work with. He will get taken down as Batghost finally gets the first round off of the board, off of the great Herculean effort from Draxi. 1-2 on the board, and Empire looking to once again make their comeback here. We know these guys, we know what they can do. Now it's their time to strut the rut.
Black and Blue, you're a driver, right? You know, you have a car and you drive it around. And I gotta ask you a question. It's very important. Why don't you go into one-way lanes, man? Why do you not bother?
Well, first of all, I don't want to take it. Second of all,
Okay.
I don't want to be caught looking the wrong way and get, basically punished for it. And that's exactly what Drexy did there. He went towards, a one-way lane. It's not for them. They should recognize that. There's only one car available through this lane. Only one can fit at a time. They all squeezed on in, went into a banana sandwich, and in the end, Drexy served them up on the plate.
Yeah, it's just that one-way smoke doing wonders there for Draxi. Everyone peeking there from FEC one at a time, and the Omen says, sure, next. Quad kill for our Omen. Draxi ready with the From the Shadows of all things. He got it even before Symbol's resurrection, and now they can use that for intel if ever, but here comes the wall onto the Cubby. So this time, Catalyst decided, okay, the stack didn't work. We'll play it a little bit more over on the Cubby side, potentially flank there onto main as well. Adron though will say hello. Symbol has back on away. Slow orb right now will dissipate this push for a little bit. Paranoia helping out as well, but the Paranoia gonna get avoided there by Symbol, and he was just one step away from that. It's now 3 here for side of Empire, but Insanity and Argelicious do get on the board in response. 3v2 though, and Empire still with the advantage. EJ's on the high ground alongside Nexi, and here comes trouble. Here comes Hot Sauce and Nexi, but now the Reyna making it 1v1, topped up to full, thanks to the VAR, only topped up actually 2 light armor. But besides that, Batco still has the angle, and the spike is on A site, forcing RJ to do something about that.
The fact that when Symbol was actually pinged, he was close to that, door, the steel door side, actually threw him for a loop, and RJ, he's still gonna win that fight for the side of Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. Empire give it up. 3-1 on the board, and, well, it could have definitely been swung the other way here if they were able to get that one on the board. A great play by Symbol to try and hold down towards that mid position, going 2 for 1. In the end, though, Fulcrum just prevailing in this one, and so Empire once more on this kind of like light buy situation. They're going to be going for full sheriffs, and we've actually saw them do quite a lot of work on these sheriffs playing on Haven last map, and so who knows, they might just do it again. We know that Empire, they can land their shots, and more importantly, they know how to play off of each other when in these type of eco situations to really make their winning chances a lot higher than it should be. And so right now, good opening kind of aggression here towards this B-Link position. Nexi going for the peak, but he's going to fall on back. Maybe if he was there a few seconds earlier, could have potentially found a free frag for him, but as they fall on back right now, Fulcrum just looking to watch all the angles and the lanes that they can, hoping for a bit of initiative from the side of Empire to punish.
Yeah, and so far in the series, it has been morphed heavily by Sheriff showing up on the other side and suddenly giving them wins. So Empire, can they go with that trend and figure something out with 4 Sheriffs and a Classic? We'll find out very, very soon as FEC playing it slow and steady yet again. Thing is though, they don't want to be running into SV Empire and whatever preparations they have on their side of the map. Instead, we got Hot Sauce crawling in, all about that sneaky style over onto B main.
You should run.
Question is though, will Batcos be prepared? Lockdown now, giving a position away, but this is going to be such a big zoning tool right now from the side of FEC, and Empire will have to respect it. You see how patiently they're waiting, going for the Cloud Burst right now, looking to go for the push with 2 seconds to spare, and they're waiting for the Taint to come on out first and foremost. Now that the Shockdart did get a really good tap onto so many people on the side of FEC, and Empire, they want to take advantage of that. Fulcrum already set up on site, and here we go with post-plant. Empire even having to deal with the Empress and also losing Nexi along the way.
Well, that's going to be quite painful.
One enemy remaining.
He finds another frag coming his way, and there it goes. As well, quick on cleanup as they try to make the retake on happen. That's going to be it.
Empire unable to make it happen. Callus in the meantime doing it there. I do believe our co-caster cut out just a little bit, but overall it was just Catalyst using that gun advantage to the best degree, and it was another round under their belt. Not bad though from Batghost. Took advantage of the fact that FEC did play it slow even on the detain, and you can even see here for Empire that they're understanding the speed that Catalyst wants to play. Now, can they take advantage of that even more so with rounds that they actually have guns in? That will be the big question. But then again, it's over into B site. It's a heavy stack right now here for Catalyst. We hear the blades though being popped by S1000. Lear gonna be there, and now S1000 over to the lever, but the door gonna be still quite chaotic sight to behold. Next he gets that takedown. It's 5v4. RJ trying to go for the fight, making it an even battlefield, and blocks given the opportunity to put the spike down.
Fortunately, he's able to dismiss into safety of the site, but now Symbol will get the res on the Nexi. It's a 4v5 right now in the favor of Empire. Postman is coming on in. They're all kind of geared up here towards the mid position, but coming in from B main, Drin Sandy, he will find the frag on the Bat Ghost. He's taken down very low though, and so you have a chance to clear him out of his B main position as here comes a lockdown in to force him and put some pressure, but Drin Sandy does get taken down there by EJ. Hot Sauce able to fend things off here, but it's a 1v3 situation right now. RJ, he finds a frag here, and he does take down EJ. Will he find even more though? Quite blind, quite paranoid, quite anxious. Nexi will find blocks. It's all to RJ to bring it home, but Nexi will take him down, getting rezzed after the fact and coming back a Mart here, finding this another round for the side of Empire to get things going.
That was as close as can be, and let's see how many seconds were left there because RJ did an incredible job to hold together, but less than half a second. Come on, man. The Reyna is doing everything and more that he can here for FEC, but Empire, they used that momentum, they got the push that they needed, and suddenly it was theirs for the taking. Nexi again, always someone you can rely on here for SB Empire, but the question is, can they keep things up? Because every single round we've seen so far from these two teams have been quite costly, especially on Empire's side. They're on the low credits now after everything is said and done. Operator, they're going to be in the hands of EJ. They also have 2 ultimates, but for FEC, they can still keep up the space, especially if RJ can get more and more of these kills. The Reyna has really been the star of the show in this game so far, and it doesn't feel like there's any signs of stopping unless EJ has the right place and that right shot against his opponent.
You can see there just swinging back and forth, jiggle peeking this angle right now. EJ, earlier it was Symbol, but now EJ with the operator in hand is trying to challenge things. Drin, he has to be very careful here, and he will pay with his life. EJ finding that opening peak here for Empire. Good opening start. Now they know. Okay, we have man advantage. We have some information to play off of. It's just, you know, make things easy, take things safe. We have the man advantage once more. We don't have to make a play. Let them try and do something, and we know how to answer and reciprocate the favor. Now, right now, Fulcrum, FEC. Yes, Fulcrum Esports, best team. They're going up here towards main, and they do give up another frag. RJ walking up there alone. I think he should have waited for his teammates. He did have a Lear to use on out here. In this case, gets heavily punished for a bit of a mistiming there by RJ.
Yeah, and for now, it does feel like here for the side of FEC that they're on the back foot. Empire, and again, just getting the shots that they need, especially when they have this operator pressure in their arsenal. Draxi waiting by the tree though, trying to see what's gonna come, but no, S1000 is able to plant his foot down and plant down the shot against the Omen. But Showstopper now has been unleashed. Jet able to avoid it in time, but only 6 seconds to spare. It has to be the side of FPC sticking this till the sun don't shine. Blocks though, getting attacked just a little bit. Shock Dart now coming their way. Hot Sauce with a beautiful kill there off the Symbol, and it's 3v3, but Empire is still coming their way. EJ now with a triple kill so far. The operator has made noise, made an impact. There we go with Backles jumping into the fray, but Hot Sauce will cleanly get those kills. Nexi though with 2. S1000 catching out EJ in response, but again, the Killjoy will survive and give it to Team Empire.
Nexi has been so consistent in these type of situations where he really has to bring things back and swing right on the perfect time. He's been finding that timing perfectly. It seems like he's a built-in clock, a metronome on his self as well. He's been doing real work with that. He's been really supporting his team in this way quite effectively, and that has kind of been like the X factor, honestly, for the side of Empire here. I have said earlier on in map number 1 that he is kind of the glue that holds them all together, and once more, he's doing that here in Nexi, so much props to him. But Empire, more importantly, are a single round away from tying it up here with the side of Fulcrum. They could bring it to a 4-4 here, especially with Fulcrum on this light buy.
It's now time for Empire to show us what they got, and here we go again. It's a one-way prepared. Hot Sauce, he doesn't want to be a fool anymore. He doesn't want to walk into that one. Catalyst though deciding, okay, might be time for us to go for those rotations and move on to the other side of the map. But look at this, Empire having such good holds onto the sites themselves. You got the Killjoy setting up on B alongside the Sova for some potential wall bangs or some recon. You have the operator in the middle, just keeping an eye out just in case. And as I say that, you got Symbol as well as Draxi moving from that forward position, putting the wall on up and deciding to take advantage of any kind of cubby push in this instance. But the FEC, they are prepared onto A main. They want to play it with the lockdown. They're just waiting for the opportunity, waiting for that go signal. And one more thing is they're waiting for this wall to break on down.
Well, seems like it's not warming up enough here. They do finally take the initiative to melt it down themselves, but as the algorithm comes on now to check out that line position, you know that it's clear. Now coming on in here towards the A side, a bunch of sheriffs is all they got to work with here for the side of Fulcrum Esports, and Empire once more are quite eager to give it all up. They have no problem with letting go of this and going for the post plant instead. Here comes out the Hunter Spear, tagging actually two of them, and he finds a frag with that great Hunter Spear coming in from Bad Ghost. But Drin Sandy and Hot Sauce have something to say about it. Here they go. Symbol able to find another frag on their way. This is now a 3v3 situation. Make it a 3v2. Draxi finding one of his own, but a quick trade-off coming from RJ. It's 2v2 right now. They know RJ has to be under here. They know that he's actually inside main. S1K right underneath in the dark shadows. He will get taken down. Bad Ghost lives and breathes in there as well. And so here comes the tie score all up from Empire, getting things 4-4 on the board. They will retrieve, I think, what they might as well should be able to. Well, there it goes. 4-4 on the board. Empire have tied things up.
You failed. That goes. This guy is someone you need to call when the lights go out at your home, because not only does the Hunter Fury illuminate the push on the side of FEC, but also the fact that he's able to check out that corner and catch out the Jets at the end of all that action. Both Silva still crossing beams, and Drinsanti also getting on board there with his ultimate, so not too shabby there from the side of FEC. But now Empire is putting on their own foothold here, black and blue, and just trying to run away with this defense. 4-4 right now. Things are all tied up, and when we see EJ whip out the operator, it does feel like that Empire is just able to be a lot more stable against FEC. Not only that added pressure to stay away from the op, but also try to stay away from those open angles. EJ though having back on away after getting tagged quite a bit by the Jet. Besides that, it's still everyone alive here, and Empire, they can impose the way they know how, the way they've been doing for the past few rounds.
Well, really, will it be able to repress here Fulcrum from continuing on? Because right now Empire, they're looking really good, but we know that Fulcrum, they can swing things back their way. This is a team that likes to go on the streak, and right now they could just blaze past this round. Smoke here towards mid, but there's a bit of a gap there on the left side that could be put into good effect, so you can see them all checking it actually. But right now, for the side of Empire, nobody actually playing that deep. They're all playing all the way back towards the spawn side. Nobody playing by the pizza. As the push on here comes towards main, smoke on out, lockdown will be put into effect as they try and go for this take. That will pull the defenders here to try and get into the A side, but they're going to try and force the issue here. Strong arm their way into the A side, and here we go. Lockdown comes on in, but they're pushing, I think, a bit too early here for this lockdown. They do have the algorithm to start things off. They should wait just a hair more, and S1K playing off of that information. The fine Draxi, good opening pick from his side, and they do actually push on in. Now they will get the spike plan down, as they do have space to make it work. 20 seconds left on the clock. Here comes a retake now from Empire.
Yeah, it's okay to jump the gun if you win the gunfight anyway, and S1000 shows us how it's done. But here comes the shock darts now flying on in. Lockdown now in response from Nexi. But it's still full complete advantage, having to back on away though behind the archway and over onto the main side. Question is though, what can Fulcrum really do here from the other side of the map? Sandy now with the kill onto Nexi. Symbol going for defuse though. Beautiful slow up right now from the stage as well. And EJ, he's just holding the line halfway through already. Symbol with a kill there. And Batman's gonna get on the board. The blades are out though. EJ now with another one. But the blades, man, just a sharp edge of these knives cutting through the opposition. And Fulcrum will take the lead back and keep it in their clutches.
Like a hot knife through the butter of Empire, Fulcrum making full works of those blades, and so the kunai ringing true. Fulcrum, they've taken the lead once more here. Only a single round between them though, and well, Empire tying things up here as we're moving into the last 3 rounds of the half. What more can they do? Round number 10 going underway in a hair, and really, it's kind of Empire's chance to swing things back. They do, of course, are of course on an eco, and they've been put in this position time and time again by the side of Fulcrum. Each round having various, well, success rates, and in this case, they do once more like to go for that B main push when they are on the eco here. Empire do that quite a bit. Not finding an opening pick this time though, and so Nexi realizes, okay, let me kind of step on the brakes here on that aggression, so let's fall on back, and here we come on in. 5-4 on the board. And well, an opening pick on the hot sauce, very spicy. This time, not even having to be near pizza to get this one going.
And overall on this map, Fulcrum is off to a very good start. It's not just them getting the initial rounds, but they've also brought it back to their advantage. And the people who are supposed to be popping off for them, they're popping off and doing what they need to do. Get those kills, especially with Reina. You see really step up there from the Killjoy and the Sova as well. And 2000 winning a few duels here there, but back goes! That's just the lineup that Fulcrum keeps walking into. It's just gonna be the Sova taking advantage to get two before his demise. Another kill also for Empire to give them the advantage into the numbers. But the thing is, they cannot retrieve those guns because we got Archelash waiting on the other side playing bouncer. But as I say that, EJ now with kill on the hot sauce, and things are dire here for Catalyst. Just what a way to punish the opposition. Fulcrum, I know you're a team, guys. I know you want to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but make sure you're not lining up the way that Empire wants you to. And this is going to be a save,
10
so no
seconds
contest
left.
anymore. Empire will take this away from Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. What a round.
Yeah, that's basically a masterclass on how not to position yourselves and how to keep in mind your spacing, because that would have never happened if they were all bunched up like that. And so Empire making full use of, once again, another opening given to them by the side of Fulcrum. As we said earlier on, even in map number 1, Fulcrum, these guys are nuts, but if you give them the openings like this, and if you have small misplays, it's going to be enough for a team like Empire, such a veteran, experienced team like Empire, to really make their mark here and strike on back. And so they did that. They did exactly that. Even in a losing situation, in the eco, a bunch of sheriffs and frenzies is all they got. Empire making their mark, and we're up here now 5-5 as we move into the last 2 rounds of the half. They're looking to extend their lead once more with Fulcrum Esports. Only 2 rifles in their pocket that they've got to work with. That's going to be Hot Sauce and RJ. And for Empire, it's quite a different story right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for Empire. They're prepared. They won out that round with pistols. They're gonna have the guns that they would like coming into this one, and should have enough money even later on if need be. But I gotta say though, for Fulcrum, it's still a matter of discipline that we can see here being formed up by the team as we have gotten out of the pause and going back into the game. The discipline to say, okay, you got that kill, you can do it, you can take him down. The discipline to really adapt the way that they would like. And you know, they've improved in this map, not only in their consistency, not only in their spot, but honestly,
Yeah, it's been something
as
to... Apologies. It's been something to really take into note here, because they have been going on and on about this with Dax, as, you know, Fulcrum are kind of like in this situation right now where they're only a round away from the last round of the half. They only got a single rifle to work with. They have to try and really play these quite difficult cards they're dealt to the perfection. Otherwise, this will be a round going to Empire. Of course, the odds are against them, but right now Empire, they have a really good defense. They realize too that I like this, and I like teams that realize this, that you can give up mid pizza without actually forfeiting too much on your side, and they do exactly that. Of course, you still kind of want to watch the cross into your spawn, but giving up this mid pizza position, what a tongue twister to get trampled on, is going to be something that will be not too important here for the side of Empire, instead of waiting for that cross instead. And so as they're moving on in here, we're going to see how exactly they're going to respond now. Empire, market has been taken now for the side of Fulcrum. You can see them also already walking their way in from the main position. Recon Dart does come on out to try and finding some information, as RJ does get pushed on back by that Nano Swarm. They're pushing on in here. Lear comes out now as they try and take control of the B side. There is a player here in the backside, but it's going to be Symbol. Back goes the Nexi from the side of Empire, finding one frag of a piece, and back goes will get a triple here, just eating them all alive, turning them into soup. And Fulcrum Esports 5-6 make that Empire a round on up as we move into the last round of the half. Fulcrum Esports looking a lot more shaken right now, and it seems like they're going to have to really step up to the plate here to bring things back. As well, what a round once more from Empire. Great defense on that B side, letting them crawl on in. And right now, Dax, it's looking like, well, Fulcrum, they are on the back burner.
Cover going out.
them success and doing it all again. This case though, you got Empire backing on away.
Well, it seems like, well, my Mr. Dax is taking a bit of a leave, but he'll be back quite shortly. Hopefully things are get going his way. 5-6 on the board, and while once more they are pushing on in here, seems like this crawl up towards Catwalk is going to be something that is a make or break. If they can get this position, that can definitely storm things around to get them that A main position, especially since A main is currently being occupied right now by the side here of Empire, and this is going to be big. This execute is all going to come down to what happens towards main and towards short. Information has been given, and they line up once more for Draxi, getting a double kill. RJ and Drin Sanity taking down the train.
That's a huge blind there. Nexi, in the meantime, way to kill their hot sauce now, turning it around to make it 4v2. And Empire, just statements being made every single time with that Omen. You got Draxi there, just so consistent and hitting those paranoias to absolute peak perfection. You gotta give him a chef's kiss for that. And now it's hot sauce with his spray right beside him. Can he turn it up to 11 here? S1000 though, putting that spike down, and the numbers are not in favor for Catalyst, but still, firepower is there. Symbol over the res though on the bat goes. It's time for opportunities here, Black Blue. It's time now for hot sauce to show us what he's got. He goes for the peak, he takes care of business and gets rid of the vendors there. And now S1000 will stay alive as well. 2v2 suddenly. It's Fulcrum real split, putting up that fight. Here comes now the lockdown into play from hot sauce, but Draxi has gone around and going for that defuse, trying to go for the wallbacks. It's not happening here. Nexi with the kill off the hot sauce, and Empire will be able to slink their way onto B side, make the win happen, celebrate their success, and win out the half there with a bit of the advantage, 7-5, as we go now into the defense of Fulcrum.
Well, Dax, you asked something from Hot Sauce here, and he definitely did deliver, finding a double pick there on that swing, and I think he found 3 at the end of the round, and so 5-7 on the board with Empire up here, moving into the second half. Man, they're looking really good right now, and so Empire, this is their game to lose really right now. For the side, even though it's only 2 rounds away between them and the side of Fulcrum, they're already looking a lot better there in that half than otherwise any other team has in this entire series. And so right now, pressure is on the Fulcrum. Great paranoia there, great flash play for him to swing on out. After that, they line up for him, the double easy kill coming from the wide position. And once more, Empire this time, they're going to be on the attacking side. We know how good these guys are in doing that exactly. And so, side here, Fulcrum, they have to take a note out of the book here from Empire. Know when to give up the site, know when to play for the retakes. They can't keep on face checking everything. They can't keep on trying to take a duel every single time they go in for the site, and that's exactly what they do right now. Playing this one a bit more patiently. The wall does come up here towards the creep position, and the post plant has come in.
Yeah, Catalyst, they've been learning, adapting, and evolving, but now it's going to be their demise instead. Extinction might be in notice, but Hot Sauce, he's still feeling it from the other round. He has gotten to Nexi, though, on the board. Aldron right now saying hello to the up top bat goes, and Argelicious finding one to suck dry and get that Devar going. It's to make that 3. The Reyna, a powerhouse, especially on the pistol round. And Catalyst, they have said, let us take that page from your book. Let us learn the ways of great Master Empire. And they take that pistol away from the attacking side. 6-7, good chance here for FEC to tie it all up. And look at that. Hot Sauce with 17 kills here, Black and Blue. He's really stepped it up, especially at the latter rounds we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we kind of called him out to be like, you know, Hot Sauce, what can you do right now? Well, he shows us exactly what. 17 on him, he's top fragging the entire server. But if you see on the side of Empire here, big reason why they're in the lead, maybe it's only a single round, yes, but look at this, 10-10, 9-9, 10. It's pretty, well, equally spread all out here between these members for the side of Empire. And, well, you can't build an empire off of one person's foundation. So that's exactly what has been their strength here. Empire playing as a team. It's what Fulcrum has been having quite a bit of a time adjusting to, but they're keeping this match close. It's only 6-7 away, and ooh, what a great shot from Batgirl. It's not a headshot, but he didn't need it. As S1K finds another, but there's a headshot that we've been asking for. Batgirl finding his second.
It takes community to build a kingdom, to build an empire, and right now Empire trying to do their best together to figure out the conundrum that is FEC. Hot Sauce though, you know, he's been crazy so far, but Batgirl's even more insane, hitting those membranes when they count. 3 in a row already, he's feeling it, and he's really been one of the stars of the show here for Empire, improving from that history from being the 6th man all the way to the main roster, all the way being a mainstay now into the SB Empire setup. But Hot Sauce, he's not done. Let's tell you, Black and Blue, why this guy is inspired right now. It was because he was right beside his chili spray. He was like, okay, I can be even hotter than this Ghost Pepper. I can be even hotter than anyone else in this game. But a 1v3 slate where he knows that the opponents are way far off from the site, it's going to be very difficult right now for Hot Sauce to try and win it. Might be just the exits instead, but he still wants to fight against Draxi, who has a rifle in hand. Surprise, surprise, Empire will refuse to allow that tie to happen. Hello, Teddy Bear. And it's 6-8 now in favor of SB Empire.
That's the type of intensity you will need right now if you're Fulcrum to have this death glare. We can see from the teddy bear. And well, Empire, well, they're only 2 rounds away really from tying this all up. And so for the side of Fulcrum, as you said, yeah, it's almost like he was channeling that power through his own spray, the pepper spray coming on there to really give him all the energy to make things happen. But in the end, well, outmanned, outgunned, a bit of a difficult situation to deal with, but let's get this round going. Round number 15 coming in here, Dax, and you can see a very concerned effort for them to be going towards his B side with all this utility already placed here. It's been very painful for EJ to walk on through. It takes a bit of damage in that endeavor, but they are going to be making their way here towards the B side. And Symbol will find an opening pick. EJ finding one of his own too. Will he take this fight with Spectre? He still wins it against RJ at that range, and there it goes. 5-1 on the board. Quick and clean against Eco. Nothing much they can do. They shut him on down. Bat goes finding the opposing Sova. Dex, 9-6. They're only 2 away, rather 3 away here from match point.
Looking really nice here for Empire so far, but I gotta say there's one thing that you don't really realize too often in matchups, but there's one thing that Empire is able to do a lot better than FEC, is to push through those smokes and get kills inside them. It feels like that Catalyst is assuming a little too much the smokes can protect them, but as soon as they go in, there's a firing squad waiting to happen. We saw it in the last map from Haven. We're seeing it right now on Ascent, and the Catalyst Squadron, they always need to be on their toes. They cannot rest in their laurels whatsoever, especially against a team like Empire. And right now, if this is going to be an endurance test, then Empire is the one winning it out with all the marks. Hunter's Fury, though, now putting Argelicious in a bit of cardio. He's able to back on away from the other shot, though, and stay alive. EJ, though, in the meantime, with a kill out the blocks there. S1000 operator now in hand, but EJ is just leaving his mark against everyone else. It's 5v3. Over to B side we go, as FEC has to rotate and keep the stability on. But as soon as they realize that no one's there, they're already a little too late, because Empire is prepared on the other side of the map.
Well, Empire, they've fully rotated now here towards this B-side take, and they do get a successful plant on off. No way for them to deny it here from the side of Fulcrum. They have to play the retake situation. 3v5. Will he get caught off guard here? Hot Sauce. Oh no, the timing! He looks away, but still does get taken out there. Unfortunately for Hot Sauce, he could have found an opening. Adren, Sanity, they know where he is. They know where S1K is as well. Going for the swing. EJ, he'll find a frag. Paranoia lands through, and that will be the 10th round on the board for Empire. Only 2 rounds away from tying things on up here, and they're looking to run away with this one. They need a bit of sriracha salsa coming in from Hot Sauce here to really get them back into the game. We know he's done so much work already for the side of Fulcrum, but in these situations, you have to step up to the plate. Honestly, it's not just him, but other players like Blocks right now struggling to get something on the board. When you're the Omen and you're in those, like, clutch situations, sometimes it might just be, if things don't fall your way, it's gonna be very difficult for your team to really get a grip and get a foothold into this round. As EJ starts things off with an opening pick on the Hot Sauce, that's not a good start here for the side of Fulcrum.
Yeah, Catalyst, they need that extra kick, but they're just getting kicked in the face by EJ yet again. A while ago, he did it with that Spectre. Now he's doing it with the Vandal. And the EJ Pain Train refuses to come to station, even though Dransanti will take him down. Draxi is there to hit that refrag. And all aboard, choo-choo, on the EJ Express. This guy is just on rails, absolutely insane. And right now, it's just going to be Empire looking to take another round as easily as possible, thanks to manning EJ. And Simple will wrap it up for him.
Yeah, it seems like the tickets have been stamped and pinned on here for the side of Empire, man. 11-6 on the board. You're looking to run away with this. The tracks have been setting for them. Well, Empire only a round away from match point, and that's not a good sign, honestly, for the side of Fulcrum right now. They have come into this, of course, the underdog, and they still are the underdog, all things concerned. But right now, map number 2, not looking their way. Map number 1 was a bit closer, looked a bit better for them. But as they're playing now here on Ascent, which is, by the way, the map pick of Empire, it's just, man, looking really rough. Still, though, we have good hopes for them. We do know that they're a young squad with lots of potential, a squad that has been quite humble in their endeavors to get this far into the VCT, to even make it into the playoff stage here the weekend for the VCT. But right now, 6-11 on the board. Oh man, they're going to need to play perfectly. They're going to need a stop and a half to get things going. Right now, Dax, what do you think is the X factor of why Empire are really, well, so successful here on Ascent?
Man, just that experience. These guys, they've come together and they honestly were able to use week number 1 of stage to figure out what kind of roles they were playing, what kind of setup their new lineup will be having in the first place, and everything's been working out for them. These guys, they've known each other in the scene for quite a while. You still got the Empire core, you still got these journeymen hopping on and into the roster to some great success, and it really has been Empire prepared for anyone now coming in to week number 2 for stage 2. So things are looking very good for Empire as a whole. But here for FBC, they're not done. EJ though, now we are going to get derailed, and Hot Sauce has brought in that jackboot to break it down. Draxi though in the meantime with a kill onto Hot Sauce there. Besides that, it does seem like the Catalyst is able to get a raid, able to protect each other. This time, Bad goes though running on around, and Blocks is there to say hello. Now, it's all up to Draxi. We've seen him make miracles happen on A site, but not without that paranoia. Very difficult endeavor here for Draxi, but he's pushing for an opportunity. Maybe get the flank against Insanity, but he's left that spike all alone. And as soon as Catalyst realizes that, it should be an easy defuse unless the quad happens here for the Omen.
Well, here in this situation, 4v1 on the board. Draxi, he's gonna get shut on down, and RJ, it's gonna be around here for the side, at least for the side of Fulcrum. So a good start, at least, to make the comeback happen. 11-7.
It wasn't bad. That wasn't bad from Draxi, honestly, because everyone from Catalyst was kind of looking at the main, and then it was only RJ keeping an eye out. If Draxi could have secured the kill, maybe he could have gotten an even better transfer on another one, as we say hello to the Penguin there. But this map has been honestly a lot better for Catalyst, except the initial part of the second half. They have been overrun by Empire, sure, for the past few rounds, but in that first half, they put up such a good fight against Empire, and even though it looked like they were going to lose momentum there, they were able to bring it back and get a decent scoreline. Now, they're in a comeback state, but it does feel like they're a lot more secure in what they need to do. Can they keep this up, though? That will be the question, as we're going to be getting into another round of action.
Dax, how can we not focus our attention into the most important thing right now happening in the match? The Battle Pengus.
I honestly got scared. I thought I DC'd again. I'm like, wait,
Because it's been frozen on that screen for just...
I got so scared, but it's actually just a tactical pause. My heart has not... my heart cannot take this series. Between my technical issues and the stellar setups we've seen from these two teams so far, I'm needing the pacemaker very, very soon, guys. But overall, it's still not done. Convenient as it is, it's a 4-round gap between Empire and Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. Spike, though, has been left behind by B main. We have the Killjoy backing on away. Doesn't want to go for the fight immediately. But Draxi, will he be that first contact? That's the question. Triple stack right now on the main. And it seems like Empire is securing this orb, trying to get Nexi closer to that lockdown if ever. And now backing on away, looking to play a bit of that ult economy in their favor.
Yeah, here we go. You can see Empire right now. They do have mid control, and for the side, at least, of Fulcrum, they have no qualms about giving that up. A great frag by EJ. They have stacked this A site, yes, on the defense here, coming on the side of, well, Fulcrum, but still finding these opening picks. And once more, EJ just letting him crawl through the grass like a snake and stinging all that he wants to. S1K, he's able to finally shut EJ down, but not after he's done so much damage already. You can see the lockdown here is prepared by Hot Sauce to try and fend off this push, but he knows it's a bit too late. He finds a good opening pick here in a symbol. Will he find more? No, he won't. Comes out to swing from next to find the opposing Killjoy. It's a 2v3 right now. They're trying to make the retake happen. Actually, they won't even let them plant because right now the pressure is on the Insanity. Will get the frag, but a quick trade off from him, and Draxi will find a double kill to close the round on off. 12-7 here, Dax. A single round away from taking map number 2, and Empire are building their grounds off of the foundation here on top of Fulcrum.
That was so close for Catalyst. They just needed to win their duels there, but unfortunately, the Omen of Draxi winning it out on the site and allowing himself to get the refrag immediately onto S1000 as soon as we saw Batcoast fall by the market. Then again, though, gotta say Black and Blue, it's time for someone to make a theme song for EJ, because EJ, the tank engine, he just does not stop. 19 kills right now. He hasn't had the loudest game so far, and then suddenly the past few rounds has just been kill after kill after kill, takedown after takedown after takedown, and it really has been the pain train waiting to happen. But now the lockdown might be a security. Empire needs to get this series. Bladestorm on the other side, but no fear here from the duelist so far. We got RJ as well as S1000 holding line. Can Empire prepare for this? That's the question. A single detain though will say hello, but here comes EJ, and immediately he's whittled down next to with a refrag, and look at this. Catalysts are prepared, Catalysts are ready, and right now they're just bringing in the chain reaction that they need to get the advantage. It's 4v2, and it's Empire stuck on the other side.
This is a chance now for Fulcrum, and they definitely going to capitalize on it. But Nexi finding a triple, RJ eventually going to shut him on down. You saw that push there coming in towards the A site, and well, a great response coming in here for the side of Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. And once more, the Battle Bears shine, and well, you can see their opinions, well, are very much so worn on their sleeves, not letting this game get too over the top.
We're not done. We're not done. That's the thing. And the thing is, if Catalyst is prepared for Empire, they are a team that know how to check their angles, check their corners, and they're showing us that they can win the firefight as direct as can be. So 8-12, but we're not done. It still has to be Catalyst playing this to an absolute T. No room for errors anymore, or else you're eliminated from this single elimination bracket. And EJ, he wants to go for more kills, but it's Draxi catching out RJ instead. S1000 though with the kill on the symbol. Huge pickup, preventing the rest from happening. But EJ, he's back on the beat, looking for those beatdowns, and with the fall of Insanity there, it's advantage now here for Empire.
No charges.
Well, here it goes. 8-12 on the board. This might be the chance for Empire to really take it on home. But the push coming in here from the short side, S1K, he spots it on out. He's going to try and rotate now here to try and help on the A side defense. But Blocks is going to be able to do it on his own. A frag going his way. Bad Ghost will get a frag, and next he will get the trade off on him too. But Draxi will shut things down. 13-8 on the board. Empire take the series 2-0, Dax. And well, in the end, it's the veteran leadership, the veteran experience of the Empire prevailing over the new kids on the block.
Nexi, the Terminator, they're putting it on and putting on a show as well. And elimination, the name of the game there for SB Empire, and they have eliminated Fulcrum Esports Catalyst from this bracket. What a way to win though for Empire. Pain train, it never stopped whatsoever, black and blue. It was just like, EJ, put on a show for us, will you? And he said, I'm happy to oblige. Everyone else feeling that same momentum, and it was just their second half for the taking. It was just utter dominance there from sheer firepower by Team Empire, and it really felt like that was how they were going to win this fight, because we've seen from Catalyst, they know how to play tactically, they know how to play patiently, but then again, it's really just that mechanical superiority and the experience of facing off against stronger teams for the side of Empire. This goes to show that Empire, this team, is still there all the time in the VCT.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference between Empire here, aside from like the veteran experience coming in there as opposed to Fulcrum, is just the diligence and the discipline for Empire to, know when not to take a fight, know when to give up the site, and know when to play for the retake. And that has just been something that has really separated them from the pack here, that pack being Fulcrum. And well, while it was a very valiant endeavor, I do believe from Fulcrum, they did have a good showing here. Unfortunately, the quarterfinal is where they're going to be making their exit, as it's going to be Empire moving on up to the bracket. I believe in the brackets they're supposed to be facing the winner of that last match, which was Hashira. And so looking tomorrow, it's going to be Hashira and Empire. It's going to be an exciting match to look forward to. But guys, before that, we have another best of 3 series here. But before that, we're going to have a panel as well to break down this previous match. After that is going to be Alpha, I believe, versus the Pirates. And so that's one match to look forward to. I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax. I'm going to be chilling on out here. Dax is going to take the match away after this one. We're going to see you guys in a bit. VCT will return.
me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
The new mind-blowing Surfer 99? 9 gig? All sites?
For all devices?
Shareable with up to 4 people?
Like my fam? Anywhere they are?
The new mind-blowing Surfer All 99.
SV Empire still proving that they still reign supreme here. 2-0 victory up against Fulcrum, and what a decisive finish from them right now, securing their spot in the semis and, of course, week number 3. My name is Illustrato, your host. Welcome back from the break, and you're joining us here from the Valorant for the Valorant Challengers Philippines. Welcome back here, and joining me on this panel, of course, the rest of my co-panelists right now. Later. That's going to be later on. But in the meantime, we have a chance to speak to the winners here, and we're going to be able to talk to none other than EJ from the winning team on SV Empire. So, EJ, welcome, man. Congratulations.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Yeah, so really quick, how are you feeling after that victory up against Fulcrum?
Feeling proud naman po na meet namin yung mga expectations ng mga panel, yung mga nagsusuporta sa amin. So yeah, ganun.
All right. Okay, so going into this, we noticed a couple of things. Your playstyle looks a lot different because before you guys used to play very slow, very methodical, but this time it's like a lot more fast-paced, a lot more aggressive. Is this something you planned, or is this just something that like happened?
We planned this because parang may nakita sila sa amin yung dun sa Haven. So yeah, dapat iniba namin yung playstyle namin. Parang ginawa namin ng plano in-game so that ma-counter namin yung mga pushes nila, yung mga counter plays din nila.
Right. And it really started to show here. Okay, now that you're back here and we saw you guys perform really, really well, you're going up into the semifinals up against Hashira, who you haven't really beaten in a while. What's that going to be like for you guys? What's the plan here? How do you defeat a team like Hashira upcoming?
Just ano lang, wala lang, parang same lang nangyari sa Fulcrum. Just ibahin yung playstyle namin. Because I know na nanonood sila sa VOD namin, so yeah, that's why. So ibahin lang playstyle, then wala. And easy game, ganun.
All right. Well, of course, anyone you want to give a shout out to, or anyone you want to thank right now, it's your time to shine. Your time to give thanks to everybody who supports you.
Yeah, shout out pala sa SV Empire. And for lending this this t-shirt. And fans namin, and yeah, thank you for supporting. I love you all.
All right, well, congratulations again, EJ, and good luck on your semi-final tomorrow.
Thank you po, thank you.
All right, well, you just heard it right there from none other than EJ himself, who's been honestly very, very good for quite a very long time now. Stalwart of his team and somebody that the team can really, rely on whenever it comes to these clutch situations. He's always there. But let's break it down right now. Welcome back here on the panel, Viminal and Trick. So 2-0, you predicted it, Ling. So I'll start off with you. Did that go how you expected?
It pretty much did. Well, the whole series was just not exactly the usual game that I expected Empire to do. It's not because of the role swaps in itself, but it basically, the players paid no respect to their opponents at all. They were just pugging right through smokes, paying no mind whether or not they were gonna get punished by their unnecessary point of aggression, but somewhat they still try to make it work. And this is where we actually see, just like how EG said, put out a type of play style that their opponents did not exactly expect from them, and that actually worked so well for the team.
Yeah, Viminal, I'm gonna let you chime in on this one here. Empire, they look pretty good here, but I know that you wanted to talk a little bit about Fulcrum in this last one.
Yeah, Fulcrum really showed us, what they were made of. There were times wherein, we saw some really nutty plays coming in from Fulcrum. And of course, we were treated to a show here. They were a really fun team to watch. Lots of incredible mechanical skill coming in from their players, but a bit rough around the edges when it comes to overall team play and fundamental mechanics. But, overall, they did give SV Empire a run for their money as expected from earlier. Despite it not being a 2-1 like I predicted, it still was a really, really good fight.
it wasn't exactly a walk in the park here for Empire, and that's exactly why. I do want to take this moment here to sort of talk about Empire. Talk about Fulcrum. They've been getting a little bit of flack lately, but let's be honest, these guys a lot of potential as a team, and regardless of sort of what goes behind the scenes right now, they seem to be the kind of team that is on the rise, and this is something that we. And personally, I am generally very happy about that. The more teams show up, the stronger the scene gets, because you just get more of a better competition, and everybody's forced to get better. Just can't have just one team at the very top anymore, right? So Ling, Vim, I'm gonna pass this off to you straight away, though.
Sure.
I genuinely think that this team, given time, given maybe the right coaching staff, given I think better guidance, could prove to be a team deserving of a top slot.
Absolutely. There's a lot of potential to this team. And in fact, I'm an instant fan after seeing their performance for the first time here in VCT. I think the story for them is that they've proven themselves time and time again in various community tournaments. Maybe focus on the bigger picture and look further beyond that and see what they can become truly as a team. Taking a look at the stats here, guys, I got to give it to RJ. Argelicious. He's been an incredible player throughout the entire series. There's been a lot of nutty moments from him, although, of course, not enough to secure the victory in the end.
Yeah, and in the other side, though, EJ, who is just doing so well. And you know what I'm happy about, Ling? Symbol. He's doing great. And this is... a lot of the time you talk about Empire, and for the most part, it's EJ that you talk about. For the most part, it's Nexi who shows up. Sometimes it's Draxi, but Symbol's here to show that he can be dominant too. And I'm very much happy about this. And it just shows that Empire are also growing as a team.
Well, other than that, for Symbol, I might have to say I would like to talk about more in regards to Fulcrum. Starting to look like what Hashira used to play before. You'd see them like there's like literally a lot of raw talent, but lacking in terms of creativity, in terms of their playstyle. This is where we actually see the team overall could still perform, given and how much potential that they have shown during this series overall. I mean, they stood a chance against Empire, and what more could they possibly offer, given that they could expose themselves a lot more on towards the professional scene and gain enough experience to actually fully understand on how the games are supposed to be played and how to counter out these type of opponents that definitely know what they're doing.
I agree. Just given time here, you just water that plant and let that seed grow. And I feel we might be on the verge of something that could be very special. And it's going to take a little bit of time here. But, as we said, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen, after 1 week. I don't expect the growth. I'll be honest here. I don't expect the growth to be as quick as how Hashira has grown. Because I do feel like there needs to be a little bit of a really good support system around that team. But I do think that maybe if they change things up, adjust their shot calling, maybe find a coach. Honestly, I feel like if they find a really good, I don't know if they have one right now. Honestly, Vimino. But I feel like given one a coaching staff who can really shape the team up, I feel like these guys can go really far. But let's talk about the MVP of that series. We finally have him, and I don't feel like we'll be surprised when we see this name right here. I'm gonna make a prediction. It's gonna be EJ.
Yeah. So EJ, throughout the entire series, again, he's been absolutely fragging out, creating a lot of space for his team, and many times we saw him play. Again, that really different pace from what we're used to seeing from Empire. He was just going in, making use of those satchels, just going really deep onto the site and getting a multi-kill here and there consistently, not only in a few rounds, but for most of the rounds for that matter. And that really worked well for them.
Yeah, a little bit of a bug there with, I think, our stats, and it all showed zeros, but that's not true. He definitely got a lot of kills, okay? So believe us on that one. Ling here, let's go ahead and talk, I think, about the next game, because we're about to move on. The next game is going to be exciting. This is the one that we've been waiting for. As we get ready and pull up the tournament bracket, it's going to be coming up next. Look, it's a game that many many fans have been waiting for. It's Alpha. Alpha's going to play up against the Pirates. What do you think about this game?
I mean, myself included. I'm very, very excited. What about you, Ling?
Well, in terms of the team itself, I would more interested in the fact on how much of a different playstyle that they actually are used to in terms of like the NA scene could be applied or could work in here in the Philippines, because I know how different it actually is. They're relying more on contact plays, and I'm pretty sure everyone that have seen the brackets could be prepared for this.
I'm really gonna wonder if they put Gian Sanity on the duelist or keep him on the Sentinel, because I'm gonna be honest, he needs to be on Jet. If there's any way they can win this tournament, he needs to be on Jet. I think GK Baby is a good player. I think he's a decent enough Jet, and I think that he should be able to move to a different role, and they need to start letting Gian Sanity shine. That's what I think we've seen in the previous tournaments that are not on VCT. What about you, Viminal?
Yeah, I'm going to have to echo your thoughts on that one. Gian Sanity, a very strong player. We've seen him become the top frag for his team in the small sample size that we've seen from Alpha Esports in previous tournaments. So yeah, it is kind of curious as to why perhaps their strongest player is on the Sentinel role. And perhaps he could make a bigger impact on a duelist role. So maybe some experimentation in that regard would be better for them.
I'm going to be blunt here. If you're going to build a team around one player, and that's fine, you do that. That's okay. So a lot of teams do that. But if you're going to build a team around one player, you have to have a system that lets him shine. I'm not seeing that from Alpha right now. I don't think I've seen that before with Alpha, that they let Gian Sanity shine, because we all know what Gian Sanity is capable. He's crazy. He's a great player. As to whether he has what it takes to compete, we don't know just yet. But I don't feel like we can get those answers up until up until we see him in a proper setup with his team.
Right.
So let's take a look at the bracket right now. We've been delaying it a little bit because we're talking about this matchup, but this is the journey of where we ended up here so far in the VCT date number 1, last series of the day, and it's going to be Pirates versus the Alpha Esports squad. And then tomorrow we'll be seeing the whole new Bren going up against the yay old Walkare. And I'm honestly excited for that here. Ling, let's go ahead and keep talking about this next game here. Pirates versus Alpha. What changes do they need to do? Because I'm going to say straight up, I'm going to be just totally honest and blunt here. I feel like they need to change roles.
Well, I would definitely have to see this for sure in terms of how Alpha Esports is going to be playing for these qualifiers alone. Because I know for a fact that this might not be the best decision that they made, but imagine how much of an edge that other players have once they came from the different esports titles. We know how BBB actually rather excelled in terms of the duels role. This type of mentality or this type of principle could be applied on a team like Alpha Esports, where we all know GK Baby, just how we mentioned him before, played in Apex Legends, which is a game mechanic, or rather a game that is well known for its huge requirement in terms of skill in movement and gunplay. So this type of fundamental could be applied in this game, but I might have to say excelling in just that part alone and putting out that responsibility as a duelist is could be what's going to cause the downfall of this team in itself. And I really want to see how they will try to make it work this time around, or be able to enable this player to its full potential and put him in like a really comfortable position that he wouldn't have any problems in terms of fragging.
You mentioned mechanics, and speaking of mechanics, we do have some giveaway mechanics we're just about to pull up because we want you viewers at home to be winners yourselves here. 1,500 plus Valorant points are going to be up for grabs, and all you got to do is follow these instructions below. Easy as 1, 2, 3, and 4. So use the hashtags, everything written down there below, like and share the post and the Facebook page, and you can get yourself a very nice, cool prize at the very end of it. Enough to get a battle pass, and a little bit more than that. It'll definitely keep you going, get the edge off just a little bit, if you know what I mean, for those skins that you've been thirsting after. And yeah, it's gonna be a very fun thing if you end up winning it. I know I'm trying to win, but I don't think they'll ever let me, unfortunately. It's just not how things work. But also we also have to talk about where you can watch these streams and participate in this giveaway. So we have 2 broadcasts. It's the English and the Filipino broadcast. If you want to watch in English, you're watching us on Twitch. And if you want to watch in Filipino, well, that's all over on Facebook. So twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And for those on Facebook, it's facebook.com/PPGLGG. And that's where you can watch us on both of these beautiful languages. And of course, all panel sessions are going to be in English. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the next game. Something I'm so excited about. I'm just looking forward to go straight into it. 6045 Pirates Ling. I'll start with you here. They had a little bit of an underwhelming performance in the previous VCT, in the previous week. You think that they can come out and fix that stuff right now up against a team like Alpha Esports, who, let's be fair, there's a little bit of leeway to make some of those mistakes. Last time, not so much. But this time, I do think that they have a little bit of a chance to go through it.
Well, in every chance they could, I'm pretty sure that Pirates tried to figure out what went wrong during their first qualifiers, and of course, their debut once again with Fireside Jin is definitely going to be popping off. But for this time around, we could expect these type of changes to make sure that they wouldn't rely or wouldn't have so much of a burden on towards the shoulders of a single duelist setup. I mean, given that it provides a lot of inconsistencies in terms of their play, and it kind of gives the other teams, the opposing teams, a lot of time or a lot of chances for them to figure out the weakness or the possible scenarios that could put them in a huge disadvantage, which is, let alone just picking out Fireside Jin, is gonna be good enough for you to secure the win. And I'm pretty sure Pirates is fully aware of that.
And Fireside Jin's such a crucial factor for his team. Definitely looking forward to seeing what he can come up and do here. But against a team who I think has equal or better amount of firepower on their lineup, I think it's all going to be coming into play. But let's take a quick look at the rosters of them individually. We want to break them down. So the first roster coming up here on your screens right now, I think we're going to be taking a look at the Pirates. And Viminal, what do you think about this Pirates roster here? So as you can see, we'll pull that right out. 2GE, he had a couple of great moments. You got Fireside Jin, Flash, Kira, Nico. Let's not forget Flash. We always forget to talk about Flash, but he had a stellar performance, to say the least, in the previous VCT.
I mean, it's so easy to disregard some of their members just because Fire Sergeant is always a top and leading the pack in terms of firepower. But of course, let's not forget about the rest of the team. Flash and of course 2GE always, they always have those great moments, those very impactful plays for the rest of his team. But I'm really expecting Fire Sergeant to again step up. And you guys made a really good point. When you have a really strong player like that is above the other members of the team in terms of firepower, you have to create a system in which you let that player shine. So maybe Lee is right. Maybe going with a double duelist setup would sort of ease the workload for Fireside Jin and provide a better result for Pirates overall.
Actually, I think I'm going to disagree with you here. I feel like if they have a solo duelist lineup and just use that to properly support Fireside Jin, that should be more than enough. We see Hashira do that. Even if there's two really good duelists, they choose one and then they make it work with a really good system. But I don't know, maybe it just depends on their playstyle here. Let's take a look, however, at the roster of Alpha Esports. It's the first time we're seeing these guys on the VCT. The first time they're really showing their appearances here, their faces here. But there you have it. It's Ryu, Charism, Giansanity, GKBB, and it's ITZ here. Linginal, what do you guys think? Obviously, starting with you, Ling. Ryu, we haven't really touched on him, but he's a phenomenal player. Probably the second best here. And honestly, nice jerseys, guys. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for these players alone, you could see that how much individual skill that they could actually possess. I mean, individuality is a good thing, but at the same time, it's kind of like a different story when you play on a 5v5 setting here, and especially in the competitive scene. You'd see a lot of players shine, but you definitely want to see a team shine where no one is going to be left behind. And we mentioned a while ago that Giansanity being star player, I want to see the spotlight being shined on the other players, such as what you mentioned is RU, which is, I definitely have to say, given his performance in the qualifiers alone, he did not slack off at all, and definitely could be expecting a lot more, given that the matches or the VODs could actually be seen here and could actually be their debut here on VCT.
Well, Viminal, what about you, man? Let me get your quick impressions on the squad here. What are your thoughts on the Alpha Esports roster? Yeah.
Again, I've said this before. They're a team from the NA region. The question is, have they adapted to the local scene? Have they gotten a pulse on how the scene works and operates? Because it's a very different region, obviously, and the play style is very different. I think they've said it themselves. They've been caught off guard by how the local teams play. And have they learned from their past mistakes? We've saw from their small sample size from their previous performances that they have lost to teams the likes of Kadaliban, for example. And have they learned from those mistakes? Have they evolved and realized their potential here? But really, it's just perhaps the lack of experience in tournament settings. The leaderboards rather is a very different place from major tournaments like this. So
yeah, agree, and it's showing right now here. Let's take a look at the head-to-head for these two players that we're pulling up on your screens. This is their most recent qualification results as they get through the qualifiers. Fireside and Sanity. This is the head-to-head everybody's been waiting for, I think. So two of the Philippines top duelists, I think. There's a lot. We have a lot of really
good duelists here.
Yeah, if you could ask me to make a top 5, I don't know. I wouldn't know where to start.
It's definitely a tough question to answer.
Yeah. I feel like we should have a little discussion on this. Top 5 duelists in the Philippines. Chat, Facebook or Twitch. Who are your top 5 duelists in the Philippines? Honestly, I'm going to try to make a list in my head. I'm struggling to do that just because there's so many good ones. I don't know if I'd put Sanity in there yet because it's a little bit hard, though. What I am sure of is where we're going to be playing here today. It's going to be the map vetoes that we're going to be showing you guys, and I'm so excited to find out how things went here. We're going to be starting off on the first map of the best of 3 series here today in Bind, followed by Split, and we're going to be landing on Haven. Ling, what is your impression of this draft that we got here?
I'm just quite surprised that Ascent is not here. For all we know, is like pretty much a staple map for every Filipino team, and it's quite surprising that nowhere or none of the teams actually went for that kind of pick. But for this time around, buying Split and Haven, looking at these map selections alone, I would definitely have to say this could be rather more of like an alpha esports from the start, but I still want to see how Pirates could actually persevere on these type of selections, given that they do have some tendencies to have a slow start.
I'm a little bit disappointed we don't see Icebox yet, but at least Split has made an appearance here today. Viminal, what do you think about this? Who do you think won this map draft that we just had?
And it's pretty hard to call it right here who won the map draft exactly, but Alpha Esports getting their first map pick, they might be able to snowball off of that momentum coming into the second game. But it's also very interesting. I'm quite surprised we don't see Icebox, as you mentioned. I've seen Pirates so many times on Icebox.
And they were good on it.
Yeah, they were good on it. And I was expecting them to pull that out. But, they decided to bring out Split instead. So maybe they have something up their sleeves here. I'm not going to call a clear winner for the map draft. I'm going to say it's 50-50.
Yeah, well, let me get your final predictions now. Before we get into the game itself, Viminal and Ling.
Okay, for me, 2-1 in favor of Pirates. It's a bold statement. And honestly, it's a very, very close call. Very close call.
Well, I do have to follow the same sentiments here because it's always going to be a 2-1 for Pirates, and we'll see how will they be able to, or rather, will they be able to be ready for Fireside in this matchup?
I don't remember who I predicted in my table because it's just that close, right? So for okay, I'm gonna say Alpha. I'm just gonna say Alpha because I think that it's time. It's about time they won a proper tournament and they got decently far. Anyway, let's delay no further because we're ready to go into the game itself. On behalf of Viminal and Ling Elustrado, I'm your panel host. We're going to be diving into the game. So for the last time, we're going to be going into this best of 3 series. So excited for it. We've all been waiting for it. It's Alpha Esports versus none other than the 6045 Pirates.
Yeah, so hey guys, like Dak said, it is going to be a debut match for the Alpha Esports team, and there's a lot of, how to say here, Dax. There's a lot of excitement, controversy, just overall hype that is surrounding the Alpha Esports team. I think because of their one player, Gion Sanity. And I don't know, maybe it's because he's in the US, that's why I call it Gion or Gion Sanity, however you want to go about it. But there's definitely a lot of eyes that is now looking towards this match just because the NA team that is built with Filipino players has come to Southeast Asia to try to rein in the scene. And yeah. Okay, so while Dax is still looking at his mic, not me, which makes me feel a little bit jealous, guys. I'm okay. I'm okay. Like I said, there is a lot of things that I think a lot of us are looking forward to as of the moment. Is Alpha Esports, for this first time that we see them in the VCT, going to pop off? Are they going to be okay as a team to watch? Is their brand of play better than what we have right now for the Philippines? A lot of these things could be an easy yes for some of the viewers out there, but we still don't know just because we haven't seen them in action as of the moment. They have had matches before where they, again, this is week 2. They were able to qualify because they've beaten slightly lesser known teams. But on week 1, they did go up against, some of the more established teams out there and weren't able to qualify. So maybe now they have a little bit more of this, the streams watching them that could be that could at least allow us to see what they really have in store for us. And Dax, we are about to go into the draft, so we're just gonna wait for a moment and maybe you can try to talk to me, buddy. Give me a sign. Can you give us a sign? No. Are you trolling me, man? All right. So, okay. Am I hearing you? Dax?
Are we finally gonna be a duo? That's the question. Because here we are. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I was supposed to do the intro, but Astra just took it away from me. And basically, the question was put out: Philippines, are you ready for Alpha Esports? But it has just been Alpha Esports. Are you ready for the Philippines? And especially the boys from Cebu. Pirates versus AE. You got the classic trio of a map pool here, Asterai. Blind Split Haven. It's like we're back to close beta of all things. And I love the paths we've been seen because AE, they understand that they're basically the fish out of the water right now. They're like, okay, Philippine scene, absolutely a melting pot of culture, and the best map for everyone has been Ascent. Let's get rid of that. Pirates, in the meantime, taking away Icebox. But in all honesty, if you guys have been looking for a slice of NA coming into the PH scene, I think this is the best series. Not only because AE is here right now to play against some of the best in the Philippine scene, but also Pirates, with a guy like Farsiajin ready to go pounce and get those kills. It might just be duels and contacts all the way every day as we get into the last set of this night.
If I could ask you, maybe your top 2 players of who has probably the most insane aim in the VCT right now, who's probably your top 2, if I can ask?
It's a hard question. Like, honestly, right now, I'll go like dubstep plus which member from Team Hashira? Maybe one of the members of Team Hashira.
Okay.
Like it's such a toss up, really. But if you give me like 2 hours, all the research you want, I'll make a list for you. I'll make a post about it. That kind of thing. I'll make your power rankings.
Yeah. Okay.
And all that
I like your power rankings, man.
Yeah.
All right.
They come and go. They come and go.
It's true. It's true. Okay. For me, I would actually say, in terms of raw aim, and this is just raw aim, I would probably have to give it to, like you said, one of the Hashira boys, and one of those slots also I would probably give to Fire Saiyajin. That's how how cracked I think this man is, and
absolutely,
it's part of his aim that has allowed 6045 Pirates to be such a devastating team when they come into the qualifiers. Like, if you see them, they will almost always qualify if Fire Saiyajin is just hot. And I know that, again, it's not only him, because Senor Call it also pops off, but Fire Saiyajin just starts everything with this jet.
That's so true. And he is really one of the best in the collegiate scene itself, and he's been up and coming in the professional scene, in my opinion. And as you mentioned, raw aim is the game, and since we're busy talking about the teams, we didn't notice that there's a little bit of star power right now as the Astra is going to get played on by, but G and Sandy already on the board. Nico will go down there to start things off. Alpha Esports trying to show us how it's done. Ice Waldo going to be set on up as the barrier orb is placed there by the shower. Senior Carl, he's throwing on 18 shells for it now. Pirates, though, they are struggling to actually get in position as AE stacking heavily into the labs for now. Here we go again with the gravity well. Farside should though with a kill on G in there. And Flash right now brawling GK Baby Ryu on the board to get. And Farside getting buns back. And GK Baby already making everyone look like quite an instant there. Triple kill for him. And the Phoenix will start things off strong here for Alpha Esports.
Standard play from Alpha Esports, using the Astra to full potential. Now, I know that Astra isn't your typical controller, where you just pop smokes and that's about it. She's a different style of controller here, Dax, where her smokes aren't the redeeming factor when you pick up an Astra. It's her ability to basically null corners when you use her gravity well, as well as the what is it again? The concuss. I just call it the suck and the concuss. But because of these two abilities, a lot of the corners that is in the maps in Valorant is easily oppressed by attackers. And now you're going to be seeing Alpha Esports try to utilize that even more now coming to the second round.
It's a lot of using the stars as commitment, as Flash spotted out here by Ryu, and he gets taken down. Gravity well right now, sucking in the Pirates, and apparently it's a whirlpool that this Pirate squadron cannot get out of. Set sail right now, Pirates, because you have to back on away from Ryu and his rays. Spike already planted, and the Astra getting a bunch of value with the Gravity Wells. Nova Pulses for the concuss, may be useful later on, but GE to get with the kill off GK Baby, but Chris M and Ryu now keeping it alive.
Are you okay? Are you Ryu okay? Are you?
He's very okay, honestly. That's right. He is absolutely fine. And Alpha Esports will take another round. Gotta give it though to Ryu. And this is really one of the players I've been keeping an eye out for Alpha Esports. Like, sure, you have your G Insanity, who's a very, very popular streamer. You have GK Baby, that's known around the scene as well. And of course, the rest of the Alpha Esports crew, incredible. But I have seen Ryu from where he started off, and being in this Alpha Esports squadron has really shown how much progress he's done. I remember when he was still low ranked, still trying to find a little bit of footing in the Valorant scene. Now he's here in the playoffs, a very, very well-deserved kind of setup here for a player right now, and I love the fact that we've seen these kind of stories here in the Philippine scene. Pirates, same case. Come on, no one really expected them to be here yet again, but they've done it by getting through to the semifinals a while ago in week number 1, and they're gonna show us what they can do right now with the guns in tow. Here we go, bonus round though for Alpha.
Let's see how this works out. They only do have Giansanity and GK Baby on the rifles, and Giansanity not going to be playing the Duelist. Not to mention, once again, that the panel did, or rather, Estrada did want to see Giansanity on the Duelist just because he thinks that that's definitely one of the roles that he can definitely shine in. But right now, GK Baby proving his worth on that Phoenix, picking up a lot of kills here and there as well. But they are going to get taken by the Nanoswarm, pushes right in here for the moment. GK Baby comes out from shower. I do like that wall, though. It stops anybody from coming through the smokes rather than just covering the entirety of bench just because GK Baby is holding that particular position. And now he has to deal with one. It's not going to work out in the end as Flush does flush him out. And Ryu Ryu is going to be taking here onto U-Haul. Giansanity is going to be there on APC. It's going to charge right out, but the crack aims is coming out for the moment, and he will get challenged by Senior Carl. What are you going to do when they come for you? Down to 45, 2 versus 1. He's this way all the way onto short here. But no, he got spotted by that Recon Dart. He shouldn't be able to handle this, but he is one headshot and a dream. 9 bullets, but he doesn't know where Chris M is. And the peek out from the Astra, getting the win for AE. But that was such a devastating loss for Pirates as they get reset here once again.
Chris Almighty, man. Controlling the heavens with those stars and getting that peak at the right moment at the right time. Alpha Esports now is up by 3, and this is why Alpha Esports is playing the configuration they're running right now. There is a reason why Gene Sanity is on that battle stage, on that Sentinel role, just to allow Ryu and GK Baby to do her work. Chris M doing an incredible job as well on the Astra so far. So far, a really good usage of the utilities here for the Star Bearer. And not only that, they have the Cosmic Divide available if they want to play it out. For the Pirates, though, it's that same kind of case that we saw in last week. They need to play a little bit more on the step up right now before anything else. They have Farsigen ready with the blade, sure, but you can look for the likes of Nico, maybe Senor Carl even, just to help out in getting more of those kills. For now, though, Alpha, they don't want to be losing these guns out of nowhere because they expect that Pirates are just looking all around, waiting for an opportunity in the closer angles here on Bind.
You're going to want an opening if possible. Like you said, there is going to be a lot of close quarter combat here. We are on 206, I believe, so this isn't the Bucky meta anymore. Even though Flash does adhere to buying the shotgun, is not as potent as it once was.
I told you, that's right. That's right. I told you, remember, back last week. The suffering ends last week. Okay, no more Bucky, but take it away. Run back's gonna be there, and Nico with a beautiful shot onto GN.
Oh, Senior Carlo is forced to flush himself out, but nice little headshot there. Not going to allow anybody to flush him out from the corner, but of course, Ryu not going to waste any resources whatsoever. Just pops out the showstopper to ensure that his teams can actually get into the site there. Missing a couple of the shots, and Fire Saiyajin pops right out. Triple kill with the blades here, leaving Chris M to his lonesome. One drop down onto the smoke. He spots out one into the corner, and he will be playing around here. He doesn't know that Flash is there with the shotgun. Oh my goodness. But of course, MVP for that round gotta be Fire Saiyajin.
Absolutely lighting up the powder kegs here for the Pirates. Farsigen with the Blade Storm to get those cuts. And honestly, look at Farsigen. He's one of the two, I'd say, young guns of the Philippine scene right now on the pro side. Him and Georgie, I'd say, of Team Galaxy Racer, probably some of the best mechanically inclined duelists in the set, especially considering their age. But look at this, just Farsigen with the shots, with the hits, with the blades. It's 3 in a row with that kind of movement. You can always look to Pirates and say the Farsigen show is something that you always renew. The question is, can they play it as a full crew, or will it be just the captain, FSJ, steering the ship?
Well, I haven't really watched or started One Piece. Maybe just back in the day when we were watching the early broadcast of GMA, the Tagalog dubs. But I know that Luffy, too many episodes. Luffy has done a good job at steering the ship, right? So maybe this is how the Pirates do it as well. Don't worry, guys. In the chat, if you hate me because I haven't done any One Piece yet, my best friend has pushed me. I will be reading the manga pretty soon, so hold your horses there. But the horses that cannot be hold is Alpha Esports, 3-1 here, man.
We were talking about it before we actually got into this series, right? That maybe we should get some team bonding experience. Maybe let's try to go for a marathon of One Piece. But right now, it's going to be 1 kill on to that stage. Pirates finding that entry, making it easy for them, removing the res from the equation. Showstopper has been unleashed by Senior Carl. It's looking to greet everyone by the border here. Boombot looking to say hello as well.
30 seconds left.
Gotta give it to the Pirates. They made some strides here in the scene, especially last week, right? By making it to the semifinals, really representing Cebu as much as possible. And not only that, in real life, they're able to talk to their local government officials. Really an incredible show of dedication and like, hey, pay attention to us. And Flash getting some attention there against GK Baby to get that takedown. Now, sure, the Nebulas are there to get in the way. Ryu and It's gonna get on the board, but the swing from Farsigen might get that kill. Never mind, It's is stepping it up with 5 HP, and it's still doable here for Alpha Esports. So looking to start things off very, very strongly as Nico now unleashing the darts. 2v2 as I mentioned, but for Senior Carl, he's running to the shower, Ryu inside the lamps, and it's all about the circumnavigation right now of It's if he can make it.
Oh, dude, this flank from It's is gonna be so crucial. If Senior Carl doesn't look to his left, this could actually prove to be disastrous, but Nico, he had the timing, he had the distance to actually stop from defusing that spike and deal with the 5 HP It's, but like I said, man, that could have been devastating. Maybe if he just full controlled that, wait for a moment as he peeks right out to get the kill on Senior Carl and then flick straight to the head of Nico, that could have been a different outcome, but he maybe just respected Senior Carl too much. But 3-2, Pirates bring it back.
Yeah, it's just so hard to make decisions like that. You can also say maybe he just tailgates Senior Carl there, stays behind, and then gets the kill onto the diffuser first. Might have worked out a lot better for them. But in those situations, you just look for the kills, right? And with 5 HP, it wasn't even a fight that he could last long in. So a nice try there from it, stepping it up and waking up into the game, really making Alpha Esports basically a full roster right now. Pirates, though, in the meantime, seems like they are also back in their own kind of control. They have the guns that they need, but Ryu very quick to get into the lamps right now inside the Zero Hole. This is now our Pinoy Jet, or in this case, the Sage of G Insanity, have to deal with the upcoming Hunter's Fury. GK maybe they'll try to go crisscross. He knows how to bunny hop in other games, but it seems like Nico has the tracking now. This legend is going down.
That was rather unfortunate. I'm pretty sure the strategy there was to block vision on APC to plant the spike down and boost GK Baby. But because of the amount of smokes, he got tagged by the Hunter's Fury and he just like ran for dear life. Gion Sanity will be able to hit a 6-shot onto Fire Saiyajin, but that doesn't stop the members of Pirates from being dissuaded into just wiping out the rest of Alpha Esports as they had nowhere to go. They could have maybe gone for the teleporter, but even then, Pirates just denied them that right to just try to go to the B site, and now we're looking 3-3 here. Alpha Esports, I mean, they were shaking a little bit, and that last round was a save buy, weaker buy. Now they have the rifles. They also do have the ultimates here, Dax, where in Pirates, they had to use a couple of their own just to stop Alpha Esports. But for Flash, he does have his lockdown, but now here's another challenge for Pirates. Here's the gun buy and Alpha Esports with a couple of ultimates.
Alpha Esports, the thing is though, they've been holding on to those ults for quite a while. That Res and that Cosmic Divide have been in their arsenal for a few rounds already, and I'd love to see them actually use it. How will they use that Astra ult? What is going to be the play for them? As we do see the stars being set on up. Senor Carl, he's burning! He's going to be using those blastbacks to get on away. Bunny hop and trying to get on away with the satchels as much as possible. The Pirates, they get out pretty freely from the hookah, even though it's cost of a little bit of their HP. Alpha right now, trying to find a few pickoffs for free, couldn't get it. And Pirates, they're stationed onto the sites and ready to fight. To
be fair though, Alpha Esports also did use a bit of their utility to also get that hookah control. Maybe if they had a couple of forces that was outside of B long, they might have been able to get the kill in transition when Fire Saiyajin was trying to get to elbow, because nobody was actually holding his octagon there. It could have been an opportunity, but I think they just back away for the moment. Recon darts and the stars will be set up, and here we come into the motion once again. Alpha Esports uses everything that they have. GK Baby, nice little intro play, but of course the recon dart spotted out there by Fire Saiyajin. Immediately gets refragged through the smoke. Beautifully executed here from Alpha. They do lose the Phoenix, but in the end they will still look pretty damn clear to this one. Although Resurrect just brings him right back out. Beautiful. 5 versus 2. It's going to be an uphill battle here with Flash going for the big flanks, but look at where Itz is playing. He's about to hit that perpendicular motion, and Itz just spots him out.
Right angle at the right time. That's going to be Sova making that geometry count. And G Insanity, he used the res, so he said, you know, give me a kill. Let me work on this res again. And any battle stage would love to get those reses as quickly as possible by taking care of the opposition. So Alpha right now keeping command of the lead as Pirates did tie it up a while ago. Now it's gonna be an equal stake here for the defending side. The Alpha Squadron still having ultimates ready. Showstopper, Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, all available for their usage. And I really want to stress on the fact that Chris is doing such a great job with the stars. He's been so essential with the gravity walls. Feels like the Pirates just don't know how to really deal with an Astra right now. But then again, come on, big wall. Where is it? Let's see it. What can Alpha do when they build that wall up?
I feel like the Cosmic Divide is going to be used for a save round for Alpha Esports. Also, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Pirates are navigators of the sea. They should be able to read stars. So why can't they read the Astra? I'm kidding, guys. Obviously, that was a joke. Hold your horses. All right, Twitch chat. All right, we got you. But speaking of not holding their horses once again, it's going to be Alpha Esports just knowing that the B side is weaker for Pirates, and they keep pushing that fact. I mean, if you know that the Pirates don't have a clean B-side take when Fire Saiyajin doesn't get those kills, why not just keep going for it? And it works.
Avoid the opposition as much as possible. Just keep that gun advantage into play. And now Senor Carl with a beautiful shot there at the Ryu. He was looking to challenge, and he is just going to fall there. Chris though in the meantime with 3. And this Astra, come on. think Chris M, he's just making me a big fan of him right now. Whipping out the Astra to this success, getting 12 kills on the board, and he looks to be the real star of the show in a star-studded roster that is Alpha Esports.
Imagine when you have an Astra, you can actually put 2 smokes at crucial points, but not only that, you can add CCs on both of those points, where if you're not sure about Cubby, if you're not sure about that close left when you're coming outside of Octagon, you can always use an extra ability just to flush it out. And Astra does that better than any other agent because she can simultaneously activate all her abilities in one single go compared to the other controllers that we have here. And I think right now, Alpha Esports are doing a fantastic job at just utilizing that. And now we're going to be seeing GK Baby charge right in here with his ultimate. Cosmic Divide now popped up, but it does split the map in half in a slash, but it seems like they haven't really gotten the site just yet. Although, check this boost out from Gian Sanity. This could actually prove to be fatal, but look at the shots coming in from Fire Sage. And Gian Sanity, he's waiting for the peak, sees him, takes him out, and this is where you go for those Sage boosts, and he's not done just yet, guys. Gian Sanity goes in for the plays.
That's a really smart play there from Alpha. They use the Cosmic Divide to absolute perfection, because when you look at it initially, right, it does block off the defense connector and that's it. But no, since Gian Sanity boosts himself up, he has such a good angle against the Heaven there on A site. And now it's going to be Shock Darts flying in the air. You might want to avoid your own Shock Darts just in case. But Senior Carl, he is all alone. He has gotten a kill already on the GK Baby. Painful's going to get thrown. No peek there from the Soba as of yet, but it doesn't care. Crouching by the box. But apparently, Alpha Esports, even with the wall, they have a play. They built the wall on up. They built a second wall for good measure, keeping the Pirates out from A side. And it seems like no immigration whatsoever here for the defense. 60 right now. Alpha just keeping it up.
That was just really good. And yeah, I have to agree with you. It's all about Chris M and his command of the cosmic. Yeah, of the battlefield. However you want to call it, right? Is the Cosmic Divide and everything. It's just working so beautifully well. And what's kind of good about Astra is even if you don't do anything with your abilities, you can recycle them and make them into smaller smokes, into tiny smokes. That still makes a lot of sense. But now, the slower playstyle for Alpha Esports has been abandoned for this really more aggressive running gun style. And they have the shooters to be able to follow through with that. And it seems like it's overwhelming the Pirates here. Senior Carl is going to go for the big flanks. Nico coming out here from spawn, but he's going to be just in for a rude awakening. Although hitting the shots, it's still not going to be enough in the end as Alpha Esports is starting to run away with this. They started strong, in the middle, a bit slow, but now coming into almost the done on the first half. 7-3, looking pretty damn dominant.
Yeah, Alpha Esports, they're really showing us why they're the first letter of that Greek alphabet and why they are just having so much notoriety right now in the Philippine scene. I love the change of pace from Alpha rather versus Pirates because it seems like they're overwhelming the likes of Fire Cyanogen as much as possible. We saw it a while ago on the slower play. They got punished by the Blade Storm because FSJ was able to keep his bearings up, relax, and find the shots. But now when he has to deal with 5 people in the space, then he's gonna say, let's bring it to them instead. Far Cyanogen working together with a Paranoid to get rid of Ryu. Senor Carlat now with a hat and all, but no, he's grounded there by Chris M. Apparently the only one with command of the heavens is the star power of the Astra, but 2G with that kill in response. 4v3. The aggressive defense apparently the answer right now for the Pirates.
Well, you know what the best defense is? A little bit of offense. I know I switched it up, but it seems to work, like you said, for the Pirates. Although, if Gian Sanity can find 2 targets straight up, he will be able to get that res, maybe make it to the 4 versus 4. Spike has yet to get planted down here, and no form of map control is really had by the Pirates, or rather the Alpha Esports team, as well, they don't really have much options. They don't have bodies to throw around the map anymore to move their weights, and they're kind of stuck at short for the moment. This is kind of good, though. They have put all of their stars on the A site, and it can be baited. Maybe make them fake that they're going to go for the A site here, but as they do have its as well as GK Baby, they just charged right in. My mistake, it was the Astra already down, so there was no chance that they would have been able to use the stars, but you know what? Who can they use? It's gonna be Gian Sanity once again, but Nico, of course, immediately shuts him up for the moment. Fire Cyanogen, he's hot, he's charging, and he will not allow you to use your fire jutsu, your fire bending there, GK baby, as Pirates come in with the flurry. And that's going to be 7-4. One more round before we end the half.
I mean, come on, if you ignite the fire in front of a guy named Fire Saiyajin, you should already know that he's coming for you. But besides that, it does tell Fire Saiyajin that GK Baby is just gonna be there healing on up. He's low HP, and immediately the Jet on the prowl. So now, this is gonna be an interesting question. Can the Pirates do it again in this round? Will they go for the aggressive defense and go for the fight in the face of the opposition? Because it's not a bad idea, especially against an Astra. When you look at an agent like that, you want to set your stars onto the side, but that means that what are you really gonna do when someone gets in your face? Absolutely nothing. So what's the call here for the Pirates? Seems like there we go with the Omen and the Jet playing in the showers. And while G Insanity was the one watching out for that, he will back on away. Good read here from Alpha. Playing it a bit slower this time and just making sure that everyone is still alive at the get-go. And that Aljo, man. Okay.
That could have been immediately punished, not gonna lie. If somebody actually just peeked that. I mean, nobody will, right? In their right mindset, but that slight mistake.
Oh, GK Baby, well, that's the misstep there, good sir. Nico also on it, but G and Sandy now with the kill, bringing back the Phoenix, saying, it's okay, Band-Aid, you're fine, Mr. Dandy. Runs back now, gonna get unleashed, and Flash, he gets splashed, he will fall down. GK Baby using his second chance now with some redemption. 7-4, might be 8-4 soon as Ryu plants the spike down. 4v3, Alpha in command of B sites.
A bit too slow on those shock dart lineups. That's not going to punish anybody, and the post plan will be set already by the Alpha Esports. 2 will be coming from the murder hole. Yes, I do call that, guys. Arya, Ryu, and the rest. Oh, this one-way wall. I do like this. It proves for a bit of positioning. And will we see the time? Everything changed when Fire Saiyajin attacked, or is it going to be the Pinoy Jet who does it? No! It's going to be Fire Saiyajin, and he has enough time to defuse that spike dash. 7-5, and Fire Saiyajin once again does it. The miraculous plays to keep Pirates afloat.
Give the name, give the account to Fire Saiyajin. Give it. Pinoy Jet, it's FSJ. The Blade Storm shut down a showstopper in his face and just read G and Sandy like an absolute fiddle. What a play there from Fire Saiyajin. When you let this guy just take command of a game like that, it really just feels like he can do absolutely anything. And the Pirates, they know that. They trust him. The camaraderie from this team, they're getting a lot more legitimacy right now, especially the fact they're playing together, especially the fact they got noticed by their local community even. Besides that, everyone just has to keep an eye out on Fire Saiyajin. Now, it's 7-5 as we get into the next half. Well, we do apologize for that spiking. Stuck there for quite a while already, but that plant is not anywhere near off as of yet. Interesting call, though, here for Alpha, though. It's all for B and 1 for A. It's all up to It's right now if he can actually hold the line, and he's sticking by the showers if ever, just in case he can retreat there over to the other side.
I do like this quadra control on B, because this triple push that they're doing through the smoke as well with the flash, it does flash his own self, and Senior Card can actually do some damage here. A bit of mistime, and I do like the 3-plan push, but when you do it like that, you will have some casualties, and it does. But what also will transpire for AE is that if they spot nobody and they know that the people are going to be pushing into showers, that could be a triple push out on the teleporter to catch people in the showers off guard. But for the moment, Pirates has actually put their forces onto the B long here, and this could be a rude awakening for Alpha Esports. The setups are already there. Oh, beautiful use onto the wall by Giansanity. That will be stopping them in concussion as well with in conjunction rather, with this grenade. There's not a lot of time left, and he has a charge right in. Uses the smoke for some cover, spots one right out, and it seems like they're able to overwhelm the site here. Leaving it to one man to defend, and that's gonna be the Pirates almost stabilizing the 7-6.
I mean, besides Pirates taking that round, I just want to say, hello guys, my name is G Insanity, and welcome to Sage Tips and Tricks, especially on eco rounds. Number 1, put a wall in their face. Why? Because they cannot break it quickly enough on an eco state like that. And just, that could have really worked out well for Alpha, but, you know, Pirates, they're just cracked. They got the shots that they needed. They went for the push, and now they will have the advantage. So scoreline is now 7-6. I believe the rounds just
Yeah, it's probably
a little
delayed
stuck
or
there.
bugged.
It's okay. We'll tap it a little bit. We'll give it a little bit of flick, and eventually it will work out later on into the game. But this is Pirates with the advantage here, Asarai. They have 4 Spectres. Fireside is the only one with the ghost. He's making a bit of an impact right now, but Ryu, surprise with the shorty. GK Baby also with kill on Flash right now, and Alpha Esports getting the numbers advantage. Question is though, can they get those guns?
Give me the weaponry. We need to activate it. Gian's gonna be trying to push through here. Maybe catch up Senior Carl. At this range, the Classic can prove to be fatal, but of course, still gets overwhelmed by that Spectre. 3 versus 3. The Pirates have been whittled down here, but it seems like they're not stopping to try to just get control even more. Getting that close quarter angle, and unfortunate for GK Baby, he just peeked a little bit out, but his little noodle of a Classic gets spotted by that recon dart. Senior Carl just flies right in and showed us that yes, the Pirates can sometimes fly if they have enough cannons. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've seen that in like Pirates of the Caribbean, and now is going to be coming from that big flank, but Nico seems to be the better of the Sovas. That's going to even us out, 7-7.
Yeah, there we have it, 10-7. Things looking good here for the Pirates, but it's now time for Alpha to get the guns that they need. But Mr. Aswa, yes, I too have watched Treasure Planet back in the day, and Pirates can't actually fly if they're in space, but this is bind. There's no space whatsoever. It is a bit tight though in these angles, but Pirates are honestly making it work anyway. As soon as Farsigen takes point on going for a site, it does command a lot of attention from Alpha, and they dedicate a lot of the resources, a lot of their positioning just for that. And from that point on, Pirates are able to move on to a site, get the kills that they need. But this time now, they're gonna get tested as rifles, as we said. The arsenal is prepared here for Alpha Esports.
It's all prepared. They're getting the information that they need, using Itz's drone for the moment. And as they get that little bit of information, look at how much commitment Alpha Esports give just to defend this particular site. Ooh, Pirates flash, waiting for that boost push from Gian Sanity here. It's not going to come out to the corner. DC 2Get and the rest going for a short control here. And they only see 1 star. If they can bypass that, it's going to be a null factor. But of course, the suck is pretty devastating. It lines you up, messes you up, and it also makes you vulnerable, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, when you got the satchel charge and the dashes, what's going to happen? But GK Baby, of course, as they come out there from U-Haul, it's not going to work out in the end. Nico could have a nice little flank play here, but once again gets denied. Denied. This is the name of the game here for this particular round, but Senior Carl speaks right back out. Well, it's the 1 kill though here, Dax. And Alpha Esports once again claim the throne in this round advantage, 8-7.
Dynamic duelist duel right there, just playing so proactive. You can see GK Baby by the shower side, went back to the shower, kept an eye out. In the meantime, it was Ryu playing with the APC, up top, down below, up top, down below, and eventually it was just enough pressure to catch out Pirates from the get-go. So Alpha, keeping the lead that they would have really worked hard to build on. Pirates, though, in the meantime, still there. Still gonna have some guns, and the question is, are they gonna force by the way to victory? Seems like that's the case. Now, this is gonna be very costly here, Asarai, if Pirates lose this, because they're not gonna have economy anymore. They're not gonna have the credits anymore for the next round. If that is gonna be the case, they also need to be careful with losing too many members. But then again, there might be that surprise judge factor out of nowhere from Fireside Jin. It's all about the B-Long right now, stacking on up. It's though spotting out 2, maybe even 3 people. He gets spotted in return. Shockbacks though are flying on, and Recon Bolt already gonna be there, and GK Baby, he got the kills a while ago, now he has to run it back. That extra life gonna be the name of the game. He wants to push, but someone's waiting there. Flash is prepared, but not prepared enough. GK Baby with the quick flicks to get that kill.
I'm sorry, that was just... He was looking left and right, and he still connects the shot. So you don't usually hit those, but yeah, just, you know, Taylor Swift it.
Just shake it off indeed. And now the gravity well in front of the Pirates. They were a witness of that star collapsing right in front of them. But still, they are down a member. Senior Carl with a lurk. And that's just gonna be a shake it off indeed, because Carl, he found a kill there. There's them though. He's prepared. Here comes Ryu, even the showstopper. Oh, he hits the box by mistake, but it doesn't matter because Chris M, he is just fragging out like crazy. It's a triple kill for the Astra, leaving Senor Carl all alone to fend for himself. Can't even do anything here, Asarai.
You should get spotted already. I mean, there's a couple more seconds that they might not look at short anymore, or rather outside of showers anymore. But now that he's gotten the kill there, it's not going to work out in the end. Did he whip out his ultimate? I think I saw him have the showstopper up. So, wait, let me see. No, it's not. Okay, that would have been foolish because, yeah, it messes with us. But if he used it just to try to get a kill as he was getting rushed, that would have been really, really bad for Pirates, because they would have maybe have needed that right now on this pistol buy for them. It would be so nice if they can have something like that, and which they do. So tactical pause first, trying to figure out if they can get some value here on the pistol, because they're just not having any more rounds against Alpha Esports. Even though they get these lurk kills, in the end they just charge right in, but the coordinated play from Alpha is just messing up with them. And we saw this, I think, on the match that they had against Hashira, where there was a game that Fire Sage and the rest of Pirates was just able to get, what, like 9 straight? And then when they went to another map that was reliant more on coordination and whatnot, it seems like it just turned the tables and Pirates couldn't get any rounds at all.
Yeah, and the thing is, you need some cannons for cannonballs rather for your cannons, right? If you're gonna be part of the Pirates, and you need that showstopper for a round that actually can still be winnable. But I gotta say, we weren't joking about the fact that we're gonna get a slice of NA right now in this matchup. It's not just because Alpha is here, right? Not from NA to PH, they're here to show up. But mostly because Pirates is also a team that plays hard contact. You rely on Farsighted to get those takedowns, you go for the rush on down. And if you are going to be playing basically Alpha's domestic playstyle, if you're going to be playing that NA style, you have to do it better against a team that has made their way here to the Philippine scene just to show up and just to destroy them in that way. So for the Pirates, can they innovate on the spot? I don't think that's really the answer for them. It just has to be them playing better, hitting their shots, because the Pirates' way has been yo-ho-ho and a bottle full of rum and a bottle full of Farsighted magic as the Bladestorm is out and about.
Gonna be using these satchels just to break the segment of walls, but of course, we got ourselves a nice little Sage boost here for Gion Sanity. He's not gonna get flushed out here. He's waiting for an angle, but he will not get pushed through. They're gonna wrap all the way around. I do like this because his wall's about to break because of the timer that it has on it. And if he drops down and he tries to rotate back into the site, that could be an opening here for Fire Sajin. They're waiting. Oh, he doesn't see the backside of that jet though, or at that Sage. The timing on the recon dart will flush out the awareness of Fire Sajin to the left, but Gion Sanity is there to the right. If he charges right in, he's gonna get in for such a bad time, and they line up beautifully for him. Such a great play there. Even if Flash does get the shutdown, they've already but dwindled in the numbers, and okay, I see you, Flash. You're not done just yet. Maybe a triple kill to boot. Not gonna happen though. 10-7 Alpha Esports with a decisive victory with Gion Sanity at the helm.
Gion Sanity getting a quad kill there, but really, you still gotta give it to Chris M. Come on. The biggest thing right now that Alpha Esports has been able to do to amplify their playstyle has to be the fact that this Astra is making a world of a difference, because those are such common angles being held right now by Alpha, and there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, because you know they're gonna hit their shots. But what gives them that edge is the fact that this Astra is something that is completely foreign to the Pirates right now. They cannot really figure out how to deal with those gravity wells, with the noble pulses that comes, and it hasn't even been all about the smoke frenzy from the Astra whatsoever. It's just really been that utility. So very helpful. An assist king, even though he only has 4 on the scoreboard, really something that you have to watch out for. But Pinoy Jet, Genji is trying to get on the way though. Senor Carl will eventually catch him. The barrier arm a little too low as well. 4v4 though, because Farsighted is gone from this round at the same time. And Alpha Esports, look at GK Baby here, Asarai. He says, you know, I've read a bit of philosophy, I know about Plato and that cave. Let me try to find myself in this cave also. Go on through. Perhaps he's waiting by the spawn right now, and it's the perfect angle here for the Phoenix if he decides to go for a push over the B site to get the pinch against Pirates.
This could be the moment for GK Baby's time to shine. It's going to be using a nice little bounce lineup there with the recon dart, but Pirates will still be able to get this. It's a 4 versus 4. GK Baby is in such a good position for that lurk coming in for the B-long area. They're going to be peeking out him, maybe? It's that Killjoy ultimate will be used to flush it out. Now he gets spotted though, but the pinch is going to be real. He's not going to get the kill though, but Tuge as well as Nico picks 2 simultaneously. They hear the footsteps. Gonna be the Cosmic Divide. Gets pushed in. Chris M is at the helm once again. gonna be using that showstopper from Senior Carl and just deny any form of contention whatsoever. He does know. He knows that Senior Carl is there to the corner, but he doesn't find... Oh no. Does he even have the time? He should have the time though. But look at that wide peek out. Flash is going to be the last man standing here. 1 versus 1, but he knew the angle. He knew the wide peek coming out from it, and he knew that he had enough in his tank to just burst down and give Pirates a round win. A sorely needed round win here, Dax.
And Flash, he showed it the last time we saw him in the VCT stage. He was absolutely clutch in their last map in their semi-final, getting so many rounds under their belt because of his antics. And now, we're seeing a bit of that wake-up call. And that's the thing for the Pirates. They have Senior Carl in, and he even has more kills versus Fireside. And Nico, who has had experience before in the previous roster, which is MOTV, he does feel like he's the rock of the Team Pirates. He's the one who keeps things stable. Just be like, guys, relax, guys. Let's try to change the pace. And now, when you have someone like Flash playing at the clutch, and you got 2 get here, able to hit up the smokes and just help out the team. And the Pirates, it does feel like they're a roster built on success. But Ryu, oh, he tried to play some DDR there versus Nico, but the Hunter's Fury was just locked on perfectly. And that's a kill there for the side of Pirates starting off. Alpha, though, in the meantime, can they actually hold Chris M there with the kill on Senior Carl, making 4v4. And Fireside Jin, he cannot give taste. Chris M with just the right timing there to get 3 already. This Astra is really someone you gotta watch out for. What about the Pantheon here, Mr. Astra? Because this is gonna be a god-animating kind of game. Pinoy Jet now with the res onto Ryu, and a big advantage here for Alpha Esports.
Right there. Right there.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Standing ahead.
Not gonna look too good. I was muted there for a moment, and that was just brutal.
Alpha Esports, man. This just really was the side of Alpha Esports playing it clutch again. When you have Chris M prepared, ready to fight, ready with any kind of angle, he just makes the right decisions at the right time. Like, we've heard about the Alpha Esports roster, and we've seen that these guys can play to an absolute T. But just the decision-making there from Chris M was so stellar, and it allowed him to get that 3K in a quite easy fashion. Backed on away from the lamps at the right time, get away from FSJ. And as soon as he felt like a cloudburst was coming, peek against the Jet in that small timing, and then check out the showers. Come on. Chris M is doing so much for the Alpha Esports roster, and he really deserves so much props right now from what he's doing. Of course, the whole team is really stepping it up, showing us on the main stage, showing us on broadcast, right, that they know how to play, that they have come here for a reason. Farside, Jin, the rest of the team of Pirates, they have to deal with this honestly impressive Alpha Esports roster right now.
I agree. Definitely agree. Also, there was some form of miscommunication there from the Pirates, because there was a nice little angle that Fireside was looking already at the crevice at the opening of U-Hall, and he got booped by Senior Carl as he was trying to get into the site. And then Fireside feeling maybe pressured to get that refrag so that they can secure the A site, just had to go for that chase, and it backfired in his face because his second cloudburst was just spotted out there by Chris M. And like he said, man, he's an incredible anchor onto the A site, and Senior Carl, he's just gonna try to get the orb and even get a fadeaway shot onto Chris M. Beautifully executed, but now he's gonna have to hold his own when he gets spotted, he gets darted, and he will just get farted here out on the showers as there's 3 members just coming all the way around him. My goodness, is he even gonna be able to win himself out of this situation? Looks like that's gonna be a no. 12-8 already, and we're looking at a match point here for Alpha Esports.
A bit of a whoopsie there for the Rays, just getting caught out, getting sandwiched, and even though it couldn't get the kill with the backstab, it still was the pinch enough pressure being applied and allowing Alpha Esports to take that round. It is match point now for Alpha Esports, and it does feel like it's been a long time coming for them to make it to the playoffs. There's been so much hype about this roster, one of the stream team dreams really here in the Philippine scene, and it's interesting because we saw Paddy Lehman last time falter against the Pirates, but the Alpha Esports roster just saying, you know, we can try and take them. We can actually go for it. And the fact of the matter is, they're just winning out through that contact, through these small micro decisions. And it really feels like they brought in that slice of their region, a slice of the experience they've had in their ladder beforehand to the Philippine scene.
It's very brutal when you know that these slight mistakes have led to you losing the rounds. And that's such a minute detail, right? But again, in the end, if you can win those duels and whittle down your opponent into lesser numbers than what you have, you will always have more threat that is going to be to your advantage. And it seems like Alpha Esports, like you said, has done that more times than not. And the slice of the NA life is a bit of peak, a bit of kills, back away, and show to us that these microaggressions is just what is allowing them to get these Ws. GK Baby going to be using his ultimate for a bit of intel gathering, pushes out on short there, gets spotted out, but he does get the crucial information that the rest of the forces here of Pirates are on that short area, on market. And the difficulty now is how do they push through this? This wall's about to break. Beyond Sanity is going to be into the corner here, but Senior Carl, he's onto his own because like he does have a teammate near him, but there's nobody to refrag, and this is about to be such a bad angle. Gets spotted out, backs away, but Dunn does get overwhelmed there for the moment, and maybe, just maybe, this is a round that Pirates can translate into a W.
Oh, and okay, he tries across the wall, but apparently his passport has been revoked. The far side will get that take on GK Baby though, and Ryu getting the kills in return. The dynamic duo of duelists doing it again, and it's GK Baby and Ryu keeping it alive. 2v1, it's 2K all alone. Showstopper will say goodbye, and Alpha Esports will just be able to outclass the opposition here to win out on bye. Gotta say, Asarai, it's the finer things in life. Cheese, wine, and Alpha Esports, the micro decisions giving them that win.
Wow. Did he even hear his opponent was inside a tube? I don't think he did, but he had every fiber in his body, and maybe his teammates even telling him, isn't in that damn tube, just shoot it, pop a shot on it, and the AoE's gonna just stop him. What a play, what a game to start this best of 3 between Alpha Esports and 6045 Pirates. It seems like the Pirates had moments of brilliance, but Alpha Esports, like you said, they have given us the slice of the NA life, and my, oh my, is it a sweet, sumptuous dessert that I am just gobbling up as of the moment, because it's really different to what we've seen on the other teams, I think, that we've seen here in the VCT, and 6045 Pirates are the first ones to get a bit of that taste test, and now going into another map that I think the Pirates might not be as akin to. Are they going to be able to come back? Are they going to be able to rise up? That's going to be the question here for the next one, Dex.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as we are going to be getting split. I'm not too sure though, but I do believe that might be their map pick. We'll be able to verify later on. Besides that, yes, it's a slice of American pie that we were able to witness there from NA. There's contact and there's NA contact, and just the small decisions there allowing Alpha Esports to get that big win. Now, question is, can the Pirates keep it up? Can the Pirates keep up rather versus Alpha Esports, or will Alpha keep it up and make it a 2-0? We'll find out as soon as we get into the next map. But before that, we're going on a break. Alpha versus Pirates still keeping on. We'll see you guys in just a bit here at Challenges Philippines. Well, one is the loneliest number as we're 1-0 right now. But gotta say, the Pirates, they got 4 of them. So we'll see what the 60-45 Pirates can do as we get into map number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Challengers Philippines Stage 2, Week 2. I'm Dax. I'm joined by the taller than me Asarai apparently right now. And well,
Okay.
It's
There you go,
gonna be
there
an
we go.
interesting. There you go. Yes, we are now in line. Thank you. At least we've always put our heads together for these kind of casts, and now we are in the same kind of, I don't know, latitude, longitude. I don't know my globe. Anyway,
Height.
this is gonna be interesting
Elevation,
because
sorry, yeah.
elevation. Speaking of elevation, though, we're gonna be going for a next map, and it's split. Now we got confirmation that this is Pirates map pick, which is a bit interesting, and it does feel like they're trying to stifle the side of Alpha right now and their contact with a map pick like this. We'll see though how it's gonna work out because the Pirates, they were out-dueled and out micromanaged a while ago, and right now they have to prove that they're still that powerhouse. They still has that fight in them, and they just need to get those kills as simply as that.
I have a legitimate question for you, Dax, and not actually only for you, but to our viewers out there. Now, it seems like you said, right, the Pirates did throw this particular split map as a curveball towards Alpha Esports, but Alpha Esports will be starting on the defending side, and if they will be utilizing Chris M once again on that Astra on such a constricted map like split, is there any way for Senior Carl as well as Fire Saiyajin to wreak havoc here on the attacking side? I feel like there's going to be very few times, and the chances for victory is going to be even less if they cannot circumvent that annoying Astra if ever Chris M does put it out. Or maybe, as we can see here on the Agent Select, it's not going to be there, but still the same case here. Are they going to be able to stop Alpha Esports because their defending side on Bind was, as you can see already, very stifling?
Yeah, it's just such a conundrum, isn't it? You got Alpha Esports on the defense right now, and he has given the role of the Sage to It's instead, because it's usually their Sova player, so it's like, no Sova for this one, go over to the Medic instead. Here we go though for G Insanity though, deciding, okay, I'm the Sentinel player for this roster, and I'm going to be playing that Cypher. And that's really the thing. The panel has been discussing why not let G and Sandy play that duelist. And it's really just because as a team, it fits best for them. So we'll see though if it works out even more, or should they actually
Select
change
your
it up.
agent.
They already proven that it worked. The system was stellar. We had Ryu and GK Baby pop off on Bind. But then again, we still have the Pirates here, and it's that Jet raining out from Carl and Fire Saiyajin. Sage Killjoy this time going to be the setup here for the Pirates as well. And Sentinels abound as we get into split. This is the one map that Alpha Esports needs to move on to the semifinals, to face off against the winner of tomorrow's last quarterfinal and first match of the day, Ren or Walkure. In the meantime, Pirates, they need to get that reverse sweep and really shut down Alpha Esports. And what better way to throw the curveball, try to change it up, and go on a map like Split.
You know, this best of 3 and tomorrow's last best of 3 for the quarterfinals is a debut for, I would say, Alpha Esports and Bren specifically, because Bren, I believe we can already actually say this, but they're going to be utilizing Wits over Humi. Wits also known as the CSGO god, so that's something to look forward to tomorrow. Of course, we're not going to focus on that now because it is going to be Alpha Esports one more game. And like you said, whoever wins this will be going straight into the semifinals. That's a really good step here, because if Alpha Esports, they came to the Southeast Asia scene to not only dominate supposedly in the Philippines, but also in this entire region. If they can plant their seeds here in VCT Philippines, well, that's something that will at least put them on the radar, not only because of their presence, their reputation, but also what they have already done here in this particular region.
And the expectations really for Alpha is to go that far. Come on, if you import these seeds really from the NA side, you need to make sure that at the very least the sapling is planted on the local side, on PH side, and then you can grow into that wonderful tree that you're looking for, a wonderful site in the SCA region. But no, baby steps. Step by step, and the first step is to beat the Pirates if Alpha can do it. But Pirates, in the meantime, they have been setting sail. They've really gone above and beyond many of their expectations, and they're making a case to be really one of the top teams in the Philippine scene. Now, The thing is, though, even though this is their second time into playoffs, they're still getting there per se. It just needs to be more of a concentrated and a consistent team effort. You have the amazing gunfire of Farsighted, and of course the rest of the team really trying to change it up. With, did you see that? They boost themselves over the wall, decide to hop on away to a site, and things like that. That creativity can really help them make that case for themselves, but to get going down will hurt them in the long run. 5v4, and Alpha trying to play their retake.
Farsighted, he needs to win this duel right now. He's gonna be able to reposition, but he goes in straight for the heal. Although that might have given him the opportunity there to just get the nice little twofer. Nico's gonna be here into the corner, gets spotted out, but Senior Carl ends it with a victorious headshot onto Chris M there. And like you said, Dax, the creativity, the positivity for Pirates, they're not out of this loop just yet. And it seems like with that bit of intuitive play to just counter boost on the siege wall, allow them to get the A side, and I don't think Alpha Esports was even expecting that to happen.
I mean, they didn't expect it. They reacted pretty well. A little unfortunate, though, GK Baby, I believe, whiffing the shots onto Nico, even though Paranoia was there. And from that point on, it was just numbers in favor the side of the Pirates on that side. So 1-0 right now. Good start here for the Pirates to try and show off against Alpha Esports. We mentioned it already. This is the Pirates pick. And into the map pool itself, it does feel like it is a blast from the past. You got Blind, Split, and Haven in that order. And Flash right now ordering a kill onto it. So there we have it. 5v4. Mid control in favor of the Pirates also. But since they got the pick off onto the Sage, they can easily go onto A. And that feels like to be the sewer crawl to get there.
Oh, once they get some contact on A, look at how everybody just comes out from the sewer like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Love to see another movie there. Maybe not by Michael Bay because there's too many explosions. But speaking of explosions, Flash once again just goes straight into the embracing arms of the members of Alpha Esports. But a nice little pinch there from RU Ryu. Will be able to pick up the Spectre for him. Chris M, of course, will be charging right in. Does get spotted out there, but he just baits the utility for the moment. We'll be waiting for this Nana Swarm, but Flash is also into the corner. Embracing hands, but of course, right clicks here and there. The pop shots from Altfire of the Classic is just going to reign true, but Senior Carl was big flank, and I don't think Alpha Esports was even aware that the shadow was lurking right behind them. Senior Carl.
Another creative play there from Pirates, and this is what's beautiful for them. This is what will work out for them, and overall, it's a good start for the Pirates clan. They have gotten that 2-0 right now, but they still need to weather the storm and fight against Alpha, who has the guns into play. But this is actually a really good sign already for the attacking side. It's 2 points, and you know you're running basically double Sentinel on the attack right now. You're trying to make it work, especially with Flash and Nico. The question is, though, can they get a few more rounds versus Alpha? Or can Alpha turn it around? Bonus time here for Pirates.
They're losing this double duelist more for control onto the mid, but that doesn't leave Pirates to just allow the sides of the map to be exposed. It's actually looking pretty good. They got the kill on Arya Ryu, who was maybe expected that he'll be able to get a nice little flank around onto Sewer, if I'm not mistaken, but it kind of backfires on him, and now there's a full force of Pirates, and they still haven't used all their utility. They can choose to go for any site, and this is going to be even easier for them because there's no more Sage slow paint shell, raise paint shell combo that can really thwart Pirates as they try to come into these angles.
Yeah, the Pirates, they also played that lurk perfectly, basically. You have Flash waiting, trying to see if someone's coming. Ryu getting taken down like that, allowing Pirates an easier time to move on to these sites. But then again, still have to be careful because that Sentinel, that Cypher, is prepared onto BGK Baby, though, in behind the Cloudburst right now, trying to spray it down. But it's the Insanity with the first kill here from the side of the Alpha Esports Quadrant. Farsighted and Senior Carl both go down to the hand of Pinoy Jet, and that's going to be 3 here for G Insanity. Come on, when you have a name with Insanity in it, you already know you're going to be hitting those 6 shots, but to get answering back, getting 2 of his own, 2v2 right now, playing danger close, spike now being planted up by Flash. And Chris M, he's prepared for the Paranoia, throws it out, doesn't actually get attacked on Killjoy. Seems like that's the case. Those flashbacks on the way, but the lockdown now gonna be set on up. Chris M beside this box, beside to get that takedown, and now it's all up to the Killjoy to try and hold the line. We got Flash getting that kill. It's though will turn it around, but he has to get this lockdown, and he gets it with barely a second to spare. That should be enough though for Alpha. Very costly though for the defending side.
Man, imagine if he got hit by that. But I don't think there's gonna be I mean, there's still gonna be enough time, I think, even if he got hit by the lockdown. Anyways, though, that flick from Chris M just shows to us that he's not only a smoker, he's a nice little flicker as well.
Shots, man. It
Yeah.
was. I love the call there to go for the paranoid, to go for the TP, and really surprise to get as much as possible. Fortunately, he couldn't get the kill on the Flash. Flash again. Clutch situations, he can always put up a fight. And again, Alpha, at least they get that round, but you can see that the damage has been done here. Asarai, 2 judges though, might be the big surprise factor that Alpha Esports is looking for. Ryu and Chris M holding on to the shotguns while it's making some noise and trying to say, hey guys, look at us, we have phantoms, we have phantoms. No one's playing judge or anything. Might be mind games here from Alpha though. And Ryu, he's ready, he's waiting, and he's ready to say, Mom sir, where's your ID? And with that judge in hand.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Split is probably the map that just accentuates, that glorifies shotgun play. Just because if you can get around those corners, especially with the ye olden days of the last patch with the Bucky, I think even Pirates were the ones who actually utilized that a lot as well. So they might be, you know, in for a bit of taste your own medicine kind of jive. The Pirates seem to just play very slowly here, and they're respecting these close quarter combats. I'm not sure if they know that the judges could be there, but the way that they are playing seems to, they don't want to lose any members. They want to commit to the site here. They really want to fight, and they're going to charge right in. Senior Carl is going to be on the forefront to go on top of the rafters.
30 seconds left.
They're on top of ramp there, but they got to be careful into this corner because Fire Sage, and he wasn't even looking at the site. I think he was just thinking that maybe nobody was going to be there, and what was that movement from Chris M? Able to just shrouded step onto the corner, and now it's gone topsy-turvy. It's going to be a smorgasbord of just fighting here between Pirates and AE. And who's going to be coming out on top? It seems like it should have been the Pirates, or actually AE, but it should be the Pirates here. Damn! Oh, no. What is that? Chris M, are you kidding me? But no! Shots will be bound, and Chris M, he cycled his weapon, he cycled through his smoke, and he cycled through his ultimate. I'm pretty sure he just lost his mind there, but he did not expect Flash to be right in front of him.
He was playing out of his mind in that round, and eventually, you know,
he
when
lost
you're
his mind.
completely lost it. Exactly. He's just okay. I somehow got a kill with the judge here and got rid of the biggest target on the other side, and I somehow got rid of the guy putting the spike down. But then it's like, what do I do now? Can I actually try and steal the spike away? Can I throw it away? And as soon as that happening, as soon as he was cycling through every little bit of his toolkit, it was a peek there. But speaking of the peek, here comes Fireside. Jin, he's down though for the count after Ryu gets the refrag immediately with that Sheriff. Great shot though from Ryu, but still, it is gun advantage right now for Pirates. They need to make sure though that the rifle isn't going to go to the clutches of Alpha Esports 3-1. And with the attack side having the advantage right now, this is a good sign for the Pirates as a whole in the game.
Quick peek there by Gian Sanity onto B main. Spots out one, will not re-peek it once again. He's not a fool. If you try to do that against somebody with a rifle, that's pretty risky. Or unless you have the balls to just try to hit the Sheriff. But even, I don't think at that range it's going to be fatal. It's just 145 damage, but kill for Nico here. He needs to have 2 more charges to get the revive on First Agent, but even then, they actually don't need it. You can just go rotate all the way to the A site. Chris M is spotted out. He's going to have to run all the way through, but he's going to just get overwhelmed by Senior Carl. That could have actually looked even worse for him. But of course, Gian Sanity immediately just picking up that Vandal as nobody else just trying to hide it away from him.
Yeah, maybe Pirates should have actually taken the time to put that away, and it might bite them in the butt here, just in case Gian Sanity really pops off. Ryu now saying, okay, I want to get on my own, but Flash making sure that everything's spotted down on the ramp side. He takes care of business, takes care of the corpse of his teammates, and the Pirates now are up by 3. Is keeping this one up even more so. Another one on board here for the Pirates, and you just gotta love to see them looking for this comeback, and they're doing it in style here, Asterai. Split attack is one of the hardest things to really do. Sure, it's a lot easier now with the changes of the map itself, but the Pirates are still saying we can make it work, and they're doing so very well so far.
I love being wrong, my friend. Like, I know I point out the most annoying things, like just Split being hella defender-sided, but like you said, this type of Split play style that Pirates are doing, it's really been hampering Alpha Esports. And as I'm pretty sure they heard like 3 members straight up on Heaven, they immediately utilized the ultimate from the KJ, but this pinch once again, they're just utilizing and splitting themselves up on the attacking side. One's going to be here on screens. Is Chris M even going to have an opening here, as now Nico going to be screening everything up, just making sure, brushing the sides. Oh my goodness, he actually could have gotten his head taken out there. A bit too brave, but you know what? Bravery in the end, the courage in the end to just try to challenge those angles is what allowing Spike or Pirates to plant down that Spike. There's no team Spike. There's just the Spike.
Maybe one day the Spike plants a Spike, but right now we are seeing Pirates plant themselves down onto A site. Chris M though unfortunately couldn't screen the people in time and has to deal with some invaders here and try to fight back. We got G Insanity taking point. The Cypher wanted to go for the push if ever. Says hello to Farside Jin and says goodnight even. It's nap time there for the Reyna. 2Ghetto in the meantime getting 2 so far. But look at this, G Insanity. He says I have the time to do so. He has gotten the Spike defused in time. It's holding the line, protecting his teammate. And what a push from the Sentinels. Man, oh man, Asarai, it doesn't matter what role, what agent you put G Insanity in. You already know he's gonna get those kills.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people have probably seen that viral video from G Insanity where he was up against... Oh, you haven't? It's a video of him in a match against Sabrosa, and Sabrosa was just like basically tilted because G Insanity was on a Cypher on Icebox, and he kept getting these really annoying lurk kills. And it seems like we're seeing that firsthand right now in a competitive tournament. I mean, I'm enjoying it. We're seeing the flexibility of this man. It's kind of like the same with Hashira's Envy being able to play multiple agents. Of course, probably different styles, but the picks is still there. In any case, though, that should have been a round win for Pirates, but it's just the raw power of these Alpha Esports boys that is allowing them for this victory. And I love this camera here. Fire Station doesn't even know it will hit him.
This feels like a Canon camera of all things, and we just got to enjoy the camera work of G Insanity, watching Farside getting the tags on, and it seems like that this apartment is going to be quite a sweet home indeed for Alpha Esports. But it's really just it. Entry with the Cypher. If that works, then you're just going to be able to figure things out immediately. Ryu, though, in the meantime, on top the box, getting 2 so far with the judge, and now the execution is in. So Ryu, please be careful. Don't touch your own paint cells. Very good. Besides that, though, a kill box, basically. Instead of a mailbox, there's a kill box there for Alpha, and they will send that back to the sender, basically. No postal needed, no recipients whatsoever. It's Alpha Esports controlling it now and getting rounds back to back.
Man, they just tried to push through that. And they might have wanted to try their style on the Heaven, but without any utility being thrown, without having Fire Sage, and even with his Leer, just that little bit of blind-esque ability to try to force opponents to shoot so that you can have that audio cue of where they were. There's a lot of dry peeking and basically guessing from Pirates where the angles of AE were, and that's where you can really see the judge shine from Ryu. It's his in his small little corner. Tsuge couldn't be in a bad spot. That's a nice little spot crosshair placement that it has, but it seems like the Pirates will be going for 8 once again. They do leave 1 into mid. I'm not sure who exactly that is. It could be... Oh, it is going to be Flash, but GKB... Oh, not going to hit the connection.
Threading the needle there, was so close to actually hit that shot. Farside though, can he get away a second time? Yes, he does, thanks to the smokes there. Now GK Baby, gotta make this operator count. If you miss the shots, you're giving up a lot of space, and you can see already for Pirates, they have taken command of the A site yet again. Flash right now though, he's been top fragging. It does feel like when you see Pirates in a 0-1 hold, that's when Flash really steps it up to 11. Senor Carl, he's contesting the high ground and avoiding the shots immediately. Ryu though, deciding to go for the push. He's punished and he is taken down. With no jet though, or Insanity with the kill there. And this is GK Baby, unable to hit him. And finally he does so. Eventually it will connect, says GK Baby. And that it does. 3v2 right now. Here comes Nico though with the brawl onto the elbow here. But unfortunately, the site has been stacked and the Pirates cannot get away from each other. Alpha Esports with the proper angles yet again, making it happen, having the guns that they needed anyway. 4-4 right now, and we're seeing Alpha bring it back.
I'm just going to point it out there. if Pirates had a full buy, those, what was it, like 1 out of 6 shots
Yeah.
connected for GK Baby, that could have turned a whole different way for
Would've been ugly.
Pirates. Because GK Baby, I know that he got bamboozled with those jiggle peaks from Fire Saiyajin, but oh man, if that was just like a buy round for
Last, right.
Pirates.
The thing is, if you're playing an op, you have to hit your shots. There is no margin of error, basically.
There's no middle
It's one
ground.
shot, one kill. It's you hit or you miss. And the fact of the matter is, there's so much space being given to the Pirates. Alpha Esports, honestly, getting out of that one by a hair. Now, then again, still them having that operator, GK Baby, redemption time perhaps for our Jet. Question is though, does the Gen know that the Jet is here on the other side? He is trying to go for a little bit of the strafing if ever. If he slow walks though, he might just die immediately. So, a lot of tension here, Astra. You can really feel that the knot is getting tighter and tighter as we wait for this clash, and boom goes the dynamite indeed. GK Baby hitting that shot this time as we got to get turning on around just to die.
That's like Tom Sawyer waiting for, is it him or is it Isaac Newton with the apple falling on his face? And it seems like the apple this time has definitely dropped.
Okay,
I don't know why I
let
said
me
Tom
just
Sawyer.
let me just laugh this off as Ryu does get a kill on the Nico to get the Empire Sergeant on the board. Chris M is there though to answer back. It's 2v2, and let me just say this as the Pirates are giving us the time to rotate, move over to A side. Tom Sawyer is a fictional character, and Isaac Newton is a scientist. How?
I don't know why.
How are they anyhow
you know why?
related to each other?
You know why? It's
Why?
because it's because of the waiting game, I guess, and the laziness that kind of mixed me up. All right, because
Okay.
Isaac Newton was waiting for the apple, and Tom Sawyer was waiting for the kids to finish the white fence to be, or the fence to
I
be
see.
painted white. All right, so
yeah,
it's fine. I
okay,
mixed
so-
it internally in my
no,
brain,
no, no.
but you know what? Who doesn't mix it internally in their brains is Alpha Esports. But seems like GK Baby with this operator. Okay, he's gonna have to hit these shots a la Wardell style, and peeking out here onto the window on Heaven. He just backs away smartly as he knows that there's just too many angles and not the right weapon to try to do the clutch situation in that scenario.
At least he's doing the smart thing compared to someone who had the most questionable analogy I've had in a while.
Dax, I hate you.
In that round though, okay, let's reel it back after Asrai's famous blunders that honestly brings in the charm of this caster here. Gotta say that this operator isn't getting too much value as you're already trying to imply, because it needs to do more. It needs to impose a lot more than it's doing right now. And the fact of the matter is, after the Pirates were able to see GK Baby whip those shots in the round prior to the last one, they feel confident that, okay, we can just run on away from the operator, we can make it work, and they were able to do so to keep the lead alive. So it's GK Baby having to step it up, having to go for a shot that actually is being contested. Best chance right now, can he do it? Almost, but no, it's just an inch away. Nah's back on the way, gonna get healed up though by It's at the same time. But there you go again, Pirates right now, they're chipping away at something a bit different here, Asarai. It's not about the spacing, it's not about the players, it's about that confidence, and it's hurting Alpha Esports right now.
Man, he's just missing all of those right now. The quick scope, I think, was just too quick. If he waited maybe a split second more, that would have been accurate, but this is not. The smoke, though, we'll wait for the pop shot. Oh my god, the timing for GK Baby. Redemption arc? Redemption moment? I guess yes, as Jan Saturday finds Flash lurking around in that vents area, saying that I gotta clear out the air in this vent, my friend. And Nico just gets spotted by Chris M, who is anchoring the site like a total baller. Fire Sage will have to pick things up here, but it's not gonna work out in the end. And the shook that Alpha Esports did get in that last round was immediately shaken off. And Taylor Swifted once again, 5-5, and it's been pretty neck and neck here, Dax.
Confidence is just back, and with a shot like that, then Alpha gets their mojo back and they're good to go. Now, I got a bit of an update there, Mr. Asser. I'm not too sure if this is the case, but it's not it's ITZ, because it means in the zone, and he's been quite in the zone actually. The Sage is second only to G and Santi so far here for Alpha. Pirates, though, in the meantime, making this quite a contest. 11 kills for Flash, 11 kills for Tuge, and Farsigen having a relatively quiet game. But in all honesty, this is actually a really good sign for Pirates right now because they're on the attack with Split. They've already gotten the handful of rounds that you want to actually have a good chance going into the next half. And overall, if this keeps up, the Pirates will have quite the advantage coming into the next one because, as we mentioned, Split defense pretty much the way to go. Geometry really helps out the defending side.
Honestly, again, I just one of my favorite maps. It's a love and hate relationship is with Split, because I feel like there's a lot of things that you can do on the attacking side that if you're able to execute it, you feel like a total baller. You're like, oh dang, dude, I was able to win because the attacking side was so good, it was so crispy compared to any other map out there. I feel like people just love winning on the attacking side in Split. If you can do that, your cojones just times 10 in largest, right? And I feel right now, like you said, right, Pirates are definitely will be feeling good, especially against Alpha Esports, who's shown to have such a good propensity on the defending side with Chris M at that helm. It's working out well for them. And now looking into the scoreboard real quick, just to pop your eyes down there, guys. 11 kills for Gian Sanity. It's actually not its. It seems like it's ITZ, which means in the zone. And I mean, sure, I agree with that. 9 kills, second top fragger. That's all good in the hood. And for Pirates on the flip side, Flash and Tuge, 11 kills apiece. Farce Agent and Singer Carl, a bit sluggish. But here's the thing, Split, you always have to expect that your entry fraggers are going to die, just because you need that form of map control. And I think this 6'10", 5'6" for Senior Carl and Fire Agent doesn't give them the credit of how much they've been getting in terms of presence control around this Split map.
I mean, Fire Sergeant has been surprised multiple times, especially in the past few rounds, is the biggest thing. He doesn't really expect that there's going to be players there, and that's what Alpha Esports has been able to do for a couple of them. Just get a big surprise with Chris M, get a sudden shot out of nowhere with someone like GK Baby, and this has allowed them to tie it up, but Pirates still, they're in a good spot. They do not have the best arsenal right now, though, with 2 frenzies in the hands of Flash and Tugeto. In any case, see what they can do. There's still the hero rifles into play between Senior Carl and Fire Jin. The question is, what can the Pirates do now? How will they set sail? How will they go for the push? And how will they take these condos, these towers away from AE? Has to be the Empress already dethroned immediately as Gian Sanity just seeing that Reyna go out in the open just like that for free.
Nobody was covering Fire Agent's left. They just let him charge right in. And he got spotted way too quickly. Senior Carl as well. He's gonna falter to GK Baby, and I say this is gonna be a done deal round unless they can find an entry. But with both of their duelists out and them making a lot of noise on sewer, I don't think that's gonna work out in the end. And Ryu shows his positioning, but does get the kill. 2 versus 5 now, and he's in no man's land. He got spotted, and that's just gonna be a flawless victory for Alpha Esports. 5-6. We're not done in the first half yet, guys. But Pirates, do they have the moolah? Do they have the money to buy back up? It seems like it's going to be a half and half. They can buy up into the rifles, yes, but their shields are going to be cut in half as well.
Light armor going to be the name of the game, and just a little low-key shot there from GK Baby to get even more confidence out, and now all eyes are on him and his operator. Gotta say that last time we saw it, then okay, it wasn't really the best, but he's gotten some nutty shots the past few rounds. He's finally getting his groove on, and it's their time to show us what the op can do. Besides that, though, with the fact that Alpha Esports is prepared on all fronts with the rifles, they can stand up against Pirates and whatever the attacking side can bring to the table. 3 light armors, as we mentioned already, gonna be the way to go. And as we are in a bit of a technical pause, the biggest difference right now between Alpha and Pirates is just how clutch they can be all throughout. It does feel like there is more of that potential mechanics from Alpha Esports overall, but how often does it come out? It has been the advantage for Alpha, all things considered, and sure, they have more things in the tank, but Pirates, these guys, they can always stand up against Alpha, they can always bring in the same kind of power level, but the question really is, how long can they do it? How many rounds can they take away? And can they last long enough for a full game? It's really going to be a hotly contested matchup right now between Pirates and AE for good reason. We mentioned it already that these two sides are very similar in what they want to do. But overall, it's been Alpha right now with that slight edge. Question is though, can Pirates get more of those inches, get more and more closer to Alpha, and suddenly overtake the other side?
Well, maybe they can. This is the last round into the half before we end the half. Fire Sajin does still have his weaponry up. He's got to be careful. GK Baby just pops a shot that was so near to piercing Fire Sajin's belly. You saw that bullet just whiz past his midsection. In any case, Ryu, GK Baby, he's really put himself out in the open here. And I know that that angle isn't truly in the exposed area, but if you're not a Jet, you could actually get punished in that mid-mail. And GK Baby still having a tailwind will keep challenging these angles. And it seems like Pirates, knowing that the operator is in mid, immediately backs away. They're going to be playing here onto the B main, using that lockdown, trying to maybe circumvent where GK Baby is, but he's already on B main and he's going to be hitting shots. Actually, not again, but they're going to be charging right out. Killjoy Ultimate will not detain anybody. And into the backside once again, Insanity has this corner locked and loaded. Fire Sajin finally takes him down, but GK Baby picks everything back out. 30 seconds into the timer. 2GE is here once again.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
will get planted on default. It's a 4 versus 3. They do have 2GE, thankfully, to provide some cover with these smokes, but he's got to have some map control here. He cannot just wait, play in the back of the site. And gotta be charging right in. He has a nice little angle, and if they don't peek left, they will be charged out. He needs to get the kill, but doesn't on GK Baby. Looking pretty damn bad, and he's gonna get overwhelmed. Flash, though, with a 1 versus 1. No, 1 versus 2. Peeking out. 1. Needs the 180 turnaround split. My goodness. But he cannot reload his weapon. He has to go all the way around to this pillar. He needs to get information where Chris M is. And he spots him. Flash, are you kidding me? You cannot do this. 4K for the man himself. And the read, as Dax says, 6-6. And Flash just clutches it for the Pirates.
He did not lack the critical information. He said, I know you do this. I know, I've seen it before. I've seen it in the cards. I've seen it in the tapes. And Flash with the clutch, just the way the Pirates expect him to. 15 kills for the Killjoy. Just perfect timing there. And sometimes when you just are a broken record, when you do the same thing over and over again, you will get punished. I love what Chris M does with the teleports. I love how he tries to juke out the opposition. But in that case, no, Flash was expecting it. Flash read it completely as a chapter at the start of a book. And now, we're all tied up. Pirates will be on the defense. We'll see who'll get momentum. Storm Dog gonna get thrown home. Ryu in the meantime, trying to help out, go for a quick little headshot if ever someone peeks there. But in this case, though, it is gonna be the Pirates right now, giving up a little bit of a heaven because Senior Carl low on the HP, far side Jindo with a kill on the Ryu. It seems like on the west side of the map, on the B sites, it's more things in success here for Team Pirates.
They do have a nice little crossfire for Senior Carl. He's got to back away for the moment. It seems like Insanity was able to just get around the aggression, or the peek out from that turret. Fire Sajin is going to be there, but immediately flicked out by Chris M. He's got to be careful. Now we're down to the 3 versus 3. The positioning for the Pirates, they're just split up. But that could also be said for AE. Now they're putting a lot more bodies here for the B Heaven control. Nobody's going to be on the site per se, but there is one in B main, there is one in alleyway, and this could be an opening. This could be an entry that AE are going to be looking for in this pistol.
Yeah, time to regroup and move over to the towers. B tower being checked out there by Alpha, but they say, oh, we don't like this timeshare, we don't like these condos, let's move over to A site instead. And Flash trying to be a realtor, just gonna get sold off instead as Insanity gets another one on the board. So Alpha Esports moving over to A site. We've got Pirates though looking to play the rotate instead to get Ed Nico trying to come on back from the defense spawn. Question is, what can they even do right now if Alpha is set on up? There go with the Waldo from ITZ. High ground now gonna be the advantage for him. Healed though here for Nico right now. But speaking of the high ground, there's gonna be another one there, and that's just gonna be Insanity getting the quad, frenzy in hand, just whittling them down with the full auto pistol, and it's full on for Alpha. They get the pistol, they get the advantage, and they get the rounds right now. They get the guns right now as they have that lead.
Great timing for Alpha Esports to call that pinch in, so that I don't think they knew that Insanity was going to be coming from right behind them, and It seems like Pirates were unaware, tried to deal with the ones onto the side, but that wall really forced them to. They can't break it since they're pistol, and the elbow basically was just off limits already. So they had to go into the middle of the site, which would have put them in such a bad position. In any case here, Pirates will be buying a little bit into the pistols. Nico into the close quarter here with the shorty. This could prove some damage, but as you can see, AE, they're very cautious about the positioning. This smoke is going to be dissipating right about now, and Nico's got to just back away. He cannot play it in that angle, even though it's close. If somebody comes in from a version box, it's gonna not look too pretty. And once again, the smokes come out here, but AE is going to be playing along the corner, but there was a bit of an opening, a bit of a crevice for Fire Station to just hit a shot out there.
Nico, what are you doing? Nico, very, very dangerous. And Alpha Esports, I was about to say, they have an idea that the Sage is doing that. I think they've even seen him with the shorty out. ITZ, though, in the meantime, with a kill on to get there. And now Nico, he cannot even get close. The Storm is going to be in the way. Flash breaking the wall on down. But Alpha Esports with a wonderful B-take already. And as soon as the wall cracks, it also is going to be the face of Flash to the pavement. Nico now, though, picking up the Sheriff after Fire Sergeant has fallen. For B2 though, what can the Sage do? Sees one all the way on the other side, cannot hit the shot. And now, surprise, surprise, Ryu right beside him. The Raze gets the takedown. It's all up to Senor Carl right now. But with ITZ just right beside that wall, and Alpha Esports prepared, things don't look too good for them unless the Jet can get the shots. No, Pirates backing on away, conceding a round. But Ryu is not done. He gets that triple kill and gives Alpha 2 rounds the lead.
This is looking not too well for the Pirates, but of course, now they're going to be having a bit more of that gun advantage. And this is the bonus round for AE. But we did see the Pirates falter in that last one. And if they do lose this one as well, all momentums will just drop into the hands of Alpha Esports. And it's definitely what they want, especially on the attacking side. But this could get bloody here, Dax. What's going to be the setup here for Pirates for the moment? Seems like no amount of mid-control will be had. God spot for Fire Sajin there onto the rafters. The crossfire for both 2GE and Nico. But Ryu is just going to try to jiggle his way here. Going to get the spike, or got to get the orb. He's not going to get punished through the wall bangs, or through the smoke shot, more specifically. But slow play for Alpha Esports.
Jumping, jiggling, basically, for Ryu there. But the thing is, this feels like this is such a round that will define the rest of the halfie for Pirates, unless they make a miracle in the thrifty situation. If they lose this one, Alpha Esports can really build on and run away with this game, run away with this series completely. And Pirates, they know it. They are under pressure right now to perform, and we'll see if they can figure it out. For now, though, already the push here from the side of Alpha over the A side. Heavy stack with them, trying to play into main and triplicates. In the meantime, though, Senor Carl, he might get flanked here by the vents, by the ropes itself. And now the push is coming their way. Backstab is upon us, and GK Baby will get takedown. Will get the takedown rather there. Flash, though, left alone here. Mr. Asarai flying on high is the Jet, but it's still gonna be G and Santi getting that kill. High ground over Fire Sergeant, keeping an overwatch on from above. Nico on the board as well, trying to tie things up, and now the Pirates turning it around. They know they need this, and of course Fire Sergeant is here to impress. It's all up to ITZ, but he's gonna be the one zoned on out. He is gonna be one encaged instead, and Fire Sergeant will get a flurry of kills, and Pirates will bring it back to a 7-8 scoreline.
Economically speaking, this is actually a really good round for Pirates, not only because they clutched that round out, but because they saved about 3 members. I think if they only have like 2, they wouldn't be able to buy the rifles, or even if they can, that might have been just light shields. And in terms of the arsenal, you want to get as much as you can up against Alpha Esports. It's a great retake there, and a weird, I think, plant in the open. Was that ITZ planting it right out there and not behind elbow or the board or the billboard?
I mean, they put a wall, but it's
that was
still
after,
interesting, right?
That was after, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's still an interesting world because it still has sight lines of you. You can still get spotted out from the heaven, and basically, Farsighted is a player that can hit those pixel shots. It doesn't matter how much sight lines you give him. Just give him that kind of contact, and he will hit those. And speaking of hitting those, Flash there with the kill onto GK Baby. So good start here for the Pirates, but G Insanity, always someone you have to watch out for. Never gonna be non-lethal whatsoever in any kind of round. He is just completely in the zone right now alongside the rest of the team. And speaking of in the zone, ITZ is the one with the spike right now, moving to play with the Cypher here, heals him up, backs on the way, and apparently after this long tour of their side of the map on splits, seems like they're going over to Port B here, Asarai.
Well, they have expanded a bit of the utility for Nico as well as 2GE. So this could be something that they can utilize. They are going to be trying to go for this contact play, going straight up into B Heaven. This could work. There's no nanoswarms here or anything, but they are biding their time so much. I think we had around 40 seconds, and now it should be around, 30, 20-ish. So it's either they go for mid or they rush their heals up onto the A side because there's only going to be 20 seconds, and yeah, he knows. Sayer Carl, if he can get this first frag, that's going to be huge for him. He can dash away and even delay that spike being planted down. He has to rush all the way through using the cover of the smoke here, and he has them lined right back out. But once again, the use onto that Sage Wall will keep them alive, get that spike planted down, and has actually gotten to a very winnable situation for ITZ. This wall is separating most of the members from Pirates, but it's not going to stop Nico from just chaining him, pinning him down to the wall there, and allowing Pirates to get this 8-8.
Yeah, this wall a lot better in this round, in this scenario, but then again, you can see that Pirates, when you show them something twice, they will learn from it already. They already know what to do on the second time, and it was just them knowing the right angle to face off against Sage, catching out ITZ there and tying things up. That's the thing though for Alpha. We've talked about innovation for Pirates, and now we have to ask that same question to Alpha. We've seen them be innovative. We've seen them really be creative and make those micro decisions work out for them. But the longer the series goes, the more Pirates is able to absorb from Alpha Esports, and it really feels like that this learning process is helping Pirates in the long run. I wouldn't be surprised if Alpha Esports runs out of tricks that Pirates can try and run away with this game.
Definitely can. There's going to be a lot of stray shots there. And, oh, Singer Carl, where did he hit that? Right onto Market, if I'm not mistaken. There is ITZ with a revive, but losing Chris M and GK Baby might be better utilized just to save it for the next round when AE can actually buy up into the weapons. And Pirates have actually shown to have a very good grasp onto this defending side, and now that they've equipped Singer Carl with this operator, if they can hit his shots, can definitely hamper the plays of Alpha Esports. Because again, losing even one person at the start here will just lower your ability to just get map control, especially in Split, where every segment of the map you need more bodies to take so that you can trade in more. It just does not work out unless you can hit all of your shots if you're like a true god. But at least if you're neck and neck in terms of performance, you need that. You need those bodies.
If you're a true god, just buy a sheriff and just one tap everyone, right? But Senor Carl, can he actually make it work? Now the thing is, he's already impacted this round heavily, even though he's whipping these shots right now. And he cannot even hit G Insanity there. But the big difference between hitting your shots later on in the round with the operator, as far as Sayajin gets to so far, looking for the third, will get it there. But back to my point, if you hit the shot with the operator at the start of a round, when you hit your first shot onto the opponent, it's kind of shell-shocking here, Asarai. Compare it to when you're already forced out, when you're missing at the start, and you have to back on away, and eventually you get your clutch on. It really hampers any team from pushing whatsoever. So that was the whole point of this round. Alpha Esports yet again hurt by the clock, and then hurt by the operator, hurt by Farsighted stepping up to the plate and up top those stairs. Things are looking good right now for Pirates because they're able to really put Alpha in such a bad spot in terms of the time. They're gonna try to do it again. Can Senior Carl do it though? Yes, he does. And here we go again. Farsighted also on the board. And as soon as this happens, Alpha Esports, what can they even do right now? GK Baby though with a kill, pushing forward versus Senior Carl. Here comes the neural theft though from G Insanity, but it's 4v2. And GK Baby, he needs to show us what he's got with the op on the attacking side. We'll find out if he still got it.
This is the reasons why operators and jets are very difficult to really pop off of on split. Is that one fact that a lot of the angles here are pretty much predicted already where the jet is going to be. Whether you're prepared for it or not, it's just up to you. And it seems like Senior Carl was able to procure, how many was that? Like 2 kills with his operator? That's definitely a bit too much for AE to handle for the moment. Fire Saiyajin will get flushed out as Giansanity does spot him, but there still is, of course, the one in the back. Sanet backs away. He wants Fire Saiyajin to challenge this. He's ready for it. Crosshair placement is there. JK Baby's charging right in. Double Nano Swarm just to stop him from dashing through. He still does have his Tailwind, but 25 seconds into the timer, 2 HP on the Cypher. And there's not really much options here for AE. It's either save or go broke. And with GK Baby going for that incredible entry frag, maybe, just maybe, they can make this work out in the end. But never mind.
Spike has been dropped. GK Baby, even though he's going to be able to run on over to the site, he's going to be faking that plant. Fire Sergeant does not fall for it. And the Pirates, they have brought it back up. They have taken this momentum away. They even saved the operator for a rainy day and gives it back to Senior Carl. This has been quite a wondrous effort here from the defense. Now, it was a head-to-head a while ago, right, in the stats, that's right. G Insanity versus Fire Sergeant. And in game number 1, you know, G Insanity really having Fire Sergeant's number, really showing on up, getting the kills. And even though it's not duelist versus duelist, it has been the storyline of the day. Who can out-clutch the other? Who can actually shut down the other side? And a while ago, G Insanity losing out in the fight there up on tower, 2 HP left, and then gets spotted out by Fire Sergeant. It really feels like that there's some hard carries for these two teams. Now, even though both sides can really step it up, every side can be lethal. It does define a lot of the round if Fire Sergeant or G Insanity fall to each other's hands.
It's always something that these teams would definitely want to happen, right? When either G Insanity or Fire Sergeant pop off. They're just the ones that are able to do that. But honestly, yeah, you gotta give a lot of credit as well to GK Baby on this attacking side. He's definitely lifted things up for Alpha Esports. Technical pause is gonna be called here. It's a bit of a breather for both of the teams, and they can just try to figure things out. But in terms of positioning, Alpha Esports look like they're gonna charge right out of A here. But where Senior Carl is placed, they gotta be careful, because if they try to go into that A main area and they have no smokes whatsoever, or even if they do, a wild shot into the unknown could be something that could really hamper AE. And I think it's kind of happened a few times already with Senior Carl just shooting out of his mind. He's kind of played the operator as a... I mean, I'm probably going to get called out for this, like a shotgun at mid-range. Just it's the better Bucky.
It's finally time, because, you know, the mid-range sniper is no more. The Bucky has been nerfed to basically remove that function from the gun. But, you know, look at this Omen. He's kind of just judging you right now, Mr. Astrive. But
I know.
You know, I like it when... Honestly, one of my favorite moments is Valorant is when you play an operator and you stick it on someone. Like, you put, if you know the model, right, you basically put the barrel onto someone. Don't even bother for the scope. Close range kill if you get that far off. And hey, it's just good to see here from the side of Senior Carl that he isn't too afraid to come close to the opposition. There's even a lot less time for you to mess up when you're that close to the point, because they can just run on in and take you down mid shots. But the thing is, Senior Carl, he's cool, calm, collected. He's been getting kills anyway with it in the first place. And that's the thing. I brought it up a while ago. While GK Baby is doing a lot better here on the attacking side on the defense, he wasn't really able to scare off the opposition. Sure, he would get operator shots eventually at the end of those rounds, but that's thanks to the space given to him by his team to let him bring it back. If you miss your shots earlier on when you have an operator, any full rifle squad will say, okay, that's an op, he missed, we can take space. And it just becomes more and more map control there for the other side. You have to hit those shots early, and that's one thing that has helped the Pirates regain control of this game, and now are up by 2 as we are going to be getting into another round of action.
See here, though, just to remind everybody that this is the second game And as you can see, that tiny red dot under the 8th of AE means that they have one game above their opponents. And Fire Saiyajin, oh, he took fall damage. He's down to 8550. I don't know what happened there, but he needs to hit a shot, and he finds Jin Sanity. You were talking about how these guys, if they duel, one will dictate the pace of the other. Fire Saiyajin losing his life there. It's not going to be something they would want. Oh, if he tries to revive, that could be such a big pinch here from the one coming through the sewer, or rather the vents, which is GK Baby. Peels him back out, he backs away.
Yeah, that nade was really good. Just the underhand sauce from RU Ryu, understanding that there would be someone holding on close. Now, mid control is ceded here to Alpha Esports. They decide to go over to A site. They're making sure that they have a good control of the corpse of Fire Saiyajin as much as possible. And the fact of the matter is, they're going to A to secure now the body of G Insanity. Try to make this a 5v4 if ever. Turtle bothering GK Baby as much as possible. And here from the attacking side, they have picked up the rifle from the corpse of Fire Saiyajin. And it's slow but steady wins the race, but Alpha Esports, they're going to need to do something and fast. Pirates, though, on the other side here, near the entrance to the screens, double stacking that one. Lockdown, though, into play, but the bait is on, and GK Baby, he said, you know, I'm going to be a man on mission. I'm going to be the only one here. And Senior Carl, though, holding the line with the play start, even though we have the side of Alpha Esports trying to play the mind games and forcing Pirates to use the lockdown there on the A site. It doesn't matter because Senior Carl is popping off. GK Baby, though, at least getting a kill, getting a gun, and having a consolation prize for a round like this. But Pirates, they're still able to win it out anyway, able to play it a bit more clutch than their opponent in that round.
Wow, that fluttered everybody from Alpha Esports to try to get the B site, and they got clapped. They just got clapped. That was just about it. They did not know how many forces Pirates had there, if there even was any, but after about 2 to 3 seconds of just having their feet on the B site, it seems like they were in for a rude awakening as Senior Carl. I thought that was actually Fire Saiyajin for a moment because of the movement that he was just spotting out. Oh man, they threw out everything and still got caught in transition. They do have the revive from ITZ. Yeah, that's gonna bring him back to the 5 versus 5, but now they gotta fear it once again. It's not fear to beard this time, guys. It's fear to op, and gotta be at least aware of that. And you can see they're circumventing it by going to the mid side.
You know, people say hello, but Senor Carl, he says hola, and then he says adios afterwards. This guy, this is really it. The operator getting the initial pickoffs is just one of the biggest things that Pirates has been able to take advantage of. And you can see that even though Alpha Esports is a very brave team, a very strong team in playing contact, they have to respect Senior Carl right now, and they have to play it slow. This has been hurting their dividends quite a while already, Asarai. The time has been ticking. AE, though, they finally decide to jump the gun, and they're able to avoid the shots anyway. But Pirates, they are prepared. They are ready. They have rotated here and now. GK Baby trying to take that operator away, but Nico keeping an eye out. And Chris M, he's up top. This little box over here, he's trying to see what he can do. Sees the head of one, but Fire Saiyajin will spot him out instead. And it's now gonna be point here for Pirates. It's gonna be for match point. It's time to try and tie up the series. We'll see if the Pirates can force out the game number 3, or will Alpha Esports try and make an overtime happen.
Alpha Esports don't have the money to buy fully as well. They're gonna be, again, in tatters in terms of the shielding situation, but, or rather, as well as ITZ using his revive a while ago to just bring GK Baby to life.
Get out of my way.
And not being able to get any form of map control for that one. Senior, what the hell is that shot?
That's a Senor Carl moment right there, and just tip the sombrero on. What a way for Senior Carl to make a statement. Now, we have seen him actually placed into the roster here of the Pirates. He is now part of that main 5 over here, I believe, from what we saw in last time's Challengers Philippines. And he's just made such an impression, especially on Split. We were talking about a while ago. What can Pirates do to change it up? Because we both know that these two teams have a similar play style, similar kind of ideology to play the contact, and it's all about those micro decisions. And right now, Senior Carl is just enabled to be on the map like this, hitting the shots as danger close as possible, hitting the shots to impose and really burn down the timer of Alpha Esports. And with ITC, Chris M, and G and Sandy, the only ones left scattered on the round, things are looking very dire here for Alpha. Pirates might be able to seal the deal here and force out the map number 3 if things go right their way.
If we do go to a map number 3, it's going to be Haven. So we're going to be seeing a lot
contact.
Thirty
a
seconds
lot more
left.
shooty bang bang, because again that map really accentuates you being better at connecting your shots. And 2GE here, he's not able to find anything, but he has kind of stopped them in their tracks. The Fire Stage is here to pick things up. Senior Car just comes in from up above and rains justice down below. That's going to be 13-8 as Pirates will be forcing that game 3 here to Haven we go.
That's quite a greeting from Senior Carl. Just to wrap it up, he whips out a shorty of all things, and honestly, it's not just one, but two potent duelists there on the side of the Pirates. Fireside getting a little bit of that much-needed reprieve on games like that. The Pirates will take it and tie it up here, Asarai. 1-1 the scoreline right now, and it really is just a game of inches in this contact playstyle. It's really both teams knowing that the fight is what matters, the duels are what that matters, and that has been the name of the game. It really feels like it's a bit poetic that Alpha faces off against a team that has been known to play hard contact in the Philippine scene, and you can see the nuances between each side. Here for the side of Pirates, it's just all about finding opportunities as early as possible. In the meantime, for Alpha, it's just making decisions on the get-go, but this time with more opportunities at the start of these rounds, at the start of these fights, it's Pirates taking it there.
Pirates, I don't know if this split map, I don't know if this split map is a aberration, is some form of just, it's not something that's supposed to be a win for them, but a loss. But maybe this split was just something that was off factor. Maybe Haven, it's going to be Alpha Esports. I don't know. We're going to go for a break. And when we come back, it's game 3, the decider of who's going to go into the semifinals. Is it going to be the 60-45 Pirates, or will Alpha Esports, their debut tournament here in the Philippines, show us that these guys from NA have come to the Philippines to conquer? Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
It's not a matter of skill, it is just a matter of time. And it is time now for the decider. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Alpha Esports versus 6045 Pirates. I'm Dax. I'm joined by Asarai. And Asarai, we just saw the Pirates win it out in map number 2. And you saw those Pirate specials down by 0-1. Flash clutching it out from the get-go, really stepping it up. And then you get that much-needed reprieve from Sinner Carl, bring out the operator, making some noise. And of course, to wrap it all up, Fire Cyajin does Fire Cyajin things. But then Alpha, absolutely no slouch in that map. But it really felt like that every single time we saw them on the attacking side, they were pressured so much by not only by Pirates, right? But also the time bank that they had.
Yeah, it seems like when we were in the first half, that was better for Alpha Esports because they had a better grasp of the game. And when we flipped the sides, when we flipped that switch, Alpha Esports, it seems like the only ways they were able to win out the round is if they can catch Pirates before they can catch them. Because, like you said, if they lose one of their players already, if they lose one and it's a 4 versus 5 at the start, it seems like they're not able to figure out what position around the split map was going to be the most successful for them. And it seems like Pirates had every single answer, whether they come out from B main or from middle or to A main. Everything just got plugged up by the Pirates here. But maybe everything will be opening up as Haven will be our third map. I think the lobby is being set up here, Dax, but just want to have your quick thoughts about how these series has panned out. Honestly, I'm just enjoying it. Definitely a good debut match for Alpha Esports here. But again, their opponent, 6045 Pirates, lots of things to be proven by this team, even though they've been here in our playoffs multiple times already for the VCT. It's always been, I think, Fire Sage at the start, but now I cannot say that anymore because people like Senior Carl, people like Flash are here to step up to the plate. And this Fire Sage, not Fire Sage, but this Pirates team has definitely transformed for Fire Sage and friends to the Pirates team here to play and here to just conquer all treasures to be hoarded or reaped in the VCT.
Yeah, this has been such an evolution from them, and you just gotta give it to them. And speaking of giving things away, well, we have something for you all. And we really appreciate you guys tuning on, and you already know what to do. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the Facebook stream with the caption of which team you're rooting for. Make sure to post the share that you did publicly with the official hashtags, hashtag Dawn Challenges, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. A total of 10 winners will win 1,500 Valorant points, and they will be announced as soon as this series is over. So thank you guys for supporting, and we really love all the audience we've seen so far, whether you're watching on Twitch and Facebook. And why do we have 2 streams, Mr. Astray? It's one big reason. It's because we have 2 different languages that we're broadcasting, right?
Yeah, so if you guys want to check out the English broadcast, I mean, just stay here, guys. We're on Twitch. And of course, if you want to check out the Filipino broadcast, let's pop it out right there. Of course, that is twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, or on Facebook, it's facebook.com/PPGLGG. Now, if you guys are, you have that internet power like we have, you can go to bit.ly/PPGL-YT, where both streams are live, and at the end of each broadcast day, it's going to be there as a VOD. So win-win. So if you guys have missed some of the best of threes that you were hoping to witness, you can go straight to YouTube and spot it there. But of course, why go there when you can just stay on Twitch or Facebook, where the chats are so much fun with the emotes and everything.
So much fun. Yes. And I love chat. The thing is, though, nothing beats live, right? Nothing beats that initial reaction, and nothing beats seeing your favorite teams face off. Support them as much as you can. But back to our points before we got a little bit carried away there with the things that we need to check out from Pirates. They're actually Pirates right now. It's not just Captain Fire Cyajin and his motley crew anymore. You mentioned it right. And it does feel like that this week they had such a complete evolution. Over the past 2 weeks they've had to prepare for week number 2. It really feels like that they're more of a well-oiled machine. Sure, some will say, but they beat Kadaliman and they face off against Hashira in the semifinals. But no, this is really one of the best performances from the Pirates as a team so far. And they really need all hands deck against a team that basically is them on the other side of the planet.
The world.
The world just go around. It's like, oh, Alpha Esports, oh, Pirates, they're just there from different seas. And here for Alpha in the meantime, We mentioned it already. As soon as they asked the question, is the Philippines ready for Alpha Esports? It was immediately answered by another question. Is Alpha Esports ready for the Philippines? It's been a struggle for them in multiple circuits. They finally have made it though to the playoffs in, I'd say, their first go. I mean, in their second go because they went into open qualifier too. But this is their first week here in VCT thanks to some unfortunate issues that happened to them in week number 1. So at the least, they have really improved. They've gotten more success lately in these past few days, and now they're here to prove it. But the thing is, Alpha Esports, there's a lot of expectations for this team. Let's just be real. They made the journey here to the Philippines for good reason. They feel like they can bring in their own flavor and try to beat the competition. And a win here is something they need to enforce that. Every single step for the side of Alpha feels like it's heavier than so many other things, right? It just feels like there's so much weight on their shoulders. And the question is, can they prove that they belong here? Can they prove they can ascend past the competition through games like this, through matches like this, and especially a team that they can say, we'll look at the mirror and we see them and they see us.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense there. And again, it might seem that we are kind of not happy about Alpha Esports being here and whatnot, but that's not true at all. It's more of we just want to know what's their power level coming into the VCT Philippines, because as casters, as people who firsthand see the evolution of the Philippine scene for Valorant, we're also curious what a team that has been drenched in NA mentality can bring to the table here, and it can only make us better, right? Because right now the thing that we're lacking for the most part on the Philippine scene is that not a lot of these teams can really stretch their legs in the Southeast Asia. I think the only teams that we've probably seen perform there is most notably Bren, and then one is Archangel. But hang on there. But aside from that, there wasn't any other team that has kind of done the same thing. And right now, having Alpha Esports come into the scene right now is actually a step in the right direction for us.
Yeah, and there we go, guys. So we're having a bit of technical issues here, but we will be getting the game ready very, very soon. But before that, we will take a little bit of break. Hopefully everything is a-okay, especially for the Pirates. And we'll be right back for game number 3 in just a bit. The anticipation is killing us. Not even my cat here has gone closer for the screen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And seems like game number 3 on Haven between Alpha and Pirates looking to come our way. Feats of strength, battle of fortitude, and all about the duels here between Pirates and Alpha Esports. But you already know that this series can only have one victor, Mr. Asarai. And the question is, who will move on to that second semifinal tomorrow? We'll find out after this map.
Yeah, I mean, also another question. I mean, I know that a lot of Filipinos enjoy Choco Butternut, and your cat has literally Choco Butternut colors with his or her fur? Her. What's her name? Is it Choco Butternut?
No, it's Machi. No, she's always here. If
Okay.
you notice, remember our Masters broadcast, she was there. And a challenger since we're at home anyway. So she's here, and unfortunately, she does not know how to cast. If I can teach my cat how to cast, I would probably have a co-caster all the time ready to go. But I love having you around, and we are going to be getting into Haven. Pirates will be on the attacking side, Alpha on the defensive. And here we have it. Pretty much the standard comp that you're going to be expecting here from AE. Double duelist, double intel, plus the Omen. It can't get more core than that, Mr. Asarai. In the meantime, for Pirates, seems like Flash very comfy on that Killjoy Far Saiyajin, sticking onto the arena. But besides that, at its core, it's just a mirror matchup waiting to happen.
I'm curious if Fire Saiyajin has put himself on the Reyna rather than the Jet. Maybe Senior Carl doesn't play a Reyna. That could be the reason, and Fire Saiyajin is okay with either of these two duelists. Honestly, I would prefer to see him more on the Jet because I think his clutching powers with the blades is better than Senior Carl's, but he has shown to be okay with the Reyna, and Senior Carl also is pretty good with the Jet. Could be those clutch moments. Well, you might miss Fire Saiyajin on that one. But in any case, we are going to be going for this last map, like you said, and we'll be seeing whoever wins from these two teams go into the semifinals tomorrow to match up to either who wins on the, was it, right? The Bren versus Walker quarterfinals as well? Yeah.
We'll find out.
I'm also, again, curious to see what's going to happen with Bren here, but with them adding Wits, a lot of really hype players coming into the Philippine scene, and it is fantastic to say at the least. And nice, you're not Filipino if you do not have an electric fan, and you saw that.
That's true.
Even in their nice little boot camp for Alpha Esports, they still have electric fan represent. Oh, look at that, Brand 2 GE.
Yeah,
He also has electric
I
fan.
have a fan behind my setup too, so it's always parts of the culture. And right now, it's trying to see which culture can win out against one another. Will it be Alpha or will it be the Pirates? Now, looking at the duelists, you know, Ryu has been pretty interesting, really, with that raise. Many of his mates have really been the stars of the show when he's able to whip them out. And then you go on over to basically GK Baby versus Senor Carl. GK Baby having an incredible map number 1. Senor Carl having an incredible map number 2. And of course, the head honcho of the Pirates roster. Got Fire Saiyajin. And let's see how far he can go coming into this one. Jin Sanito playing that Cypher. And honestly, these compositions are as I'd say as core as you can get. This is pretty much the way that you can play Valorant very simply. Double duelist, have that Sentinel, have that Initiator, have that Smoke, and you have all the utilities and the lethality in the world to get into the game. Here we have it though, Decider, last map of the night. Pirates looking to attack. AE on the defense, and already ITZ saying hello to the Pirates all the way on the other side by the window.
Might I just point out, Quadra Ghost. You don't see that too often, but a lot more contact play might make you honest here, although Flash does get expended at the start of the round. Gotta be careful here, as it seems like losing their Sentinel will make Pirates be very vulnerable to flanks and as well as lurks. So they have to make sure that they can pull that trigger quickly. The smoke might actually gravitate AE to go on the other side. The Recon Dart gets spotted. Senior Carl is here. He has to hit the shots right now, or at least keep them at bay, as the Spike Planter will be moving his way all to the default area. Careful as well. Could be Shock Dart's coming, and it's going, and it almost takes out Nico.
A little too late though to the party for ITZ, but the damage has been done, and now Fire Saiyajin, he is just dead, and this is what we're talking about. Ryu, incredible at throwing those grenades out and about, and now Ryu gonna get 3, but look at this, Pirates turning it around to get it with a triple of his own, and Pirates, they will take that pistol, the battle of utilities into the battle of pistols, but it's the Pirates now, one ahead.
That looked to have been such a grim round for Pirates. Yes, they got themselves that spike planted down, but they've already lost Flash. Fire Sage couldn't get him out of get himself out of harm's way as that nade connects straight up to his face, and he could not reposition. The AoE just too much to handle, but seems like his teammates playing at the entrance of the C site. Well, they were able to pick things up there, and Pirates have a commanding start. I know it's only one round. Everything now is incredibly crucial when Alpha Esports can be a team that can turn things around. And you can see the respect that Pirates give. 3 Spectres straight up. They might have gone for the full, but I think they want to save maybe an operator for Senior Carl or something on the attacking side here. I might be wrong, or maybe they just want him to be on a Vandal or a Phantom next round, just in case.
Yeah, and I actually agree with Asarai that it's a big sign to be winning that pistol coming into this one, because between these two teams with their power levels as equal as can be, whenever you have that gun advantage over your opponent, that is that extra nudge that you can get around easier for your squad. Because no matter what, these two teams will face off, will fight back. And as Ryu catches out Senor Carl there, that is just basically evidence in the first place. Chris with the kill also onto one, but Flash and Farsight getting cleaned up already. And Pirates now will be able to get that 2-0 with 2 players left into the running. And now it makes sense why the Pirates did not go for all the buys. They already know that AE will put up a good fight no matter what. They made sure that they're gonna have as much money saved up for the next round. And here we go, guns are bound. Here we go again between these two teams facing off, trying to slug each other at their best.
Wait, but Pirates, they're gonna go for another bonus here. Oh, yeah, they're gonna go for another bonus. This actually works in their favor, because if they can even just slightly like get 2 or 3 kills, even if they don't win the round, they're gonna put AE in such a, I would say, economic discrepancy. They're not gonna be able to buy fully into maybe the full armor or full shield into weaponry. And again, if you're able to close the distance with Spectres, you can just march up into a site, this could work. And it seems like that B site is where they're gonna be marching onto here. The charge right straight up. The smoke is going to try to maybe obscure some vision, but they're already claimed the site here. And Fire Sage has stuck himself on Gong. This could actually work out for the Pirates.
Yeah, he's back up site right now, and the Pirates trying to bring in that macro in such a micro-oriented series here. We'll see, though, if these gambles, if this economy kind of handling does pay off as GK Baby turns around to get the takedown off the Flash. Far Sergeant, though, waiting it out, gets a kill there. But Chris GK Baby on the board yet again. Nico, though, still holding on true and blue. And right now, it is the Pirates having that advantage. They run it down, they get the kills. Nico and Tsugen, these two have been survivors together. The duo to watch out for, and really the biggest reason right now why the Pirates are up 3-0.
That was genius from the Pirates, and they don't even use that much money as well. They've got something saved up in the bank, and they basically ruined the economy of Atlas or rather not Atlas, sorry, that's a different team. Alpha Esports. Now, I do like the premise that they've done there. Because if you're going to go into a site with rifles, the run and gun might not be as good, but with the Spectre's increased fire rate and ability to, well, you know, be an SMG and run and gun, it works out fantastically well for them. Now, well, it's going to be the paranoia into the double smoke, into the C site. They know that they have the numbers. They know that their opponents are not going to be forced buying into this one, and they just play that macro game, like you said, extremely well here. And Pirates should be able to win this unless they just do the worst gonk up in the history of VCT, because their opponents are on sheriffs and whatnot, but they can always bring us all the way back. But again, they're just holding their own. Lots of kills from ITZ there, but there's just too many targets, too many angles to deal with for him to even net a clutch.
This is a quick 4-0 from the Pirates, and exactly that just messed up the economy of Alpha Esports, puts them in such a detrimental state. And this is really the best icebreaker we've seen so far in a series this close, when you realize that it's just been all about the duels, all about those micro fights, and then you change up the dimension of the game by really hurting your your opponent where it counts in the economic side, then those micro duels will go more in your favor since you're gonna have the rifles more often than your opponent. Now, Alpha Esports are gonna get the guns. Here comes GK Baby with the operator. And compared to Split, he does have a lot more room for error coming into this map. There's a lot of space here on a map like Haven, and Nico trying to make amends and trying to find a pickoff just for free. But seems like GK Baby able to dash on away. I believe he's able to move on around, still keep that operator. And Alpha Esports, they can oppose their will immediately as soon as the Jet shows up in those sightlines.
They don't know that the tailwind was used to get out of the harm's way from that ult, but at least as this does give Pirates a bit of ability to rotate and get some map control. Not a lot here though. 50 seconds, they have to start moving in for the moment, but I think now they know there's an operator for GK Baby. They give it a lot more respect. And it's kind of expended them to use a bit more time. Now Pirates, they are going to go for an A take here, but this could be mad ballers for them. There's a lot of utility for the Cypher. There's a lot of firepower as well with GK Baby. They're holding the angle. And if they don't have Fire Saiyajin starting things off with his Leer, this could prove fatal because Fire Saiyajin is lurking. But that one kill though, look at where the repositioning from GK Baby is, and he's left the site. This opens up the A site for Pirates and Alpha Esports. The timing could have not gone any worse for them.
Planted.
What a distraction there, and even though Gian Santi has set up his Maze of Demise, apparently everyone got the attention there over to the garage, and now the Empress is popped here by Fire Saiyajin. Here comes still Gian Santi playing Overwatch over up top this tower. Showstopper now gonna get unleashed though, and are you real? Are you even kidding me? He gets dude there to turn it around for the Alpha side so far, but Fire Saiyajin, it's just gonna be him versus the world. GK Baby with 3 HP. Here comes ITZ, they'll go for the defuse, and Fire Saiyajin, he's gonna walk into that one. The Pirates could not handle the big boom, and really, Demolitions Master, are you Ryu? Just showing us how it's done.
That could have gone much more worse for Alpha Esports, but like you said, Ryu picking things up with the double showstopper out of nowhere. We need a POB for that because we only saw the kill feed and we were spotting out somebody else who was on, I think, short, which was Fire Saiyajin. In any case, that definitely puts a bit of a wet towel on things for Pirates because that definitely was a round for them to win, and gonking that up doesn't mess their economy too much, but probably would mess up their mental just a smidge. Technical pause will be called here. I think it's Pirates who are having a bit of hiccups here and there with their latency or something. Yeah, I was about to say hardware, but yeah, it's probably latency. In any case, though, that was such an opening for them, but I love how Alpha Esports just brute forced their way in, having that ultimate from Ryu just to start the match.
Like I said before, right? Like Ryu has really worked so hard to get into this spot, and he has had quite the progress to get into the Alpha Esports roster. He's really climbed the charts as much as he can, and it also feels like that he's on that raise not because he's a good shot, but because he's so good at blowing things up. I don't know what game he's playing instead of Valorant, but I love it really because he's shown us a different dimension and understanding of using the explosives, because we've seen so many different teams show us a different nuance of Raze, right? You have the likes of Bren just showing us how to really push with the Raze. You have the likes of Valkyrie who are crazy with the blastbacks and all the like. But here for Ryu, it's just that the way he uses the pain shells is just... It just feels like the angles are correct all the time. It's so good at flushing out people from afar, people up close, and the showstopper, it does the job as well. Sure, he flubbed it, I think, once on Bind, but besides that, it's just been quite a showcase for him. And Alpha Esports, they need kills like that very, very much, because not only is that a setup kind of kill that you get without having guns, right? you can just keep building those ultimates, then get their guns, get the kills, and this is the cycle that Alpha Esports wants to play on. How far though can they go? Can they tie it up versus Pirates? We'll find out, because it's still gonna be a difficult status for Alpha. You can see that their credits aren't really the best compared to Pirates, who still has so much money in the bank, and it will take a streak here for Alpha Esports just to break down the Pirates overall.
I mean, they still have GK Baby on operator, and in contrast to the split, Jet and with an operator is extremely fatal here onto Haven, because you have two beautiful angles to make operators work. It's called the C long and A long. Those angles, at least from what we've seen here in VCT Philippines, is just the stomping grounds for operator brilliance. And I think we can point out people like Fire Saiyajin. We can point out Dubstep. Who else? I think Shing as well has done that a lot of multiple times, and it's really put a hamper on things for attacking teams. Maybe, just maybe, we can see GK Baby do the same here, as this is their first Haven game that we're going to be spotting out on the VCT. Positioning wise, though, it seems like he's going to be popping out in sewer. Also could work here, because that tiny little peak corner gets amplified more with the zoom on that operator, and of course you can always just dash back into the ramp going on top of short, and that allows for such an easy punish for GK Baby if people are not ready for his aggressive peak. Still, of course, we're gonna have a technical pause, and I just noticed this: is Cypher really that like sassy with his eyes? Okay, never mind, that's his regular eyes. There you go, sassy eyes, Cypher.
The things that you notice, Asteroid, the things that you notice indeed. But yes, he does have those droopy eyes, as we see it right now. Alpha Esports, though, does feel like that they're quite comfortable in their comp. It's just only a matter of time to see them hit those shots. Then again, the operator has been quite an interesting part of the whole series, right? It has been GK Baby's go-to gun, but there has been also one point I do want to mention. He is a little too eager to try and take it away from someone else. If he sees an operator, he does go for it. And it just goes to show how confident he is on the gun. But then the Pirates, they're able to basically watch out for that op, try to see, okay, we dropped an op, but we know someone's going to go for it. And that's the thing. The Pirates has been a learning machine. The Alpha Esports squad has been an innovation machine, and it really feels like there's so much creative juices right now that both sides are exploiting, because Alpha Esports, they bring in something new. The Pirates, in the meantime, they learn very quickly. And in this series, it does, like I said a while ago, it does feel like the Pirates get better and better the more rounds that we get, the longer that we go. But then again, if you see Alpha and they're able to innovate every single round, it's amazing that they're able to do it, because it takes so much effort to keep thinking of new things, keep thinking of new setups, keep thinking of how to really fight in a better way. And it just goes to show the prowess of these two teams. But there is one point I do want to mention right now that does hurt these two teams right now, is the longer this goes, the more any other team will know about them.
Well, that is the danger that you have to go through when you're playing in these high-stakes major tournaments, is everything you've worked hard for as your identity as a team, identity as a player, your skill level as a team, your skill level as a player gets shown to the entire world.
Exposed.
And yeah, exposed, right? I definitely agree with you there, Dax. And something as well that people might tend to forget, that also we as casters definitely also do forget, is, I mean, we're watching these matches with X-ray on, with overview, with basically every information gathered. And these teams, they're going at this with the information they have, not having, of course, obviously, not being able to spot their opponents through walls, which that would be crazy, and it's obviously not part of the rules. And like I said, the creativity to figure out what they need to do and the timings. It's been so clutch with Pirates for the moment that I think Pirates have done so well to utilize that, but there is still the threat that we see from Alpha Esports here. And again, the reason why also we do tend to point out some of the things that we see for Alpha Esports for the moment here is we, at least from the panel side, they did talk about how they might have felt that GN Sanity going for a duelist might be the better option. But for the moment, Alpha Esports, I think, have had a well-rounded team here. They've understood which players go on which agents, but now I think it's just them still adjusting to how aggressive the other teams that we have right now in the VCT really are. And Pirates, I think, are one of the most aggressive teams because they're definitely the team that, if they aren't aggressive, their setups cannot really be successful compared to other teams who have setups for days. Compared to like Bren and Hashira right now, it seems like Pirates are the ones who brute force their way to victory with a little bit of setup, and it works for them. And if Alpha Esports aren't able to match that form of aggression, this 4-1 standing might actually just enlarge a bit more.
Yeah, and one more thing I do wanna quickly note, Mr. Astray, is the fact that sometimes it's hard for us casters to figure out how to pronounce a few things, but we're gonna get into the game. I've heard it's 2GE, sometimes it's Tuge, I don't even know.
I know,
and then
I know.
It was like to get to GE, then it's
Or
ITZ.
ITZ, yeah.
Exactly. But whatever, we'll go with what we believe is appropriate to them, and I hope that the players still know that they are, especially when they watch it back. So yeah, 2GE. Let's see what he can do there on that Omen. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though, as we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Glad that you were able to stick with us with a little bit of a podcast segment when we get into technical pauses. But 2GE gonna be able to get pretty G with the plant there. Spike is down. The Pirates are already on the C side, and Alpha Esports, they're stacked up heavily onto the link, but not the best situation with the guns they have, and the Dart even getting intel here to help out Pirates. But Ryu, come on, the nades, man, he's just doing it again. Asteroid, demolition expert indeed. Call someone to blow up your house. It has to be Ryu, but 2GE getting on board. Ryu in the meantime still gets killed from the grave. Here comes Chris M and GK baby, but Far Cyanogen keeping it alive. 1v2. Here comes G Insanity, though, defusing that one, and Chris M just a smoke god as well as a shot god. It's Alpha getting the retake to work anyway.
Someone really has to tell any of the members of Pirates, if you did not hear the paint shells being thrown out by Ryu, he will throw it at the corner, at the back of Seaside, and you can't do anything about it, unless maybe you're Senior Carl. After that, there was not a lot of foothold for the Pirates. Nice little setup for Chris M to hold his paranoia rather than stop the push and initiate for Pirates. It's more of being used for the retake, and I'm pretty sure it blinded a lot of the members of the Pirates. And there was a couple of setups there from AE. I think G Insanity as well as who was it? ITZ had set everything up with their recon dart and cypher cages. It's allowed for a smooth transition for AE. And speaking of that smooth transition, we talked about how GK Baby can prove some havoc here. Spots out one end, and now I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. GK Baby hits those. Ooh.
And I'm gonna give you another song. He is the smooth operator right now, and it does feel like he's a lot more comfortable on this map compared to a while ago in Split. There was a lot more pressure in those closer angles, and GK Baby, oh, he is just like, baby, oh, thought it would have been Pirates staying alive, but apparently says, AE, it's mine, it's theirs, and they have that two-man advantage. And the fact of the matter is, when Alpha Esports is able to dominate, it does feel like that it really knocks down Pirates for a peg. Pirates always a confident team, always willing to fight, but a flawless win like that still hurts the mental, and it really has been quite a turnaround right now from Alpha as soon as we got back from the pause. In the round previous to this, it looked really dicey for them, stacking on the link with an operator, way too dangerous, but then you get Ryu hitting the paint shells and giving them open space. But look at this, GK Baby now in control with the flick. Now it's just, he saw the foot, and that was it. That's all he needed. GK Baby just making everyone else cry right now, and Alpha Esports one away from tying it up.
I know that footwear. I know those pair of shoes. And he was like, I can only be the one to have those. Just a pointer here. I know that we have statue merch, but when are we gonna get shoe merch? Because the footwear game in Valorant, right, compared to League of Legends, is hella different. And honestly, I can just wear those. I do not care how much it takes or how much it is if it comes out, but I will buy those and collect them.
Yeah.
So please, Valorant, please, Riot.
I'd say, you know, GK Baby and Senior Carl, they probably met each other in a line for shoes, and then GK Baby's like, hey, you took those pair of shoes, what if I shoot you? Maybe you can take those, and maybe you do it one day if we do get those air jets. That'd be amazing, right, if that happens. But in any
Yeah.
case, it's Pirates now over to A side. Now the thing is, they still have so much money from their macro game, but now their macro is turning into itty bits of allowance instead. And Nico getting hit there by the shock dart. It's advantage right now for AE, not only in number side, but also in the health department. But Flash there showing us how it's done, catching out the Cypher at the very least. But here comes not only 3 members of the side of AE, but there we have the Odin lagging behind as well. 2GE though with the kill onto one. Chris and GK Baby on the board. Here we go with the Blade Storm right now. Look for another target. Up in hand. Farsarjin trying to go Ghost and trying to be a menace against the Jet. And here comes ITZ as well. But GK Baby wants to do and fights Farsarjin with the Blade Splash. So in the meantime with the kill. And just no bullets in the chamber. The knives will do it instead. GK Baby with the clutch. And we said it. He had a great map number 1. And looks like he's getting a great map number 3 under his belt as well.
That was just brutal. They knew that last 2 members of Pirates were separated. Look at this play. He was just waiting for it, and Fire Sage and thought it was going to be in the corner. That actually could have been a bad moment for GK Baby, not going to lie, because if Flash did not lose all of his bullets and did not need to reload, that drop that he did, not being able to boost himself with the updraft, that little bit of play could have been something, but he immediately picks it right back out, knowing he heard the audio cue already, and he was just, I got this. Charges right out, right clicks on that Blade Storm, and just sets everything through the motion. 2GE's got to back away for the moment here. Got to respect that there could be an aggressive push coming out from AE onto the C-Long area, but look at where Senior Carl is at, as 2GE still holds true. He could have another kill onto GNsanity if he's not careful, as that Cypher, Chris M here into the corner as well. But now that they put 2GE at the back of the site, he could actually be able to reposition. But they put GNsanity here onto the C-Long, thinking that maybe Chris M has already cleared out that corner. He's able to peek out. Spike will get planted, but there's not really much leg room for Pirates to actually just dance their way to victory, as it seems like everything is coming into fruition. GNsanity into the close quarter with the operator, not going to work out in the end. Here's Nico at the site. He's waiting, he peeks out, and he cannot connect the shots. Flash, he has to come big, but that Spectre is not going to track correctly. And Alpha Esports, they come back 5-4.
Looks like he's hitting some Phantoms instead rather than the opposition. Unfortunate with that spray. And Alpha Esports has not only just come back, but also have taken the lead away from Team Pirates. And now you can see that the Pirates, even though they had such a good economy a while ago, it's falling apart here, Asarai. The money right now, not the very best here for Pirates. Alpha, in the meantime, just so stationed and so well made again. Made men in their own laurels, in their own finery as well. And then you can add one more point to Ryu getting another explosive kill, so he's just doing the same thing over and over again. Anytime you give him a rockets or some nades, Ryu will not disappoint. Here we go though with Pirates already losing a single member already. Farsarjin has gone down, cannot go beast mode here coming into this round, cannot pop the Empress because he is already dead. Here comes the Pirates, trying to push into the middle, but this is going to be difficult because Chris M is already ready for it. He's by A-Link, and he'll be reinforced by GK Baby wanting to peek, and goodbye to Senior Carl there.
There's a difference to that. If you don't hit your headshot, your opponent can reposition, but if you can hit a body shot with an op, you're just dead.
Coming back.
That's just unfortunate for them. GK Baby's really stepped up to the plate here. Nico's pushed him to that smoke. Are they going to be challenging on top? Is that shock dart will be used, but as they try to creep up to the garage window, it seems like creeping outside of the tunnels is going to be GNsanity in that quick transition onto the third. This is AE starting to run away with things. This long technical pause has given them some form of time to just regroup, recuperate, and just reevaluate what they need to do, and it's working well for them.
The reset has helped Alpha immensely, and this is a problem for Pirates because they had to go for a technical pause and it broke their momentum absolutely heavily. And you can see that the struggles of Senior Carl coming into this map is absolutely no joke. They need their second duelist online and ready to go the same way he stepped it up in that last map. The Pirates right now looking to be behind, gonna be into a tactical pause we go. But looking at the economy also here, Asarai, Alpha Esports just in firm command. And the macro game, it just goes both ways because this has been such a duel-oriented series, and then suddenly here on Haven, it becomes all about the economy. And as soon as Pirates got such a good buffer, AE, they didn't care. They still won the duels, they still won the fights, they felt the clutch in them, they used their ultimates accordingly, they positioned themselves in such tactical ways that has allowed them to run away with a streak and now the lead. And not only that, because of their actions, they didn't even need to try for it, Asarai. They got the macro under the belt. These guys are set for life, or in this case, for the full half. And we'll see if the Pirates can at least make it 6-6 in your Carl versus GK, baby. Here we go with a potential duel. Which of these Jets can feel the wind behind them? There we go with a shot, but neither of them hit. It will be the Marshall only, though, for the side of Pirates, but Far Sergeant takes advantage of the distraction. Ryu with a refrag, we get 4v4. But that's still going to be good for Pirates, getting rid of the operator and allowing them to get that gun away from the opponent if ever.
Repositions immediately on top. Down to 40 HP, cannot get healed back out. And it actually could be a very usable moment for the Pirates. Senior Carl has to back away, respect that he cannot hit those shots. But as a tag onto that recon dart, or rather the Sova drone happens, maybe Nico can spot out some unwary opponents with his Hunter's Fury. Killjoy's ultimate will be used here. And are they really going to be pushing into the site? As Chris M still has a nice little corner on Hell and could really do some damage if they're not careful and they're not aware that his positioning there was not flushed out by the lockdown. And it is.
Oh, 2GE with a beautiful shot there. Chris M has already gotten a pickoff. It's 3v3 though. The Pirates trying to make this one work, zoning out the competition as much as they can with those nano swarms. Senior Carl in the meantime still with the op, and there you have it. He's back in full force, and he's got the shot onto Ryu there. But still, G and Santi playing the side, and the wall bang is enough to get that takedown. As soon as one gets momentum, the other will shut it down. Alpha Esports with the advantage takes back the operator and takes back a site.
Gotta say, even though Senior Carl hit that shot, that tailwind was more a win for Alpha Esports than it was for Pirates. Because even if he can reposition himself, that recon dart has already spotted his teammate on Graffiti, which would have meant for Alpha Esports that all three members of Pirates were accounted for. The one who planted the spike, the one who's holding the operator, and the one that was just hidden somewhere and was spotted out by the recon dart. And all Alpha Esports had to do was just pick them off one by one. And even if they lost a bit of bodies there, it was so easy to punish for them because they had all the information that they need to work out that particular retake.
Just sometimes those reflexes, right? When you feel like you need to back on away immediately after a kill with the exposure position, then it does hurt you in the long run. The Pirates going to be faltering after that. But they still have a chance to at least make it 5-7 and then try to tie things up later on into the second half, if ever. And the Empress might be the start that they need coming to this one. This is the Pirates now planting the spike firmly onto B side. A quick little take in the middle, but Chris M with a kill onto Senior Carl there. Even adding on to the woes of the Jet. Now the TP comes with it from the shadows. Rio in the meantime with a kill onto Nico. And Alpha Esports, they have to be careful. Check their corners, check their sides. Far Sergeant already with 2 using the dismiss to the best degree. And he's just keeping invincible and looking quite invincible. Ryu though in the middle right now. 2GE, can he go for the shots against the Rays? The blast back on in, but as soon as that happens, the Omen gets a handle of that information. And the Pirates will set sail at the end of this first half, but it's Alpha Esports still in the lead. 7-5. We go over to the Pirates defense.
That was close. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, Empress for Fire Sage should have been almost out, and he just basically got more fuel to the fire, and he just got reset after reset after reset and reposition. In Alpha Esports, they were left with the most dangerous game of whack-a-mole. Where was Fire Sage gonna pop out? Is it on the left on Gong? Or is it gonna be right on A long? You gotta pick, and if you can't react to it in time, he's just gonna flounder you to the ground with his Phantom, and it seems like that's gonna be Pirates ending the first half 5-7. Another pause will be had here, guys. So do apologize for that. It does happen from time to time, but at least we did see that Pirates are not gonna go down without a fight. And it seems like Alpha Esports, they have to grind their way all the way. There's no easy rounds here. And Pirates will be, like I said at the start of this third game, Dax, be as creative as they can, be as adaptable as they can to try to match up to the the prowess, to the knowledge, to the
Innovation, man.
NA innovations, of Alpha
Yeah.
Esports.
And that Invasions? The NA invasion. Whoa, that kind of works. That's an Asteroid pun right there. I try. No cringes for me. I do my own kind of mistakes anyway. But besides that, it is no mistake, guys, that this series is absolutely hype. Having these two teams face off right now feels like it's such a good welcome to Alpha Esports and also such a big test of Pirates. Both sides will come out of this series with more they've learned over anything else that they have done so far. But we are not done. Only one of these two teams can be victors. If we go to a 12-12, we will go to overtime till someone wins, anything can happen in the Valorant scene. Come on, look at what's happened historically. We've seen on the NA side, Sentinels getting eliminated in an open qualifier of all things. We've seen here in the Philippines side, Brand Esports being defeated by Hashira and breaking the streak of VCT championships. And then, just yesterday, right, the longest streak of the ball, Vicious Strikers, they finally get that one loss under their belt because they were just defeated in quite a close fashion. So it really feels like that the Valorant scene right now is just evolving even more so. What you saw in Masters 1, what you saw in the past few months, it is just going to be a completely new world order. And now we'll see if Pirates or AE can take that first step to the semifinals. Let's get on with the game. Let's get on with the matchup as arrived. It's AE attacking onto Alpha side as is tradition. And now it's going to be G and Sandy. Chris on the board for them. Senor Carlo with one. He's low HP though. And the Pirates, they have fended off Alpha Esports, but it's more of Alpha saying, okay, sure, let's back on the way and let's move on over to another site. Joke's on you, though. We're faking it till we make it.
Senior Carl, what was that movement? He was pretty much ninjaing all around the site just to dodge the bullets. That could have been much worse for him. Here comes the take that he's going to go for. He does get one before anything happens, and this does leave his teammates to the 2 versus 3. That's still something that is palatable for Pirates here. If they can get that first kill, it's going to be great, but they don't really have much info gathering, and now that they get spotted out because of that Sova drone, it's going to be difficult from now on. 2GE, he's going to be the first one to start off. That turret's not going to find anything, and it's the takeoff, the crossfire. 2GE hits some really fantastic shots, but now that he gets spotted out, he needs to be able to win this one with 21 HP. He does get the dink onto Chris M, but in the end, there's just not enough HP in his health bar to make that clutch work.
Yeah, really nice try because that was the perfect timing to do so. He heard the rotation for a different kind of double peek there from the side of Alpha Esports, and he just went for it. But then again, that low HP state really hurting him in that fight. And now Alpha Esports not only winning out that pistol, but now are in command of this half. They're going to be able to get the guns, and this is really good for Alpha because last time they lost the pistol, it was just such a big drain to their economy for quite a while. With a win on the pistol instead, win in that first round for the second half, it allows them to prevent that from happening any time ever again. And here they come over to C-side, dash on in already by GK Baby. Flash in the meantime, he's already naded on up. You can see the damage done there by our Ryu. And speaking of him, he has gotten 2 so far. Are you sure you want to stay in a corner like that? Ryu will ask you, and the correct answer is no, but the answer that he gives you is a pain shells instead. And Fireside Shin, he gets hurt by the Cyber Cage, he gets taken down. Nico right now in behind, gonna get cleaned up by Chris M. Alpha Esports making a statement and saying, are we ready? Seems like we are ready for the Philippine scene.
Those utilities thrown out by G Insanity, everything just slapping Pirates' chances of getting into the site. The Cypher Trap on C Garage, on the C Tunnel, the Cypher Cage on Spawn. So it spots out Fire Sage and is just going to try to maybe seek his way there. He got tapped at the corner, and you know, if you, it's like a metal detector or it's like a something, you will get spotted out. And GK Baby, oh man, he's just unleashed right now. He knows he's vibing, he's charging, and Senior Carl was like, give me a kiss, but no, it gets denied, slapped down.
Oh, unfortunate. Sometimes your advances do get slapped down. All you gotta do is understand and try again, maybe with someone else. But for now, it's gonna be another quick little respawn cycle for Fireside and Senor Carl for the next round, as Alpha Esports is just in such a big advantage. This is a potential bonus round for them, and they're winning it out so far. You can see the momentum is heavily in favor of Alpha. Pirates aren't really able to get the duels that they would like in their side, and this now hurts them because they have to scatter on the way. Alpha playing the waiting game, slowly but surely looking to go for the push onto A side. As soon as it happens, Flash is able to coordinate that intel, but you can see the Silva and the Omen, they have to come on in from the other side of the map already. The plant will come down, and the AE, they're full on, and they're ready to go fight against the rest of Pirates.
This is going to be incredibly difficult. All resources, all abilities for Alpha Esports are primed, readied, and just waiting to be utilized here. There will be some smokes, there will be some recon darts used by the Pirates, but they need to hit their shots first and foremost. And a 1-for-1 trade, definitely not the best thing. 2GE with 30 HP, also not a great spot for him. He just tries to run away. My goodness, he's trying to get out of harm's way here. And he's just moments away from getting spotted. If he can go to the corner here, maybe, just maybe, he can spot
2G.
or save this Phantom, and he's hiding for dear life.
2G.
Dax hiding for dear life.
The alert, alert, alert! Oh, he's spotted! 2G! 2G! Dramatic codec music there. But Alpha Esports did the right decision in that rushdown. They had to catch out 2GE, prevent at least one member of Pirates from really having the guns. Thing is though, since Pirates did save up for Senior Carl, and not only that, they're in a bit of a lose streak, they will be able to put up a fight in a force buy situation. This is absolutely do or die time now for Team Pirates. If they lose this, they're going to be basically forced to go into an eco, and that will most likely allow the side of Alpha Esports to get to that 12 scoreline, and the only way for Pirates to win this map will be through overtime, if ever. So, make or break moment, the Pirates right now, they were able to make it the last time on split, they were able to clutch it out when they needed to the most. But this time, Fire Cyajin, he gets away from that.
Oh no!
I'll be fairly, the paint shells, man. Ryu, he just knows those. He loves to play with those nades, and you can see that the Ray's getting so much value with that chip damage to start things off.
They're gonna have to get this mid control right now because that spike is planted for just any form of mid. But oh my goodness, grass is infested with Alpha Esports players, and once again 2GE. Oh, the poor guy, he's even paranoid too. Just obliteration, and Alpha Esports. This could be it, Dax. Again, you said they just need one more round. If they can win this one, the economy for Pirates is just shot. They don't even have Senior Carl with his blades up. The potency, the lethality of Pirates is just not there anymore.
This is just gonna be a dull edge to a knife fight, and that's the thing. Look at that Far Cyajin. He's going for a rifle, but he has no armor. It is gonna be 2GE, the only one with a set here. And at the very least, Pirates able to play with the economy in a way that they will have a bit of firepower, and that might give them a small little edge that they need. It's all about heroics right now for Fire Cyajin as well as the Omen. Seems like though it is gonna be Reina backing on out, getting some information onto himself that allows Flash to play Lurk. And if ITZ is not wary, he might just walk into this one. And there you go, Flash right now. Don't get peeked anyway. And ITZ seems like he has eyes at the back of his head. He finds the kill there. It's 4v3 right now. Alpha Esports opening up B site. But they have so many choices here, Hashira. It's a buffet of sites you can go on. And the Pirates, the only thing they can do right now is watch this happen. But Nico, he gets rid of IPC there, catching out the Sova. 2GE also on the board. Never mind, apparently the waiters are saying that it's not going to be any service anytime soon. As that Sheriff into the rifle. The 1-2 punch from these two again. Nico and 2GE have been at it all throughout the map. And the Pirates will say, we are not done. We are not out of this one yet.
Low HP, not good weapons, but that is a situation where Pirates are always at. And it seems like you said here, Dax, they're able to squeeze in that round win. It's still far from favorable for the Pirates, but it's definitely something that they need, something to boost that morale. But when GK Baby just hits those, how do you even try to get that mid control? And he's not done just yet. He's hungry for more! And thankfully, Fire Sage is going to be able to survive at the back of the side here. Let's get pinged in. Nico has to do the same thing with his ultimate, or else I'm pretty sure ITZ would have taken Fire Sage in, and that would have been it for the Pirates. Match point for AE. But now they've slowed down the pace. They could make this work, even as a 4 versus 5. If Fire Sage is alive, they can have their utilities. This could work. ITZ now flushing, giving Nico a taste of his own medicine. And oh no, Seaside is looking pretty juicy for AE.
Yeah, AE, they feel, oh, that's a beautiful shot of Fire Sergeant. But I gotta say for AE, it does feel like they're a lot more comfortable on a map like this. It was a really good map choice a while ago by Pirates to go for split. It did hamper some of the nuances that Alpha Esports likes to play, especially that extra space for their players. And it just allowed them to take that map. But now, Alpha Esports back in their element. GK Baby hitting some nutty shots with the operator. But Farsigen trying to hit his own kind of crazy here. But he will get shut down there by our Yurio. The Demolitions expert, absolutely no slouch whatsoever with the gunplay as well. And it's now all up to 2GE. He's been feeling it all throughout the game. He's been pretty clutch here for the Pirates so far. But now someone needs to get to that helm. Someone needs to steer us through these oceans. It might be 2GE. Will he be sent over to Davy Jones Locker? That's the question. No, not gonna happen. His soul is his. And conveniently as they come, the Pirates will stay alive. 2GE. The G there has to stand for GOATs. And I don't know what the E stands for, but he's doing it. He's doing it here for Pirates, man.
This GOAT is excellent. Probably it. I mean, first of all, he saw Sova go into the corner, and he spotted G Insanity. So that's why he just stayed his crosshair right then and there. And because he was able to shredded step over the trap of G Insanity, nobody had their eyes set on Sewer because they were expecting that Cypher trap would have been enough to provide them for no flanks done. But because it's 2GE, because it's the Omen, it can only be possible with him. And that was the round that Pirates need. Again, it's far from favorable, but these are steps in the right direction for the Pirates, and they are just oaring their way, rowing their way to a possible 11-11 and maybe even a game win here. It's been a bit difficult for them, Dax. Definitely difficult. Your size says it all, but they're still grinding, trying to do their best here.
We're not done, Asrai. That's the thing. And the Pirates, they have really set sail for better horizons in the Philippine scene. And you can see that this journey, this endeavor really in the VCT has just been their true calling to make them an even better team. But Alpha Esports, the powerhouse that they are 2 away from winning out this series. Gotta say though, maybe Alpha's not familiar about a certain something in the Philippine scene though, Asarai. That 11-point curse that we see on Haven quite often. It just happens, right? I don't know why, I don't know how. It just feels like some teams do get stuck at 11 points when you play onto Haven, but we'll see if Ryu can get this unstuck with that showstopper as he's looking for a target. Unfortunately for him though, the Leer gonna be in the way, so no one can get spotted out. I love the default setup though, over to connected just in case someone does go for the push, but it's just more about for the zoning tool instead. AE right now with a kill onto Senior Carl, they're making 4v4. Pirates so in the meantime, he's just really stacking up onto the connection side over through the link, and it's G and Santi on the board over Nico. Chris M though, down below in hell. Here comes the crossfire right now, being set up by AE, and it's gonna be 1 already down. Oh, it's a 2-for-2 trade. It's all up to Farsigen, but he cannot do what 2GE did last round. It's now match point here for Alpha Esports.
Match point.
That was brutal. Because first things first, Nico wanted to time his push out with the rest of the team, but Chris M's timing on that paranoia basically said that if Nico peeks right out of window straight up, he will be in a 1 versus 4 because everybody will be looking at him because that paranoia basically nulls the push out from the Pirates. And because of that, they lose numbers where it's not. The timing, the instinct for Alpha Esports here to use their utilities all at that same time is just top notch. And right now, Pirates, they need a miracle. They do have some weapons, which is great. They have Senior Carl with his blades, but he had to expend a lot just to be able to get them damage to his HP, as well as, well, dashing away. It seems like Nico with his Shock Dart and his Spectre can prove to be really good here, and it works out. ITC is the last man standing, and this Shock Dart is going to spot him out.
That was a beautiful ricochet there from Nico. He had the back on the wave as he was fighting off against GK Baby, turned around, got that bounce on, and got the kill not only onto one, but a second one coming in from the Silver Pirates. this team, it really feels like there's always fight in them. That's the thing. And the last time we saw them on this stage, it wasn't the strongest showing, really, but there was that moxie, there was that gusto, and right now we're seeing those guts amplified, and it really feels like they worked out in their gym, or in this case, worked out on the scrims, and it does seem like the Pirates is a roster that is now something to be reckoned with. But Alpha Esports, this is a team still that we need to beat. Alpha Esports is a team that has made their journey, but right now their journey has been cut by Far Saiyajin. The Insanity, though, is not done. He's pushing on a wave. Senor Carlo with a flicks, and eventually the Marshall will get the 2 shots to bring the Cypher to his knees. It's 4v2, though. ITZ and Aryuri, the only ones left. Might be too difficult now for AE, but luckily for them, they still got rounds to give here, Asarai.
They do. What a shot from Ryu. He just sets his sights and he just obliterates with the Sheriff. Gotta pick up the spike though. It's all the way back in base, but this has allowed for exactly that. ITZ to squeeze, to lurk his way onto Garage. I think they were focused too much that there could have been that aggressive push from Alpha Esports, but they just play it as calmly as possible. Because even though it's a 2v4 a while ago, the thing is, there's 40 seconds in that timer. If you can distract, if you can gamble a little bit, it could work out. But they're going to a site that I think is the worst possible matchup for them. It's the site where Flash is, he has a Phantom, he has basically all the utility that you would want from a Killjoy in a 2 versus 1. This is going to be just very difficult, but they're going to use their utilities here. I like how the Recon Dart was used to basically flush out the alarm bot. There's going to be a spot out there. Spike is planted, and ITZ is in a corner here. He does have his ultimate. Flash now will go for this fake defuse, and he's trying to flush out his opponent. Oh, his alarm bot goes off. Information has been had, and Flash is already been spotted.
As you said, you know, it's a gamble. Even though your odds are a bit better on a map like Haven, three choices, one choice to pick. And unfortunately for the side of Alpha Esports, they did get the shots with the Sheriff, sure, but they didn't get to deal with a hand that was easier for them. The Killjoy setup, too much to handle. The Recon Dart, patience was really the thing that Flash brought to that round. He waited for that Recon Dart to get the pulses on, then he went for the push, saw that Ryu was looking up top to Heaven, and got the kill onto Raze, got the kill onto the Sova, and that was that for the end of it. But Alpha Esports, never count them out, Asarai. They're so potent no matter what. And they still just need one more round to win. It's Pirates going for a 3-win streak now from this point on, or nothing. We'll see though, who's gonna be able to get this round.
Still inside.
I don't know what's happening here, but it seems like Fire Saiyajin has just been a magnet to the shock dart. No, not the shock dart, but the paint shells. And he's taken some substantial amount of damage for a couple of rounds already, Dax, and it's not really helped out the case of the Pirates. Granted, of course, he still has 63 HP. If he can hit a headshot, always can top up with that Devour. But everything thrown out for Alpha Esports here, and they still haven't gotten that mid-control. They do have grass, but they have to stop out Fire Saiyajin, and this is where he can top himself off. Just a little peek out, and he spots it, but misses the shot.
He needs to hit those, and he needs to heal up. He has the Empress just in case, but that is going to be the plan right now for the Pirates. They've done a good job, though, to stall Alpha Esports for time. This has been their win condition in the previous map to really help them out in the, latter half, really, of splits. But then again, Alpha Esports, they still have the firepower, they still have the numbers, and they want to go into a site right in front of them. Camera, though, going to be saying hello just a little bit there from G-Insanity, checking out the corners. Lockdown going to be into play right now from Pirates, and G-Insanity going to get 2 Ryu also on the board, but still the Dome of Doom is there. There's so much pressure right now because time is ticking, and Ryu, he wants to play the hero. He gets rid of Flash there. Are you serious, Ryu? How do you make that happen? And the Alpha Esports squadron will win it out on B side. Elimination is the way to go, and Alpha will eliminate Pirates. Their celebrations around as the first step for Alpha Esports has been conquered.
That was a risky gamble for them. We need to see the POV of GN Sanity, because that was insane. A triple kill, mind you, and they didn't even get much control on the site. It was more, I think, of Pirates just wanting to stop them from coming into B, because they had probably the inclination that you don't have time. If we can stop it right now, we'll have another round win and we can work our way towards that overtime play out of regulation. But I think Pirates just did not expect that there was a little bit more, how to say, intricacy to the play there of Alpha Esports. It's not only going to be the B being pushed, it's also a little bit of Lord coming into the garage. And even though there was one, I think I was caught in the back of the site, which was hit by the lockdown, I think ITZ was in a perfect spot to take out 2GE there. And man, oh man, what a play coming in from Alpha. Sometimes they play the NA style and sometimes they play the EU style, which is wait 20 seconds on the clock and just go ham onto a site, and it worked out and it caught Pirates unawares.
Man, it was just so risky, right? And the end of all of that. But they realized the best way to make a statement against a team that has been challenging them time after time is to eliminate all their members rather than putting that objective down. So congratulations to Alpha Esports. They are our last victors of the day, and they'll be facing off against the winner of Bren and Walkure, which we'll find out tomorrow. Semifinal is going to be tomorrow alongside that quarterfinal. An incredible series that will be broken on down by the panel when we return from the break. But from IDAX and Asrai, we've had a great time with you guys all, and an incredible run from the Pirates. So much improvement. Alpha Esports go again tomorrow. But we'll be right back for that panel in just a bit.
The Balikbayans come back strong in a big way here, taking down the favorite 6045 Pirates in a very close 2-1 victory. An amazing win from the team right there. Alpha Esports emerging victorious. It's taken a while, but I'm not going to be delaying any further because we have a very special interview here. We got Gian Sanity here on the desk joining me today. We got him right now. Hey, Gian, yo, what's up? How you feeling, man?
What's up, my guy? I feel pretty good. Our first big tournament. Actually climbing up the ladder. I mean, it's the first like month.
Yeah, you are. How I just want to start off this interview asking you guys, so what's the atmosphere like right now? You beat 6045 Pirates. It's your first week in VCT, and now you're here in the semifinals tomorrow.
It just feels so good. Everybody, as the look on the faces of my teammates, we're just so happy we've come this far on our like early times in the PH scene.
It took a while for you to get to. I think this part. It took a while for I think you guys to really warm up and maybe get used to everything here. But I feel like you guys have a little bit of a better grasp on it. Why do you think that is? Why do you think it took a little bit of a long time to get here? And what did you adjust to finally make it here to the semifinals?
But it took us long because, of course, I'm not gonna lie. The PH players, you guys are pretty awesome. All of you, the teams are pretty good. So we still have to like work on with our team. We just formed up, so we still have to work on ourselves more, and at the same time, like think about the enemies and how they play. So it really takes a while. I expected for us to go into a ladder this far in like maybe like a 4 or 5 months time. But I didn't expect for us to get this far this early.
Yeah, well, you guys are really doing a great job thus far. Here's my next question for you. Of all the teams that you want to play locally, who are you looking forward to playing the most here?
I feel like I want to play with Hashira. They seem like a very interesting team, and of course, it's because they just came out of they just came out of nowhere. I've been observing the PhD for a while now, and they just came out of nowhere, and that really surprises me.
Well, I'm sure they're looking forward to playing you guys as well. Can't wait to see it hopefully happening. Also, next question here. What message do you have right now for all of the rest of the teams for VCT?
Don't stop don't stop grinding, guys. Just stay calm and just know your enemy better than yourself. And just like research really helps. It helped us a lot this game on all the 3 maps, and it's just like observing like what your enemy does and like thinking of ways and how to counter that. That's all.
Right. Oh, well,
there for supporting me. I love you guys. Sorry I haven't streamed in like 6 days. We were practicing, but I hope you guys enjoyed the show we put on. Alpha lang malakas. Let's go. I love you guys, all my followers, and shout out to my team. All of them, pretty hard workers, did a good job. I'm proud of my team. And to my parents, I guess, who are watching, to my friends in Negosartal and to my lovely girlfriend, Emmanuel Espiritu. That's all.
Well, congratulations again, and hope this is not the last time we'll see you here on this interview. Again, great job, man, and good luck tomorrow on the semifinals.
Thank you so much, Ilustrado.
Well, you just heard it from the man himself, Gian Sanity. An amazing time right there. What a massive improvement from Alpha Esports. And genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I'm happy to see them doing better, because I always said this: Alpha Esports, teams like that, when they start doing well, when they start improving, it's really good for the scene. And the fact that Gian Sanity and the rest, they're just cool guys. It kind of helps that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, coming in from the interview, they seem pretty chill. Everyone's super happy. And, they're kind of like a team that's sort of living the dream, traveling the world, playing esports, doing what you're passionate about. It's just such a dream. And I'm glad that they're finding some success here, finally in the VCT.
Well, honestly, they just look like a bunch of friends that were just happened to be a tournament, and it just shows to basically how comfortable they are in the environment, and how much pressure that did not even think of themselves that did affect their performance. They're playing on a different environment here in a different country, and yet they are still chill as heck. And I like to see more of that coming out from the teams here as well.
I agree. It's a good time for Valorant, and I'm just so excited about how things are going VCT lately. We've got more and more teams coming up. It's not the same freaking 6 teams like we saw in the, I think, first weeks. Honestly, everybody's catching up, and it just goes to show that it's an exciting time. You're seeing new teams really start to dominate here. Week 1, we never thought Hashira, who, if you told us in week 1 that Hashira would be winning the grand finals, I would, yeah, exactly. And if we saw that 6045 Pirates would consistently be here as well, I don't know what I'd say. The growth of this scene, and the fact that Bren lost actually, and that Archangel disbanded. There's just been so much crazy things happening for the previous weeks in VCT, and I'm just so hyped about what's going on here. Ling, what do you think? What can we expect for the upcoming weeks? What maybe, I don't know, what maybe will drastically change? What kind of surprises or cliffhangers will we see in the upcoming weeks?
I mean, aside from Gian already mentioning that the teams should be doing their research, I'm pretty sure that they have been. This is where we actually see the type of familiarity they have in terms of the playstyle that each and every team has, and this could possibly be an opportunity for rather these highlighted teams, these broadcasted matches could put a lot of pressure on especially the veterans, or might have to say that for those who have been actively competing. They will consistently try to innovate, and just like what we've seen here on Pirates in this matchup, they try to change things up, not just in terms of like the composition, but also in terms of their playstyle. They've exercised a lot of discipline, and I'm pretty sure everyone basically knew that straight up after observing this game.
I'm very happy about the performances of the players of Alpha. We honestly expected this to be the Ryu show or maybe the Gian show, but a lot of them stepped up. GK Baby had a lot of great moments, and let's not forget, man, Chris M was so good today. In a lot of the matches here, Viminal. I feel like this is a good sign that other players are stepping up to the level that we expected them to, and they're starting to do a lot better.
Yeah, that's the thing. When we tend to focus on the so-called star players of a team, just because, these two players, RU Ryu or GN Sanity, GK Baby, they're the ones who tend to have the most exposure on the team. But when we finally see them on the field as a 5-man, then we get to see, players like Chris M and ITZ stand up to the plate as well. And, both of them had some really great moments aside from, of course, the star players of the team.
I want to be, let's be direct on this one here. Fire Cyajin, his heart, it must be broken at this point. 346, and he's, and you still don't win the series. Like, this guy played out of his mind in every single game.
Okay, yeah.
It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we've seen this before from Pirates. They would burn bright during the first or second game of the series, then they would falter towards the end. It seems like they would run out of gas, run out of steam. And that definitely happened in this case in the last game as well, which we'll see in just a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. But what about you here, Ling? What's your breakdown of this? Because I feel like there's so many rounds that could have went to the way of Pirates, but whether it was late in the round, they were making a lot of mistakes, and then Alpha, they were happy to punish that. Look at this in the last round. I do feel like they ran out of steam here. Like Fireside Jin was doing all right, but the rest of them, Senior Carl, Flash, they were performing. I definitely think they were underperforming, Ling.
Well, I do have to disagree on you on that, especially given that how much these individual players given that a huge clutch potential on the side of Pirates. But basically, I just saw a huge lapse, especially in terms of the defense of Pirates, where we could definitely see Alpha Esports didn't have any problem just wiggling through the cracks because there were a lot of angles that were just a lot of unnecessary double peeking that weren't exactly crossfires that were ideal in the situation. And this is where we actually see Pirates not creativity was there, but let's just say they just lacked in terms of making those micro decisions that could be better overall and taking control over the map. It's something that they lack and really should be working on right now.
Yeah, I agree. But at the end of the day, it's all about the winners here. Let's talk about the MVP of this current best of 3 series. It's gonna be none other than, drumroll please. No, I don't have a drumroll. I'm sorry, I lied. It's Ryu here, 17.3 on the average kills and 243 ACS. Like we said, man, this guy, he's really good. If they can find, I think, a consistent way of setting him up for victory and winning those duels like they did today, I feel like Alpha could just be a much more reliable and consistent squad.
Yeah, it's just I find that they were lacking a bit of firepower in terms of their attack phases, but they were really solid on defense. There's definitely a lot of room for improvement, but definitely a lot of great potential being shown here by the MVP Ryu as well.
Yeah, I agree. But of course, we do have a lot more games tomorrow. I'm just so excited to talk about that because we have Bren versus Walkore. That's going to be amazing here. Let's take a look at the bracket. We're going to pull it up because, this is the story of where we have been, where we, are currently. Walkore is a team that has been looking a little bit better. Bren is looking a little bit shakier. There's one person who predicted Walkore. I don't remember who on the panel.
I think it was Asarai.
Was it Asarai? The madman.
Yeah.
The madman actually did it. But then again, I was the only one to predict Hashira on the grand final. Brush the dirt off my shoulder. Ling, what do you think about these matches here? Oh, the Pirates AE match scoreline hasn't updated yet. It's actually a 2-1. We'll fix that in a second. But Ling, what do you think about all the matches that we had here today?
Well, with Bren not in exactly the tip-top shape right now, I'm pretty sure that loss that they have taken from the previous qualifiers should be the greatest wake-up call that they should have. I know for a fact that this team rather do not take their losses quite easily, and I'm quite sure, especially with Ritz in the roster, they really should be able to offer something a little bit different than the usual Bren that we have seen from the last week.
I'm looking forward to seeing Wits tomorrow, man. I've been a fan since so long. I know he's going to do well, but this is for all of you other fans at home as well. We've decided to give you guys some Valorant points for free.
Awesome.
For free.
Who doesn't like free stuff, man? I
love free stuff.
I love free stuff.
Congratulations to you guys winners here. John Kim Lunas, Keith Garrett Palermo, Jeever Ortega, Richie, John Albert Organa, excuse me, not like Lea Organa, Sebastian Gonzalez, Charmaine Santillan, Crunchy Golden. That's a very cool name. I'd like to be like crispy fried, like golden brown, Austin Macabale and Patrick Manalang. Congratulations. You guys just won 1,500 plus Valorant points just to tide you over maybe for the next releases for the meantime here. So yeah, we're at the very end of our show right now. Before we go, I'm going to ask you guys here on panel, Viminal, Ling, final thoughts before we head to tomorrow.
Explosive matchups as per usual. And I'm pretty happy that we saw some new faces in VCT again. We saw Alpha Esports, we saw Fulcrum, Catalyst, and some pretty good performances so far. It's always a welcome change to see some new faces on here. And again, the scene is just improving, always evolving, and that's always a good thing.
Well, I'm just gonna cut it short to I do hope that the other teams that are watching here, scouting the level of competition, please do take this opportunity to learn a lot from these broadcasted matches, and of course, get better yourselves because every day, or rather, it has to be a really dynamic type of scene that we have here, and we consistently see something new every day, and I do hope you could offer a little bit more special than this.
All right. Well, it's time for us to sign off. But before we do that, we have to thank our sponsors. Thank you to everybody who's made this happen. To PPGL, the largest multi-game esport league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom. Hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with a new Mage Punk bundle. Get yours now on the Coda Shop with Globe. And thank you to our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator. Hashtag summon your strength. Globe Virtual Hangouts will also reinvent esports and take it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings live events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get started and updated on the latest happenings on the Globe Virtual Hangouts. And don't forget to like us on the Facebook pages and all the channels of PPGL, facebook.com/PPGLGG and PPGLGG on YouTube, as well as twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. But now it's time for us to sign off. It's been an amazing run here, but on behalf of all the amazing panel and all the amazing casters, it's time for us to say goodbye. So for the last time here today, I'm Illustrado, and it's been an amazing run. But it's time to say good game and good night. We'll see you all tomorrow for the semifinals. Everybody, good night.